Chapter 1642. Bastard! How dare you destroy my doppelganger? Diao Feng roared madly. He had spent countless years of effort to form a doppelganger. The blood essence of a doppelganger was equivalent to a quarter of his body. The destruction of the doppelganger had caused him great damage. There was no perfect doppelganger technique in the world. Everything was closely related to the real body. Humph, not only will I destroy your doppelganger, but I will also kill you. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and attacked Diao Feng again. The storm-like attack was impossible to defend against. Diao Feng completely retreated, but he was still continuously injured. Little bastard. Remember this. You will suffer later. Diao Feng scolded angrily. He actually rushed in the direction of Bar Mo and Luo Dongxing. Want to escape? Not so easy. Ling Xiao sneered, and a wave of frigid qi spread out in all directions, forming a thick layer of ice around them. That kind of origin cold power was enough to make people shiver in fear. Diao Feng's strength had reached the peak of the Supreme Master level. He ran at full speed and the speed of his charge was terrifying. However, he was also frozen by the cold qi and shivered. However, it was only a shiver. It was impossible to rely on these ice crystals to stop him. It seems that it is not easy to achieve the concept of sealing. Ling Xiao thought. His strong move was launched later, but it was preemptive. His stab landed heavily on Diao Feng's back. Boom! Diao Feng rushed forward and spat out blood. At the same time, he continued to run forward. He shouted, Bar Mo, save me! Bar Mo, who was fighting with Luo Dongxing, was shocked when he heard Diao Feng's cry. He really did not expect that anyone present could force Diao Feng to ask for help. Ling Tai Meng's figure flashed in his mind. He felt that only Ling Tai Meng had the strength to fight Diao Feng to the death. Luo Dongxing also heard Diao Feng's voice. Although he was seriously injured, he must think of a way to delay Bar Mo so that Ling Xiao could kill Diao Feng. Then, they would be able to obtain a complete victory. Luo Dongxing used the last of his strength. Countless waves of fire descended from the sky and swept towards Bar Mo. That torrential aura was enough to destroy any star and vaporize any living thing. Bai Mo also understood this logic. He didn't fight Lao Dongsheng head-on, but immediately retreated towards Diao Feng's direction. Actually, he wanted to kill Lao Dongsheng first. After all, Lao Dongsheng was already injured. This was a rare opportunity. However, he needed time to kill Lao Dongsheng. He wouldn't be able to kill him within 1 or 2 moves. He had no choice but to take a step back and help Diao Feng first to stabilize the situation. However, when he wanted to go over and help Diao Feng, he found that Diao Feng had been hit by a vicious blow from his opponent and was almost blown to the ground in front of him. At the same time, he also saw Ling Xiao chasing after him. His eyes narrowed and he said, Why is it this little bastard? To be honest, he didn't have a deep impression of Ling Xiao. It was only after he formed a team with the Shadow Horse that he heard the Shadow Horse talking about Ling Xiao the most. Therefore, he had a deep impression of Ling Xiao. The kid who obtained the inheritance of the soul race was also a medicine divine master. On top of that, he had an invisible divine spirit doppelganger that could fight against a pinnacle supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao slashed down from the sky once again. Even Bar Mo was shrouded in it. He wanted to kill Bar Mo as well. How dare you! Bar Mo shouted angrily. He raised his heaven-splitting axe and blocked Ling Xiao's strong move. Bar Mo cultivated the earth attribute and had great strength. Ling Xiao's all-out attack was blocked by him. His body only took a few steps back. At the same time, his gravitational field appeared and enveloped Ling Xiao's divine soul. Luo Dongsheng, who was coming from behind, wanted to sneak up on Ling Xiao, but his injury had seriously affected his speed. He had to stop and take some recovery elixirs and spring water, so that he could recover as much divine power as possible and fight again. Lao Lao, are you all right? Ling Xiao also stopped attacking and looked at Luo Dongsheng. Luo Dongsheng shook his head and said, I won't die yet. Let's go together and stop them. Bar Mo, you deal with this troublesome kid. I'll deal with Luo Dongsheng. Diao Feng said to Ba Mo after swallowing a blood elixir. He was about to attack Luo Dongxing. Why don't I deal with you? At this moment, a voice came from afar. Ling Tai Meng was holding a golden spear and riding on a true dragon divine beast. Bar Mo and Diao Feng's expressions changed drastically. Ling Timing's participation had undoubtedly changed the situation and put them at a disadvantage. Old ancestor, did you kill the shadow horse? Ling Xiao asked Ling Timing. He escaped really fast. However, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover his divine power without 100 years of effort. Ling Timing shook his head and replied, "What a pity. Then let's join forces and kill the two in front of us." Ling Xiao said and attacked with the phantom sacred sword again. Luo Dongxing also attacked. Although he had only recovered 60% of his strength, he was still able to delay them. Ling Timing waved his golden spear and his true dragon divine beast of the upper stage 11 joined the battle. "Let's go!" Baremo shouted impatiently and took the lead to retreat. One Luo Dongsheng was already too much for him to handle. Now that Diao Feng was at a disadvantage and Ling Timing had a true dragon divine beast, Baremo had no confidence to fight them. As for the others, they should have heard his voice. If they could escape, they should escape. Diao Feng also knew that the advantage was no longer on their side. As soon as Ba Mo's voice fell, he immediately used the blood technique and ran away with all his strength. He left behind a threat. "You guys obediently return to the Heaven Region's territory. Otherwise, I will kill all of you." If the two peak supreme martial artists wanted to escape with all their strength, Ling Xiao might have a chance to catch up with them. However, it would not be easy to win against them. "Let them go. Go back and kill the others first." Ling Timing was also decisive and immediately said to Ling Xiao and Luo Dongxing. Ling Xiao and Luo Dongxing did not have any objections. They immediately rushed to the other battlefields and killed the other supreme martial artists of the Dragon Slaying Union. In fact, when they were fighting, the people of the Dragon Slaying Union had been completely defeated. With the addition of Ling Zhao's real body and Wu Bufan, they killed almost everyone below the level of a high-level supreme martial artist. There was no real fight to the death. Instead, it was a one-sided situation. After all, Ling Zhao's illusory formation had already killed many people and forces of the Dragon Slaying Union. Ling Xiao also summoned his Immortal's Corpse Demon and living puppets. Among his fresh troops, there were a few high-level supreme martial artists. When they joined up with the people of the Heavenly Dragon League, it was much easier to surround and kill the people of the Dragon Slaying Union. As for Diao Feng's skeleton puppets, they were less powerful than the Immortal's Corpse Demon. Hence, they could not help the people of the Dragon Slaying Union too much. The people of the Dragon Slaying Union were defeated like a landslide. Almost half of them were killed. When Baremo ordered them to retreat, they did not even think about it and immediately ran away at full speed. However, Ling Xiao, Ling Timing, and Luo Dongsheng would not let go of the opportunity to beat them when they were down. Their speed was much faster than them. They split into 3 directions and killed the people of the Dragon Slaying Union. The people of the Dragon Slaying Union were all afraid of being killed. They ran as fast as they could. It was a pity that they were born with 2 less legs. It did not take long for the people of the Dragon Slaying Union to be wiped out. Many of the skeleton puppets were also destroyed. In this battle, the Heavenly Dragon League won a great victory. They only lost less than 10 people. 2/3 of the Dragon Slaying Union died. The remaining 1/3 were either injured or escaped. It would not be easy for them to gather together to deal with the Heavenly Dragon League. The people of the Heavenly Dragon League had been in the Outer Realm for so long. They finally killed and vented their anger. All of them laughed loudly. "Xiao, you are really the lucky star of our clan. If you did not come, I am afraid we would have been killed by the other party." Ling Timing also showed a rare smile and said to Ling Xiao. Luo Dongxing also couldn't help but sigh. "You already have the qualifications to fight for the top of the sovereign list. If you kill that Diao Feng, our Dragon Gate will definitely have another existence on the sovereign list. Don't try to flatter me. That Baremo and Ingma have already escaped. The next time they come, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with." Ling Xiao replied. "If they want to make a comeback, I am afraid they will only join the Sky Tiger region's camp. This time, we have no choice but to meet up with the people of the Tianyuan region. Otherwise, they might be broken through by the people of the Sky Tiger region." Ling Timing replied. "That's right. It is impossible for Baremo and Ingma to gather other people. After all, the sovereigns of the southern region have joined other gangs. They can only join the Sky Tiger region. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take for them to make a comeback." Luo Dongxing also agreed. In that case, let's go and meet up with the people of the Tianyuan region. Together, we will stop the people of the Sky Tiger region. At the same time, we will spread the conspiracy of the Devil Tiger clan to the Heaven region. Hopefully, we will be able to gather more people to deal with the people of the Sky Tiger region. Ling Xiao replied after thinking for a while. Xiao, this is a good idea. Let the people of the other regions be on guard against the people of the Devil Tiger clan and destroy their ambitions. Ling Taimeng replied. Ling Taimeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Among his descendants, there was finally an all-around monster. Not only was his martial strength astonishing, he could also refine pills and was even more intelligent than others. This kind of monster, no matter what era it was, would probably be the most amazing existence. What is the Devil Tiger clan's conspiracy? Luo Dongxing asked in confusion. Ling Taimeng made a long story short. He briefly told Luo Dongxing about what had happened with the sovereigns of the Tianyuan region. What great ambition! They are not afraid of dying from overeating. Luo Dongxing narrowed his eyes and shouted. Their plan will definitely not be realized in a day or two. They want to first control the alchemists of the Tianyuan region and strengthen the strength of their Devil Tiger clan. Then they will slowly move to other regions. Ling Taimeng replied. Old ancestor is right. Right now, we must first give the Devil Tiger clan a head-on blow. We cannot let anything happen to the Tianyuan region. Ling Xiao agreed. After Ling Xiao, Ling Taimeng, Luo Dongsheng and the others rested for a day, they rushed towards the direction of the Tianyuan region. Chapter 1643. The warriors of the Heaven Tiger Zone were stationed near the first land they had crossed on the Southern Territory Road. They had more people than the warriors of the Heaven Source Zone. They had more than 400 incipient God Realm experts, which was 100 more than the warriors of the Heaven Source Zone. The other group was led by Diao Feng to help Bar Mo, Ing Ma, and the others besieged Sha Tian's Dragon League. They planned to destroy the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon League first. Then they would recruit Bar Mo, Ing Ma, and the others to clear the warriors of the Heaven Source Zone. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. First, Jianghu was exposed. Then, the news that the Dragon Slayer Union was destroyed came. The warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe were shaken. Inside the Heaven Tiger Zone, Jianghu was bowing respectfully in front of a man in a black cloak. This man had his back to him. He was tall, slim, and muscular. Dark mist twirled around him, giving people a vague feeling. People couldn't see his face clearly. You said that all of this happened because of Ling Xiao of the Heaven Dragon Zone? Asked the Black Shadow gloomily. Yes, father. I don't know how he saw through me. But Diao Feng just sent me a message. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone is as strong as a peak supreme being. He also has many gods' corpses and demon corpses. Moreover, he can arrange high-level illusory formations. That's why Diao Feng's team lost. If we don't eliminate him, he will be a big obstacle to us. Replied Jianghu. He's really capable. However, the more capable he is, the easier it is for him to die young. The Black Shadow sneered and then said, Hurry and find those people of the Heaven Source Zone. The people we're waiting for are coming. It's time to eliminate them. Jianghu arched his brows. The Thunder Clan's people are here? Yeah, they want to join us to rob the alchemists. Of course, they have to show their sincerity. However, we have to guard against them. We can't let them touch the Heaven Source Zone. Answered the Black Shadow. In another direction, Ling Xiao and the others were rushing towards the Tianyuan region. After Ling Xiao exposed Jianghu, who was also Mingguang, for the people of Tianyuan region, the people of Tianyuan region had already moved their positions, no longer staying in the original space, for fear of being surrounded and annihilated by the other party. Ling Taimeng had a sound transmission connection with Duke Lian Hao, so it wasn't difficult for him to know the direction of their new location. They must be considered allies and on the same side. When necessary, they would definitely help each other. After Ling Xiao and the others met up with the people of Tianyuan District, the people of Tianyuan District were shocked when they heard that the Heavenly Dragon Union had completely wiped out the Dragon Extermination Union. They knew that a few days ago, Ling Taimeng had come to their Tianyuan region for help. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the Dragon Extermination Guild would be destroyed by the Heavenly Dragon Alliance? Under Duke Lian Hao and Zhuo Xinghong's repeated questioning, Ling Taimeng told them about Ling Zhao's undeniable contributions. When the most powerful sovereigns of Tianyuan region heard that Ling Xiao was actually able to set up a heaven-defying illusion array, all of them looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. It had to be known that illusion techniques were almost extinct, and even if they existed, they would only be ordinary illusion techniques. There were very few people like Ling Xiao who could set up a heaven-defying illusion array. And they were all very clear about the power of the illusion array. No wonder the people of the Dragon Extermination Guild fell for it. Kid, you actually know how to set up an illusion array. If it wasn't for your old man saying so, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Duke Lian Hao sighed. Zhua Xinghong also laughed from the side. This time, I believe that this kid will be able to help us deal with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. As long as we heavily injure them, their scheme will automatically collapse. Don't worry, this time we are here to help you deal with them. We will definitely make them return in defeat. Ling Taimeng said from the side. I don't think it will be so easy. The fact that I know how to set up an illusion array must have already spread to the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. After all, many people escaped from that battle. The people of the Heavenly Tiger region will definitely prepare a way to break the array. Ling Xiao said from the side. Although the power of the illusion array was extraordinary, there was no lack of strange objects that could break the illusion array. If the people of the Heavenly Tiger region were prepared, his illusion array would not have much of an effect. Ling Zhao's words were undoubtedly like pouring cold water on everyone, causing them to become gloomy. If you had helped us deal with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Why did you hide the liquid? King of Hell Yen said with some dissatisfaction. Back then, Ling Xiao found them first. If Ling Xiao had told them that he would set up a high-level illusion array to help them kill the enemy, they would have been able to deal with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region a step earlier. Yeah, now that they know that the illusion array is ineffective, it's such a waste. Shi Gaoshan sighed softly from the side. What they said was undoubtedly only from their standpoint, and they did not consider the thoughts of Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Dragon Alliance at all. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, Back then, I said that I could destroy them, but none of you believed me. This time, King of Hell Yen and Shi Gaoshan were choked by Ling Xiao's words. Indeed, when Ling Xiao first arrived, he said that he could destroy the people of the Heavenly Tiger region, but they thought that Ling Xiao was just bragging. Even if you prepared a way to break the array in advance, they might not know that you have joined our side. Maybe it's worth a try. Zhua Xinghong said with a bit of hope in his heart. It should be useless. The people of the Heavenly Tiger region and the people of the Dragon Slaying Association have formed an alliance. They will naturally think that we will form an alliance. Luo Dongxing said. For a moment, everyone fell into silence, not knowing what to say. I think we can actually take the initiative to attack. Ling Xiao said after hesitating for a moment. Take the initiative to attack? Isn't that courting death? The people of the Heavenly Tiger region are more than us. If many of our experts have not gone to outer space, we don't need to be so afraid of them. A high-level supreme expert of the Tianyuan region responded. I think this method is feasible. King of Hell Yen agreed with Ling Zhao's proposal. Yes, they have always been provoking us. If we suddenly attack, they will definitely not have any preparation. Shi Gaoshan's eyes were glowing as he echoed. Anyway, we will have to fight sooner or later. Why not fight to our heart's content? Ling Taimeng shouted. But in this case, the loss will be very heavy. Lian Haogong said with some hesitation. The supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts here were all the strongest existences in the Tianyuan region. They were all famous figures. If they fought, they were afraid that many of them would be killed. It would cause the Tianyuan region to have a shortage of young and old. Although there were many of them who lived in seclusion or had gone to outer space, the current situation was the most important. He had to worry about it, and at the same time, he was afraid of failure. This matter is not urgent. Let us slowly study it first. Zhua Xinghong also said. He also had some concerns in his heart. This risk was too big. Once something went wrong, it could be a matter of life and death for their entire region. Ling Xiao also knew that his idea was a little radical, but he felt that it was more practical to attack directly than to sit and wait for death. Moreover, if the other side was fully prepared, even if they took the initiative to attack, it would only produce the opposite effect. If you don't dare to attack now, then, You should all go back to the Tianyuan region. At least, they won't dare to openly use force in the Tianyuan region. Otherwise, what's the point of you staying here? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, but still said what was in his heart. His words were more or less mocking the people of the Tianyuan region for not having enough courage. Everyone present had a change of expression, and their hearts were very uncomfortable. After all of them had reached the supreme expert level, and their minds were very firm. It was not something that could be shaken by ordinary things. Now that Ling Xiao's words were like a knife stabbing into their hearts, they felt uncomfortable. Good, since medicine god Ling is not afraid of death, why should we hide here and fight to the death with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region? Yama Yan's blood was finally stirred up, and he slapped his chest and shouted. Shi Gaoshan also licked his lips and said, Good, let's kill them. Let the people of the Heavenly Tiger region know that the people of our Tianyuan region are not people they can bully. Good, let's attack together and catch them off guard. We will definitely be able to kill them back to the Heavenly Tiger region. Yes, those who are afraid of death are cowards. In any case, now that we have the help of our friends from the Heavenly Dragon Alliance, we will definitely be able to kill the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. Let's go kill them now, and not a single one will be left alive. Let's go kill them now, and not a single one will be left alive. The Tianyuan region supremes were all high in fighting spirit, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They wanted to immediately go out to battle. Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong looked at each other and revealed a wry smile. They couldn't help but secretly admire Ling Xiao's method of provoking the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. It was really effective. Two palace masters, since everyone is so confident, do you think it's feasible? Ling Xiao asked Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong. Lian Haogong pondered for a moment and said, Good, since everyone is so determined, then let's fight to the death with them. Then, our Heavenly Dragon Alliance will do our best to help. Ling Taimeng expressed his position. The Kim people and the demonic tiger tribe already had enmity, and previously, the people of the Heavenly Tiger region supported the dragon-slaying union to deal with them. This enmity had already become deeper and deeper. Therefore, now that there was a chance to borrow the strength of the people of the Tianyuan region to deal with the demonic tiger tribe, why wouldn't Ling Taimeng do it? There is no room for mistakes in this battle. I think the two palace masters don't need to participate in the battle. Just support us from the rear. Ling Xiao said again. Why? Do you think the two of us are dragging you down? Zhuo Xinghong said to Ling Xiao. How can that be? I just feel that the two palace masters are our core, and we absolutely can't make any mistakes. You two stay in the rear, so that we can go all out and fight. Ling Xiao said implicitly. To be honest, he really didn't believe in the fighting ability of the two alchemists, so it was better to let them stay in the rear, so that others wouldn't be distracted and take care of them. Chapter 1644. Although Ling Xiao's words were a little reserved, even Duke Hao and Zhuo Xinghong were somewhat displeased. Everyone was an alchemist. What right did a junior have to think that their combat strength was lacking? It was just that before they could speak, the Tianyuan region's people all agreed with Ling Xiao's words and persuaded the two of them to stay one after another. The two were helpless in the end and could only compromise. You brat, remember today's words. If you don't come back alive, I'll make Zhao, or never forgive you. Duke Hao patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, That's right. If you don't come back, we'll make Zhao or remarry. Do as you see fit. Zhuo Xinghong also echoed. Two hall masters, you're abusing your position to avenge personal grudges. Ling Xiao sighed lightly, then said with a smile, Relax, this time, we can definitely achieve victory. Immediately after, the two hall masters said a few words to the Tianyuan region's people and started to move. Before they set off, they all kept their holy beasts, each consumed a medicinal pill that could conceal any life aura, and flew in the direction of the Heaven Tiger region. The sneak attack this time was definitely the most intense ambush war. It could be said to represent the true collision between the two great regions. Whoever won or lost in the end would have a tremendous impact on the Heaven region. On the way, Ling Xiao suggested once again that after reaching the other party's territory, they should immediately launch an attack on the Heaven Tiger region's people with the momentum of a thunderbolt. They absolutely could not hide any strength. They must make the Heaven Tiger region's people suffer heavy losses in the first round of attack. This way, It would be more advantageous for them to carry out the final killing blow. The people present were not fools. Of course, they could all understand the benefits of Ling Zhao's suggestion. Each and every one of them agreed. Rather than launching a sneak attack, it was better to directly annihilate them with overwhelming means. This way, they could achieve the goal of reducing the enemy and gain the upper hand by a show of strength. Over at the Heaven Tiger region's people's side, they lost Zhang Onguang, this insider. They did not know the actions of the Tianyuan region's people. They were all waiting for the ThunderClan's people to come and rendezvous with them. Then they could face the Tianyuan region's people head-on and carry out the encirclement. It was just that the ThunderClan's people did not come after so long, making them feel very puzzled. Zhang Onguang once again found his father and asked, "Dad, we can't keep waiting like this. I have a feeling that the people of Tianyuan region should be preparing reinforcements. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is useless. You don't have to worry about this matter. The message from that side will arrive in 3 days." At that time, those people from the Tianyuan region will be annihilated, the Black Shadow replied faintly. He then continued, "But it's also thanks to you that you managed to eliminate nearly 100 people from the Tianyuan region. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses if we wanted to take them down." "This is what I should do," Zhang Onguang replied. He then said, "Those people from the Dragon Slaying Union are not willing to submit to us. Bar Mo and Shadow Horse are only willing to stay and help us. After this is over, they will leave us. Hee, after this battle is over, they will stay even if they don't want to. You don't have to worry about this." The Black Shadow sneered. Just as Zhang Onguang was about to say something, the Black Shadow suddenly shouted coldly, "Someone is sneaking over. Tell everyone to be on guard." "Father, could it be someone from the Thunder Clan?" Zhang Onguang also tried to sense, but he did not find anything. He could not help but praise in his heart, "Father's senses are really amazing." "No, damn it. It's the people from the Tianyuan region. Quickly fight." The Black Shadow no longer suppressed his voice, but instead shouted loudly. For a moment, the people from the Heavenly Tiger region who were scattered in several corners did not understand what was going on, but after hearing the warning, they all became nervous. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. "Kill! Rumble!" As this voice fell, all kinds of energy instantly attacked from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Meteors, hailstones, waves of water, rolling stones. All sorts of violent forces enveloped the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, or even millions of kilometers. These energy gathered the anger of everyone in the Tianyuan region, including the anger of the people from the Heavenly Dragon League. The sky was shaking, space was collapsing, and power was roaring wildly. Most of the people from the Heavenly Tiger region were hit by these power, and their screams were drowned out by the sound of the explosions. One after another, figures in a sorry state rushed out of the bombarded area. "Bastard, everyone, don't panic, fight back." Zhang Onguang's father was the leader this time, and he rushed to the sky and roared. However, the boundless power that blotted out the sky and covered the entire area. Countless powers were killing the people of the Heaven Tiger territory. His words were of no use at all. Dozens of people who were attacked had already died, and most of them were more or less injured. Most importantly, they were frightened by the wave after wave of power. They had no idea how many enemies there were, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, making them unable to resist. The people of the Tianyuan region should not know where they were, and they thought that the people of the Tianyuan region would only defend and not attack, so it was impossible for them to take the initiative to attack. However, the abnormal situation had caused them to suffer heavy injuries, and they all lost their fighting spirit and confidence. They only wanted to escape. "Father, it's the people of the Tianyuan region and the Kim people. Damn it, they really joined forces to deal with us." Zhang Onguang's body was surrounded by light and darkness chi, and he looked abnormally demonic. His eyes, one light and one darkness, passed through the many attack barriers, and saw the situation on the other side. "It seems that I underestimated their patience. Kill them. No one is allowed to escape, and anyone who tries will die immediately." Zhang Onguang's father shouted, and his hand reached out in a direction, grabbing a supreme being from the Heavenly Tiger region who was trying to escape, and squeezed him into minced meat. Zhang Dian, a famous existence on the sovereign list, was ranked in the top 18, much higher than Bar Mo, Luo Dongsheng, Yan Wangyan, and Shi Gaoshan. He was also one of the ancestors of the demonic tiger clan, and ranked third in the clan. After he killed one of his own people, the people of the heavenly tiger region were shocked, and none of them dared to escape. At the same time, they began to counterattack, blocking the people of the Tianyuan region. At this time, Yan Wangyan shouted, "Kill these heavenly tiger region bastards." Yan Wangyan held a round wheel in his hand, and riding a two-headed golden leopard, he charged towards the people of the heavenly tiger region. Kill all these ambitious fellows." Shi Gaoshan also bellowed, riding on his holy beast. He also rushed forward. Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing also took action immediately, taking advantage of the chaos to kill all the people of the heavenly tiger region. The people of the Tianyuan region and the Heavenly Dragon League also rushed out with red eyes. At this moment of life and death, no one would hide their strength, and they attacked with all their strength, killing the enemy. "How audacious! You dare to ambush us? Today, I'll erase the names of your Tianyuan region." Jiang Dian roared. A demonic tiger king appeared at his side, brandishing its tiger halberd as it charged forward. At the same time, two people suddenly appeared beside him, and as soon as they appeared, more than 20 holy beasts with dark attributes appeared. These two people were the beast tamers of the heavenly tiger region, and they were quite useful. Each of them could control more than 10 level 11 holy beasts, which was comparable to more than 10 supreme beings at the incipient god realm. In addition, the people of the evil blood sect summoned many skeleton puppets to join the battle. At this moment, Jiang Onguang also burst out his true strength. The two powers of light and darkness intertwined, giving him a terrifying strength that could compete with anyone on the sovereign list. The real battle between the two regions broke out at this moment. No matter who won or lost, this battle was destined to be recorded in the history books. "Brother Wu, everything depends on your own ability. Take care," Ling Xiao said to Wu Bufan, and then rushed into the battle. Wu Bufan smiled faintly and said, "This is a rare opportunity, and I like this kind of battle the most." Wu Bufan was a martial madman. He finally burst out his true strength, and his devouring supernatural ability would also become famous in this region. Just now, the Tianyuan region's ambush had succeeded. More than 400 people attacked at the same time, killing dozens of people from the Heavenly Tiger region, and injuring more than 100 people. However, the Heavenly Tiger region's side wasn't so easy to deal with. In the beginning, they had lost their composure, but under Jiang Dian's intimidation, they finally had the intention to fight. There were many monstrous geniuses among them. Besides Jiang Dian and Jiang Onguang, there were also Jiang Kong, Wu Gulang, and Bar Mo. These three were all existences on the sovereign list, and their strength was self-evident. There were also a few juniors from the Demon Tiger clan, and they all had the ability to fight above their level. A real chaotic battle, a real slaughter, and intense collisions unfolded. Multicolored berserk energy constantly flew about. The surrounding area had completely turned into a chaotic space of power. Any turbulent astral winds were crushed and pushed away. The gods were fighting, and the holy beasts were biting. Blood splattered everywhere, and many limbs were sent flying. It was a cruel and intense battle. On the battlefield, no one could guarantee their own safety. Even someone as strong as Ling Xiao couldn't guarantee that. When he killed a person from the Heavenly Tiger region, 3 killing forces attacked him from behind at the same time. Even if he was unparalleled in speed, he would still be injured. If not for his freakish physique, he would definitely be heavily injured. Ling Xiao's speed was very useful in this kind of chaotic battle, and his soul power attacks would always be his trump card in battle. Many enemies lost the ability to fight under his soul power attacks, and Ling Xiao or the Tianyuan region's sovereign immediately killed them. Ling Xiao was covered in blood, and his battle intent soared into the sky. He had already become a terrifying war god. Chapter 1645. Little bastard, it's all because of you. Today, I will chop off your head. A sinister voice rang out as a powerful attack slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Jiang Onguang had always harbored hatred for Ling Xiao. He had originally hidden in the Tianyuan district and killed everyone there. However, because of Ling Xiao's appearance, he had only managed to kill a quarter of the people in the Tianyuan district. There were still 300 people who hadn't died and hadn't been affected, causing the Jianghu district to suffer heavy losses. It was all because of this kid in front of him. He had to chop off this kid's head to vent his hatred. The light and darkness chi slashed towards Ling Xiao's head with terrifying force. On this chaotic battlefield, one had to maintain the highest level of vigilance at all times to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. When Jiang Onguang's sword slashed down, Ling Xiao was immediately alerted. His divine will was not inferior to any peak supreme beings. At this moment, Ling Xiao had no time to summon his divine soul. He used the Umbra Divine Sword to block the attack. Clang! Ling Xiao felt a terrifying force travel from the sword hilt to his arms, causing them to become numb and blood to flow from his eyes. The Umbra Divine Sword was almost shaken out of his hands. His entire body was instantly sent flying as he spat out blood. The power of Jiang Onguang's sword was truly terrifying. Little bastard, don't even think of escaping today. Jiang Onguang scolded loudly as he slashed towards Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao was furious. This guy's mouth was so smelly. He actually dared to insult him like this. You spy, you still have the face to stay here? Why don't you take a piece of tofu and kill yourself? Ling Xiao scolded loudly. His divine soul clone immediately appeared and attacked Jiang Onguang. Although Jiang Onguang had long known that Ling Xiao had a divine soul clone, he hadn't thought about it at the moment. He was only focused on killing Ling Xiao with lightning speed. It was also because of this carelessness that Ling Xiao's divine soul had already circled to his side and carried out the most powerful killing move. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 6th move, Double Dragon Baneful Wind. Ling Xiao's first move was a sure kill move, not giving Jiang Onguang any chance to breathe. A twin dragon wind fiendish dragon shot towards Jiang Onyang's divine body. Even if Jiang Onguang's strength was shocking, he wouldn't have expected such a sudden sneak attack. Bang! Jiang Onguang was struck heavily. His protective light was pierced, but he was already wearing armor. The destructive power only made a hole in the armor. It almost reached Jiang Onguang's body. Damn it, I forgot that this kid has a clone technique. Jiang Onyang cursed. At the same time, he hurriedly dispersed the destructive power and immediately entered a defensive state. Light and darkness chi intertwined. After sighing inwardly, Ling Xiao immediately entered a frenzied attack mode. The Imperial Dragon Sky-destroying technique attacked Jiang Onguang mercilessly. Jiang Onguang was hit so hard that he became dizzy. He kept vomiting blood. However, he didn't give up just like that. He roared and spun his divine sword. Two different forces slashed in all directions, forcing Ling Xiao to retreat. Little bastard, show me your true form. Jiang Onguang roared angrily. His ghostly eyes, one bright and one dark, emitted a mysterious divine light that could make all nothingness, evil beings, and phantoms appear in front of his eyes. At this moment, he finally saw Ling Xiao's divine soul clone. He swung his divine sword and used his terrifying sword technique. Yin-yang reverse flow. Jiang Onguang had the body of light and darkness. It was a terrifying divine body second only to the chaotic body. His sword technique was also the rare yin-yang god sword technique from ancient times. It was similar to the yin-yang god scripture cultivated by the body of water and fire. His sword seemed to be able to reverse time and destroy everything that defied common sense. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his life was slipping away from him. He was in a state of panic. Yin and yang could not be reversed. Time could not be reversed. However, this sword seemed to be able to reverse everything. Suddenly, the chaotic space in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to have some sort of reaction. There seemed to be some new changes in the pattern of activity. A strange feeling flowed. Ling Xiao seemed to have fallen into a strange feeling. He murmured, "Everything in the world has its laws. Anything that defies common sense is not tolerated by the heavens. You have reversed yin and yang. You deserve death." Just as Jiang Onguang's sword was about to land in front of him, Ling Xiao suddenly came to his senses. He turned into the wind and dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, he immediately counterattacked. His golden fist was like a dragon as it blasted towards Jiang Onguang. Jiang Onguang's reaction was extremely fast. His sword rotated rapidly and shattered Ling Xiao's golden dragon. "Little bastard, even the heavens can't save you today." Jiang Onguang sneered and attacked again. Yin and yang chaos. All of a sudden, time seemed to be in chaos. Sometimes, time went backward, and sometimes, time flew forward. All kinds of inexplicable confusion kept swelling in Ling Xiao's mind, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. The primal chaos space in his sea of consciousness was also slightly affected, but the strands of primal chaos aura flickered and immediately restored the flow of time. Disturbing the laws of time is one thing, but you're delusional enough to make time change for you. Dang! Ling Xiao said faintly. Ice fists suddenly appeared. Icebergs, glaciers, hailstones formed a world of ice, freezing everything to a standstill. Even time could not withstand this kind of extreme cold. Ding! The sword aura stirred the layers of ice, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. Ice crystals flew out continuously, but the light and darkness sword aura remained unstoppable. The sword aura's power was reduced by half after being filtered by the ice. Ling Xiao easily dispersed them. Jiang Guang stopped attacking and narrowed his eyes. You're not affected by my yin and yang qi? Do you have some kind of treasure on you? The power of his yin-yang god sword art was enough for him to compete with those on the sovereign ranking. However, he discovered that his sword technique seemed to have lost its effect before Ling Xiao. He was truly shocked. Heh, no matter what treasure I have, it's enough as long as it can deal with you. Ling Xiao sneered and quickly flew up with the stormwind movement art. A black hurricane raged in the area as shadows of his feet turned into black wind blades that drowned out Jiang Guang. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the limit, wanting to take the initiative to attack. He couldn't afford to let Jiang Guang attack again. His opponent's attack was too strange. If not for the primal chaos space in his mind, he would have been killed in just 2 moves. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. Unless Feng Qingyang was here, ordinary wind attribute sovereigns wouldn't be able to match up to him. The surroundings were filled with hurricanes, and countless black wind blades flew toward Jiang Guang to corrode him. Jiang Guang didn't panic in the slightest in the face of such a dense barrage of attacks. He simply changed his sword style, switching to an offensive and defensive move. Light shield, dark blade. Light and darkness revolved around him, and circular shields of light enveloped him in the middle. Dark swords appeared behind the shields of light and attacked in all directions. Rumble! Ling Xiao had already used all of his strength. He used 70 times his strength to turn Jiang and Guang's light shields and dark blades into dust. A series of deafening explosions rang out, and a lot of residual energy splashed in all directions. Jiang Guang was completely defenseless by Ling Xiao's sharp and domineering kicks. There were many footprints on his body, and even his defensive armor had cracked. Damn it, how can this little bastard be so fast? Even I can't catch him. Jiang Guang cursed and immediately switched from defense to offense. His sword technique rippled out, and streams of light and darkness energy flowed and surged. Each stream of sword chi was extremely terrifying, capable of cutting through all things and shattering the galaxy. He intended to disperse all the power of the hurricane. Yin-yang separation. These strands of sword chi were oppressive. Even Ling Xiao's hurricanes couldn't sweep them away. His body was cut by the strands of sword chi, and bloody wounds appeared. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat far away. He didn't dare to continue attacking. After this round, Ling Xiao understood that he and Jiang Guang were in a stalemate. Unless they fought to the death, it would be difficult to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Ling Xiao was shocked. The body of light and darkness is indeed powerful. His sword technique is even more strange and rare. With his strength, it won't be difficult for him to enter the sovereign ranking. Jiang Guang was also shocked. This little bastard is indeed capable. No wonder he could help the Heavenly Dragon Alliance destroy the Dragon Slayer Union. If we don't get rid of him today, he will definitely become a great threat to my Fiend Tiger clan in the future. Just as Ling Xiao and Jiang Guang were about to use their last bit of strength to kill each other, another person suddenly joined the battle. His target was Ling Xiao. This person was extremely fast, and his attack power was terrifying. It was enough to make any peak sovereign tremble in fear. Ling Xiao's back became alert, and his hair stood on end. He didn't even think about it and immediately dodged the attack. However, the other party's attack followed him like a shadow. The power wrapped around him, and he swore to chase after him. At the same time, Jiang Guang also took the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao with all his strength. Under the encirclement of these two forces, even if Ling Xiao was unparalleled in speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge it easily. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a formless pressure. That sense of danger triggered a special feeling in him. An inexplicable concept of sealing appeared, and he suddenly felt a sense of clarity that he hadn't been able to comprehend for a long time. Space seal! Ling Xiao roared, and an inexplicable aura was produced. Chapter 1646. The sealing intent domain was a kind of intent domain that Ling Xiao had sensed when he was fighting the polar bear. It could seal the space around him for a short time, which would slow down the opponent's reaction. That would give him time to counterattack and kill his opponent. Ling Xiao had tried so hard, but he couldn't comprehend this intent domain. However, as the two peerless experts were trying to seal him, he could finally grasp this feeling. At first, he thought that he could use the ice power to freeze the space to seal it or use his aura to subdue the opponent and then kill him. Now, he understood that he had found the wrong direction. The sealing intent domain wasn't created that way. In fact, to seal the space, he had to use his mind to urge the origin power he had cultivated to stop the flow of space. That way, the opponent wouldn't be able to control all kinds of energy. In just a blink of an eye, it could make the opponent lose control of their energy. It would make them feel helpless. It would make them feel like they were placed in a space cage. They would be sealed, and couldn't even think of resisting. The polar bear had activated the power of ice, causing it to freeze all other primordial powers. That was why it felt like it was being sealed off. The deeper one's understanding of this sealing intent domain was, the stronger the sealing power would be. Ling Xiao had an initial understanding of this feeling. He instantly drew upon the primordial powers of metal, wood, ice, fire, and wind, causing them to completely stop around him. At the same time, it also created an invisible pressure in the surrounding space, causing the two people who were attacking him to suddenly feel as if they were being sealed. The one who had ambushed him was Ying Ma. He had used the 8 banners to attack Ling Xiao. He wanted to cooperate with Jianghu to kill Ling Xiao. Among so many people, he hated Ling Xiao the most. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, his brothers wouldn't have died and the Dark Shadow clan wouldn't have been destroyed. Even if he had to die today, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao first. However, when his and Jianghu's attacks were about to land on Ling Xiao, they discovered that there seemed to be some kind of power that was sealing off this space, causing their power to suddenly be stuck. They couldn't continue their attacks. Ling Xiao also seized this opportunity and attacked the two of them at the same time, not giving them any chance at all. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 8th move, 5 dragons merge. All of Ling Xiao's power burst out, and his ultimate move suddenly burst out. 5 dragons of different colors roared and rushed out, swallowing the Shadow Horse and Jianghu at the same time. Before the 5 dragons fused into one, each of them possessed great power, enough to wreak havoc and destroy everything. But after the 5 dragons fused into one, the power of that one strike was even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. A short blockade was enough to decide the outcome of a battle between true experts. Terrifying explosions blasted everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers into nothingness. Only various kinds of energy were ceaselessly churning and splashing. When everything vanished, Ling Xiao couldn't even breathe properly. He had used all of his power in this attack. He didn't leave anything to spare. He had to subdue the two of them. Sure enough, in the distance in 2 directions, there were 2 people who were already riddled with injuries. Divine blood was flowing violently, and their bones were deep. Both of them were in an extremely miserable state. Moreover, their auras were extremely weak. Clearly, they were heavily injured. They urged their god power to recover their bodies. At the same time, they retreated at the same time. At this moment, they were so afraid of Ling Xiao. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could have such formidable power and that strange sealing intent domain. It was so astounding. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and swept all the energy around him to restore his condition. Then, he chased after Jianghu. In his eyes, Jianghu was far more of a threat than the Shadow Horse. However, Jianghu was very cunning. He always escaped to areas where many people were fighting. On one hand, he let others obstruct Ling Xiao, and on the other hand, he could attack the people of the Tianyuan district. This bought him some time to recover. In this chaotic battle, no matter who was strong or weak, as long as they were enemies, they would do everything they could to kill them. Ling Xiao's soul avatar was unable to deal with Jianghu. He could only help the people of the Tianyuan district kill the people of the Sha Tian Tiger district. Now, the battle had completely entered the climax. Jiang Dian was the strongest among them. He alone was able to fight against 2 people on the sovereign list, and he even had the upper hand. Yan Wang Yan and Shi Gao Shan were fighting him at the same time. Both of them felt great pressure and were almost killed by Jiang Dian many times. In the end, Luo Dongsheng had no choice but to join the battle. The 3 of them fought Jiang Dian at the same time. Only then could they suppress Jiang Dian. As for the other people on the sovereign list, it was up to Ling Taimeng and 2 or 3 other peak supremes to deal with them. The outcome of the battle between the apex experts couldn't be determined in a short time, but the battles of others were gradually becoming clear. After all, the Tianyuan district had gained the upper hand with a show of strength. Moreover, they had powerful reinforcements like Ling Zhao's real body and Wu Bufan, so the victory was already leaning towards the Tianyuan district. If it weren't for the fact that a few people in the Demon Tiger clan were particularly strong and had killed many supremes of the Tianyuan district, they would have long fallen into the enemy's hands. The battle didn't last long, but the sky was already dyed with blood, and cries of anguish could be heard everywhere. The number of supremes of the 2 great districts was decreasing. These were all overlord-level characters. Every loss of one of them meant a drop in the strength of their respective districts. More than 70 people from the Tianyuan district and the Heavenly Dragon Union had died, while the Heavenly Tiger district had lost nearly 200 people. The gap between them grew wider and wider. It was obvious that the Tianyuan district had completely devoured the Heavenly Tiger district. Each and every one of them had bloodshot eyes, and their power had erupted to the extreme. This part of the outer territory was already trembling. During this process, Ling Zhao's real body kept using the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to collect divine souls. Whether it was the enemy's or his own, he collected all of them. With such divine soul power, it was enough for his divine soul doppelganger to advance further. Currently, the people of the Heavenly Tiger district had completely lost their fighting spirit and confidence. Most of them were in a situation where they were being besieged by 2 or 3 people. They had already begun to think of retreating, but their leader hadn't given the order, so they could only fight with all their might. At this moment, Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger had already caught up with Jiang Guang and was ready to fight to the death with him. But Bar Mo appeared in front of Jiang Guang and blocked Ling Zhao's attack for him. Bar Mo said to Jiang Guang while fighting Ling Xiao, "Let's retreat immediately. Otherwise, we'll all be annihilated." Jiang Guang scanned the battlefield and understood that they no longer had any advantage. Helpless, he could only rush to his father's side and block a person for his father. He shouted in shock, "Father, our people can't hold on any longer." "Trash, all of you are trash. If you can't even defeat these people from the Tianyuan region, how can you unify the heavenly region?" Jiang Dian cursed in displeasure, and a black palm print ruthlessly pushed Yan Wang back. "Your Heavenly Tiger region is too ambitious. Aren't you afraid of holding on?" Lao Dongsheng countered Yan Wang Yan's attack, sending wave after wave of flames towards Jiang Dian. "Humph. I'll remember you all. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill all of you." Jiang Dian also understood the situation and had no choice but to leave behind some harsh words. He immediately ordered, "All of you, retreat. I'll cover the rear for you." Jiang Dian was still quite responsible. He didn't take the lead to escape, but stayed behind to delay the army of the Tianyuan region and let the others leave first. When his people had already retreated behind him, a divine artifact appeared in his hand. This divine artifact was very nefarious, like a spear, but also like a halberd. However, at the top of the divine artifact, there was a black skull, which was different from the head of a spear or a halberd. Calling it a scepter would be more appropriate. However, the scepter's body was a bit too long. On the body of the scepter, there were black snakes and demonic tigers, as well as many demons and spirits that appeared and wailed unceasingly. It gave off an extremely evil aura. Devil Soul Pagoda. Jiang Dian focused all of his power on the magic wand, and countless ghosts and malicious spirits suddenly appeared on the skull, pouncing in all directions. Woo-woo! These ghosts and malicious spirits seemed to come to life. Thousands of them appeared and directly devoured the consciousness of many of the Tianyuan region's sovereigns. Everyone be careful. This is the soul-devouring scepter. Don't let these evil things enter your EC. They will cause harm to your soul. Luo Dongsheng was experienced and immediately warned everyone. The people of the Tianyuan region all paled. At their level, what they feared the most was not the destruction of their bodies, but the injury to their souls. This was the most difficult hidden injury to heal, so they absolutely could not let these evil spirits invade their souls. However, there were a dozen or so weaker supremes who were much slower in defending, allowing these malicious ghosts and spirits to barge into their sea of consciousness and injure their souls. Ah! They immediately held their heads and let out miserable screams. Their battle strength immediately decreased. The people of the Tianyuan region retreated one after another. At the same time, they did everything they could to exterminate these ghosts and malicious spirits. The people of the Heavenly Tiger region also took advantage of this time to escape at full speed. However, these evil things that were difficult to deal with for many people were not the least bit harmful to Ling Xiao. His dragon phoenix divine hoop could help him block these malicious spirits and malicious spirits. It could also completely purify them into traces of soul power for him to absorb and refine. Jiang Dian also sensed Ling Xiao's strange intentions. He looked at him and raised his eyebrows, revealing a greedy look. He shouted, "It really is the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Haha, today you are mine." In ancient times, the Devil Tiger clan had dealt with the Soul clan. Jiang Dian was also an ancestor-level figure of the Devil Tiger clan. Naturally, his knowledge was extraordinary. He immediately recognized the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead. He laughed loudly. He actually ignored the others and directly grabbed at Ling Xiao. Chapter 1647. Jiang Dian was ranked 18th on the sovereign list. He was a truly terrifying figure who stood at the peak of this world. The power he could unleash with his bare hands was incomparably majestic. It was not something that an ordinary supreme being could match. The black hand that was like a demonic cloud came crashing down, giving Ling Xiao a shocking feeling that he could not escape. Ling Xiao's real body couldn't move, but his spirit doppelganger dashed over at an extreme speed. His fists were like heavenly fire falling down from the heavens, carrying a torrential fist intent towards the demonic hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fist and the palm clashed. Terrifying power trembled, and a lot of power splashed in all directions. Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing also rushed towards Ling Xiao's real body at this moment. They all knew what Ling Xiao's safety meant. They absolutely would not allow Jiang Dian to kill Ling Xiao. It was also because of the spiritual avatar's obstruction that the crisis of Ling Xiao's real body was temporarily alleviated. Ling Xiao secretly wiped off his cold sweat. The pressure that Jiang Dian gave him was too great. "You have some tricks up your sleeves. Remember to protect this Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop well. I will definitely come for it next time." After Jiang Dian shouted, he gave up on attacking Ling Xiao's real body. Instead, he attacked Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar. No one expected Jiang Dian to change so quickly. His attack was also so fast that Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar could not react in time. The other party's soul-devouring staff directly shrouded the top of his head. This attack had already reached an unimaginable level. The power was as majestic as the sky. The soul-devouring staff had an innate sucking ability on the soul. Just as Ling Xiao's soul avatar reacted and wanted to turn into soul power to disappear in this space, it was trapped by the sucking and couldn't move. Bang! Ah! As the soul-devouring wand fell, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger cracked instantly. Blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, his divine soul and physical body turned into strands of soul power that dispersed in all directions. Ling Xiao's divine soul was a body of flesh and blood. Its defense was comparable to any high-grade divine artifact. It was not something that ordinary people could hurt. But Jiang Dian's strike on the head forcefully blew up Ling Xiao's divine soul. This was definitely the first time that Ling Xiao's soul had suffered such a heavy blow. Even his real body was affected. He couldn't help but hold his head and scream. When Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger dissipated, the soul power all returned to Ling Xiao's real body. However, the soul-devouring staff in Jiang Dian's hand was emitting a demonic power that wrapped around and pulled Ling Xiao's soul power into the skull. Haha, this flesh and divine soul is more than enough to absorb dozens or even hundreds of supreme beings' divine souls. Good, very good. Jiang Dian laughed wildly and immediately retreated. Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongsheng chased after him at the same time, but were unable to stop him. The people of the Sky Tiger region had already successfully retreated, and no one was able to keep Jiang Dian behind. "Xiao, how are you?" Ling Taimeng called out to Ling Xiao anxiously. Luo Dongsheng and Wu Bufan came to Ling Xiao's side and protected him in the middle. Their faces were full of worry. I won't die," Ling Xiao said with great difficulty. His divine soul doppelganger was destroyed, but there was still a part of his soul power left in his sea of consciousness. It was just that his divine soul had suffered a heavy blow, which made him temporarily unable to use his soul power to attack, or condense his flesh and divine soul to fight with others. Not only that, if his divine soul power could not be replenished in time, it would also affect his future advancement, causing great harm to him. "Quick! Hurry up and recover. I have some divine herbs that are beneficial to the divine soul. Take them and eat them." Ling Taimeng took out a few divine herbs that were effective for the divine soul. Luo Dongsheng, Yan Wang Yan, Shi Gaoshan, and the others also generously took out some divine herbs that were effective for healing the divine soul. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Thank you everyone, I can hold on." After saying that, he immediately extracted a few divine souls from the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop and refined them to help him heal the divine soul injury. After a while, his complexion also regained some color. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely relieved. "All right, now let's go back and meet with the two palace masters. We will report this victory to them and let them be happy," Yan Wang Yan said excitedly. Shi Gaoshan also nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, thanks to Medicine God Ling's reminder, we were able to win this battle. This time, those people from the Heavenly Tiger region will not dare to be arrogant again." The others also echoed one after another, but not many of them had a victorious smile on their faces. Although they won this battle, nearly 100 people died on their side, and most of them were seriously injured. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to still laugh. The battle of the gods was cruel like this. It was either you die or I live. At their level, they were almost immortal existences. If there were no accidents, they could live for countless years. Now that they saw their companions die, they felt that at their level, it was still possible for them to die. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid that the death of their friends and brothers would only leave them with sorrow. Fortunately, they were on the winning side. The Heavenly Tiger region had lost more people, more than half of their troops, which could be considered to have shaken the foundation of their power. After this battle, they believed that if they wanted to attack the people of the Tianyuan region again, they would have to think twice. Just as the group was about to return to Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong's side, Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong rushed over first. They were obviously worried about this battle, so they rushed over impatiently. When they saw that everyone was more or less in a sorry state, they all tensed up. "Where are the people of the Heavenly Tiger region?" Lian Haogong asked apprehensively. Could it be that they failed? Zhuo Xinghong said worriedly. "Haha, two palace masters, you look down on us too much. Those bastards of the Heavenly Tiger region were all beaten away by us, and they also lost more than half of their troops. We won this battle." Yan Wang Yan laughed with incomparable excitement. Shi Gaoshan also echoed with a smile. "Yes, this battle was really satisfying. Those people of the Heavenly Tiger region were beaten silly by us from the beginning. Let's see if they dare to provoke us again." "That's right, I thought that the people of the Heavenly Tiger region were so awesome, but it turns out that they are just a bunch of paper tigers. If they didn't escape quickly, we would have definitely killed them all. It's all thanks to Medicine God Ling's suggestion that we were able to catch them off guard. We should all be thanking him." "That's right. Medicine God Ling is our Tianyuan region's lucky star. With this great victory, if the Heavenly Tiger region wants to invade us again, it would only be possible if they go all out. But we are not afraid of them." The people of the Tianyuan region spoke excitedly. Their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, they were feeling proud of the victory they had obtained. "Good, very good," Lian Haogong shouted excitedly. Zhuo Xinghong laughed heartily and said, "We've finally vented our anger. This time, we can go back and have a good celebration. I don't think we can relax on this matter. The strongest few of them are fine. With their ambition, they might make a comeback very soon," Ling Xiao reminded from the side. At this moment, his face was still a little pale, and his entire person looked rather weak. The divine soul was the foundation of a person. If it was injured, the impact would be extraordinary. That's right, the people from the Heavenly Tiger region won't retreat so easily. Maybe they will bring more people next time, so it's better for everyone to be more vigilant. King Yan echoed from the side. For a moment, everyone recovered from their excited state and calmed down a little. They all knew that Ling Xiao and King Yan's words were not wrong. The people from the Devil Tiger clan were not good scum. They had suffered a great loss this time, so they would definitely come back again. Xiao Er's complexion is so bad. Could it be that he suffered some serious injuries? Lian Haogong looked at Ling Xiao and asked worriedly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with a faint smile, "It's nothing serious, I can take care of it myself." "You injured your divine soul. These two palace masters might have a divine pill to heal your divine soul," Ling Taimeng said from the side. "What? Injuring your divine soul is a big deal. You can't be careless. I just happen to have a soul-recovering divine pill here. Quickly consume it," Zhuo Xinghong exclaimed from the side. At the same time, he took out 2 divine pills and handed them over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't refuse in front of so many people, so he could only accept it and thank him. After that, the group of people retreated to a stable space. The people from the Tianyuan region and the Heavenly Dragon Alliance also began to split up, planning to return to their respective places for the time being. The many years of war could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. They could now return to the Heaven Realm in peace and rest for a while. "Xiao come back with us," Ling Taimeng called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied, "Ancestor, I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going back with you for now." "Brat, what do you want? In your current state, it's hard for you to even protect yourself. Are you not going to listen to me, your ancestors' words?" Ling Taimeng said in a deep voice. Ling Xiao was the only medicine god of the Kim people. His safety was of great importance, so Ling Taimeng didn't want Ling Xiao to take risks in the outer realm. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's divine soul was still injured, and it wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Ling Xiao continued, "Ancestor, don't worry, I'm more afraid of death than anyone else. I won't ask for trouble, I just want to take my friend around and go back soon. With my strength, I can't beat him, but if I want to escape, no one can stop me." "Brat, can't you just let people worry? That Jiang Dian has already decided on you and will send people to arrest you. If you dare to walk around in the outer realm, I'm afraid." Ling Taimeng continued to persuade. "Ancestor, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If I really can't do it, I'll immediately return." Ling Xiao said firmly. "Forget it, Taimeng. Ling Xiao should have the same courage as him today. He dared to fight and charge forward in order to obtain the opportunity. Let him go," Luo Dongsheng said on behalf of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1648. In the end, Ling Taimeng allowed Ling Xiao to act alone. However, before he left, he still reminded Ling Xiao to take care of him, so that Ling Xiao could feel the care of this old ancestor. The people of Heavenly Dragon Union retreated first, while Lian Hao stepped forward and solemnly said to Ling Xiao, "Do everything according to your capabilities, don't force yourself." He knew that Ling Xiao was probably going to the Thunder Clan to rescue his elder brother, so he was very grateful to Ling Xiao. "Rest assured, Second Palace Master. I know what to do. You guys also have to be careful, pay more attention to the people of Heavenly Tiger Domain. It's best to call back all the people who went out, and guard for a period of time," Ling Xiao reminded. Then, he separated with Wu Bufan from the people of Tianyuan Domain. This trip was not only to help the people of Heavenly Dragon Union and Tianyuan Domain to deal with the people of Heavenly Tiger Domain, he had more important things to do. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan found a quiet space and both of them entered a short rest. "Brother Wu, I need to recover from my injuries first. I'll have to trouble you to protect me," Ling Xiao said to Wu Bufan. "Go, don't leave any hidden injuries." Wu Bufan waved his hand and said. Ling Xiao couldn't set up an illusion formation, his spirit was too weak, he couldn't drive his consciousness to set up a formation, he could only rely on Wu Bufan and his puppets to protect him. Now he must absorb all the spirit collected by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop as soon as possible and condense a spirit doppelganger, otherwise, this trip would become even more difficult. Ling Xiao's injuries were much more serious than others thought. His spirit doppelganger was the majority of his soul power, only a small amount of soul power remained in his sea of consciousness. If others suffered such a serious injury, their mental state would have gone haywire, or their cultivation would have been affected and regressed. After Ling Xiao entered a meditative state, he immediately took out the ghost soul grass, ghost soul spirit spring and the soul-returning divine pill given by Zhuo Xinghong and swallowed them together. These were divine materials that could repair the soul, and they could speed up the recovery of his soul and soul power. Ling Xiao guided the soul-controlling arts injury chapter and refined all of these medicinal effects. The weak divine soul was recovering bit by bit, and the dizziness was also weakening bit by bit. In the end, the pain was completely eliminated. Ling Xiao caught his breath and said to himself, "This is really a big loss. I didn't expect that eating so many divine objects would only help me recover from my injuries, and not much soul power. It seems that my divine soul power is much stronger than others, and I have to refine the collected divine souls to replenish it. I hope there won't be any more mistakes." Ling Xiao closed his eyes again and began to refine the 200 divine souls that he had collected from the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. A total of more than 300 people died, but some of them even had their divine souls destroyed, and some of them were not collected by Ling Xiao. However, this amount of divine soul power was already quite strong. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was indeed a pinnacle ancient god artifact. The collected divine souls were filtered into bits of soul power and fell into his sea of consciousness. The weak divine soul was replenished by the soul power, and it immediately grew stronger and stronger, feeling better and better. However, it seemed that these divine souls were not enough to recover to the peak. When all 200 divine souls were refined and absorbed, Ling Xiao found that his divine soul had only been cultivated to about 60%, and his strength was still far from that of his real body. Ling Xiao was extremely depressed. In the past, if I had so much divine soul power, I'm afraid it would be enough for me to reach the pinnacle supremacy level. Now, I've only recovered 60% of my strength, which is even weaker than the strength of my real body. Moreover, my flesh and blood body is not enough to reform again. Damn it! Ling Xiao said in his heart unwillingly. He did not expect that Jiang Dian's attack would cause such great damage to him. How careless! Everyone on the sovereign list is extraordinary, and that guy is even more terrifying. If we meet again, it's better to run away immediately. Ling Xiao said with a mournful expression. He had always thought that his divine soul power was enough to challenge a pinnacle supremacy. And that was the truth. However, he was still vulnerable against a top existence like Jiang Dian. Moreover, the soul-devouring staff was an evil divine artifact that could restrain soul power attacks. Now that Ling Xiao thought about it, when the demon tiger race and the other races fought against the soul race, the soul-devouring staff had caused great damage to the soul race. The soul-devouring staff, as its name suggested, could devour any soul. Even if Ling Xiao used his soul power to attack, it would be absorbed by the soul-devouring staff, unable to cause any harm. It could be said that the soul-devouring staff was a divine artifact that was used to restrain the soul race in ancient times. This was also why when Ling Xiao's divine soul was destroyed, the scattered divine souls couldn't return and were absorbed by the soul-devouring staff, making it more difficult for him to recover now. At this moment, Ling Xiao was very wary of the soul-devouring staff. If he were to encounter it again in the future, unless his real body's strength was similar to the soul-devouring staff, he would be dead even if his divine soul avatar recovered. Ling Xiao summoned his divine soul doppelganger. He was unable to form a body of flesh and blood, and was only an illusory existence. His strength was only at the early stage of the intermediate stage supreme stage. He had used close to 200 divine souls to barely recover his strength, which made him feel that it was indeed passable. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to recover to his peak, he had to cultivate slowly and absorb more divine souls to strengthen his soul power. No matter which method it was, he couldn't rush it now. Fortunately, he had the soul-controlling arts healing chapter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to recover or advance further. Ling Xiao stood up and released his aura, letting Wu Bufan know that he was no longer in seclusion. Wu Bufan walked over and asked, "How is it? Have you recovered?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy, but I won't die. Let's go. I believe the journey will be very exciting. I wonder if Brother Wu dares to go with me?" He ruined the Devil Tiger Clan's plan, so the Devil Tiger Clan wouldn't let him go. Although the southern region path wasn't where their main camp was, it still had a lot of influence. As long as they issued a wanted order, they would be hunted down like the Red Snake Gang in the past. Therefore, he was sure that the southern region path would be more dangerous than the eastern region path. After all, He had the protection of the Qingfeng alliance on the eastern region path, and the Red Snake Gang's strength couldn't be compared to the Devil Tiger clan. Not to mention that he was going to provoke the Lightning clan this time, and the slightest bit of carelessness might cause him to be blasted to death by a myriad of lightning bolts. So, he had to warn Wu Bufan beforehand and see if Wu Bufan had the courage to charge through the heavenly domain with him. Ever since I came with you, I've been listening to Brother Ling's instructions. Moreover, this will help me break through faster. Wu Bufan replied calmly. That's good. Let's hurry up and leave this region while they think that we won't appear on the southern region path. Ling Xiao replied. Immediately after, he summoned Muscle, and the two of them got on Muscle's back and flew into the distance. Ling Xiao's three sacred beasts were Xiao Jin, Muscle, and the Dragon Horse. All of them had speed that was comparable to the wind attribute. Among the three sacred beasts, Muscle was the strongest, and its speed was slightly faster than Xiao Jin and the Dragon Horse. Therefore, it was the best choice for Ling Xiao to temporarily use it as a mount. Muscle spread its wings, and it shuttled through the outer region like a gust of wind. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were meditating on its back, and they would occasionally communicate with each other. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also trying to comprehend the concept of the seal, and it allowed him to understand it more thoroughly. However, it wasn't easy for him to use it skillfully. He knew that once he completely grasped the concept of the seal, he would be able to seal the heaven and earth, and kill his enemies at will. This was definitely a very different kind of powerful concept, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could comprehend. If he hadn't fought with the polar ice bear, he wouldn't have known that there was such a magical realm in this world. Now that he had come into contact with it, he would be able to combine it with other techniques to form the 9th form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique. One could imagine just how terrifying and powerful that move would be. Wu Bufan, who was sitting quietly at the side, entered a strange state. It was as if he had become one with the outer region, and no one could sense his existence. This was the extraordinary aspect of the chaotic battle body. They were born to respond to chaos, and they were one with the heaven and earth at all times. They could quickly comprehend the foundation of all powers, and they could quickly increase their strength and advance. Not only that, but one could sometimes feel that he had transformed into a black hole, and he emitted a strange ancient aura. After rushing for a few days, they didn't encounter any great danger. Occasionally, some chaotic energy would suddenly appear, but they were all easily dodged by Muscle. On this day, many powerful auras suddenly appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan woke up with a start. Ling Xiao's expression turned gloomy, and he said, "There are more than 100 people. Could it be the people from the Heavenly Tiger territory?" Wu Bufan cried out lightly, "It shouldn't be, they didn't retreat in this direction, we have to avoid them, and we won't be able to handle them if they attack us." Although Wu Bufan was very confident, he didn't think that it was possible for them to fight to the death against an army of more than 200 people. "It's too late, they're already rushing towards us," Ling Xiao said, and he immediately summoned all his living puppets. There were originally more than 40 puppets, but now there were only around 30 of them left, and more than 10 of them had died in the previous battle. The group of people moved faster and faster, and they quickly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. This group of people was very mighty, and every one of them was holding a divine weapon, wearing divine armor, and riding many lightning attribute saint beasts. They had a fierce and overbearing lightning aura, and it was very eye-catching. They were like celestial soldiers descending, and the intense pressure they emitted was unbearable for ordinary people. Luo Jun, why is it you?" A surprised voice sounded from the group of people. Chapter 1649. This group of people were from the Thunder Clan, led by 2 peak-level Supreme Beings and 1 peak-level Supreme Being. The 2 strongest people had their auras restrained, while the peak-level Supreme Being released his aura. Streaks of lightning energy lingered around him, giving off a feeling that no one would approach him. The person who spoke just now was the peak-level Supreme Being. His name was Lei Luo Ting, and he was the current young patriarch of the Thunder Clan. He was born with the body of the Thunder God, and his battle prowess was not to be underestimated. This time, he had led the team to help the Sky Tiger region, take down the Tianyuan region, plunder the Tianyuan region's alchemists, and bring them back to the Thunder Clan to force them to refine pills. However, they had purposely delayed the meeting time with the Sky Tiger region, mainly because they did not trust the people of the Sky Tiger region. They hoped that after the people of the Sky Tiger region and the people of the Tianyuan region were both injured, they could pick up the ready-made peace. After all, their Thunder Clan had rushed over from the distant lightning space, and did not have much of an advantage. They definitely did not wish to become the cannon fodder of the Sky Tiger region. However, they did not expect that the people of the Sky Tiger region would be so useless, and be defeated by the people of the Tianyuan region in advance. When they received the news, the people of the Thunder Clan wanted to meet up with the people of the Sky Tiger region. However, the people from the Heaven Tiger region had suddenly cut off contact with them, causing them to be at a loss for what to do. They did not know what to do. They were originally invited to deal with the people of the Tianyuan region, but they did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Their group was not weak, but it was not realistic for them to start a war with the people of the entire Tianyuan region. Therefore, they had been looking for the people of the Sky Tiger region, hoping to explain things clearly and work together again. However, before they could find the people of the Sky Tiger region, they found Ling Xiao and the others first. And Ling Xiao had summoned the few people from the Lei clan in advance, which had saved Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Lei Luojun did not have Ling Xiao's orders, so he did not answer Lei Luoting's words. "Are you stupid? You're not answering me." Lei Luoting frowned and shouted. At this time, Ling Xiao also came back to his senses. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect to meet someone from the Thunder Clan. This is just right." Ling Xiao's heart stirred, and he immediately sent a message to Lei Luojun. "Big brother, why are you guys here?" Lei Luojun cried out in surprise. Lei Lingjun, Lei Yuanshi, and the others bowed and said, "Greetings, young master and lords. I thought you didn't recognize me, the young clan leader." Reloading with some dissatisfaction, he asked again, "Why are you guys here? Didn't I tell you to go to the Tianyuan region first?" "Big brother, you guys came at the right time. We almost died a violent death." Lei Luojun complained in front of Reloading. "What's going on? Could it be that the people of the Tianyuan region are unwilling to give in?" Relatin asked in puzzlement. "Not only are they unwilling to give in, they simply don't care about Xianxia's life. I used this to threaten them, but they threatened to kill us instead. If we didn't escape quickly, you guys wouldn't have been able to see me." Lei Luojun replied. "They really have guts. Where did they get their confidence from?" Reloading frowned and shouted angrily. "Big brother, you guys don't know, the Tianyuan region has already joined forces with the Sky Tiger region. No, it should be that the Tianyuan region is under the control of the Sky Tiger region, so why would they care about Xianxia's safety now?" Lei Luojun explained. "What did you say? The Tianyuan region is under the control of the Sky Tiger region? That's impossible. Are you lying to me?" Reloading stared at Lei Luojun and shouted in a deep voice. Not long ago, the people of the Sky Tiger region had contacted them. They knew that the people of the Sky Tiger region had just lost to the people of the Tianyuan region, so why did Lei Luojun say that it was a different matter? "Why would I lie to you? The Tianyuan region fell not long ago, and now it's the people of the Demon Tiger clan who have the final say. We have no choice but to return to the clan immediately. This is their territory, and the few of us are not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth." Lei Luojun said with a sad expression, then he asked again, "All right, big brother, why are you all here? Don't tell me you want to directly go to the Medicine Alliance? I think it's better to forget about it. We'll think about it when we return." At this time, a peak sovereign at the side opened his mouth and said, "Luojun, is what you said true? If there's even half a lie, you should know the consequences." This peak sovereign was very young, as if he had returned to his youth. He had a head of flamboyant purple hair, 2 long eyebrows, and an aged voice. He was called Lei Zhen, a relatively powerful existence in the Thunder Clan. The other peak sovereign looked old, called Lei Wanlong, and his seniority in the Thunder Clan was even higher. "Elder Lei Zhen, everything I said is true," Lei Luojun said very solemnly. At this time, the expressions of Lei Luoting, Lei Zhen, and Lei Wanlong all changed. "What do the two elders think?" Lei Luoting asked Lei Zhen and Lei Wanlong. "It's not good to make a conclusion on this matter." Lei Wanlong was obviously much more experienced. After saying that, he asked Lei Luojun many questions. Lei Luojun answered according to Ling Xiao's instructions, and the spearhead gradually led to the Sky Tiger region. Alright, before we left, I heard that the people of the Sky Tiger region and the people of the Tianyuan region wanted to join forces to deal with someone. Don't tell me they want to deal with our Lei clan? Lei Luojun suddenly asked. At this time, the expressions of Lei Luoting, Lei Zhan, and Lei Wanlong became even uglier. Lei Zhan was more hot-tempered, and he immediately shouted, "Outrageous! So the people of the Demon Tiger clan want to deal with us as well. No wonder Jiang Dian urged me to hurry over. He was waiting for us to die." Lei Luojun shouted with strong killing intent. Lei Wanlong didn't express his opinion, but his eyes swept over the people around Lei Luojun. His eyes were like lightning snakes, and it was very uncomfortable to be stared at. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan didn't dare to move. They were both behind the others, and although they looked calm, they were more or less nervous. Especially Ling Xiao, he was afraid that the Dragon Phoenix Divine hoop on his forehead would be recognized by the other party. That would be big trouble. Fortunately, when Lei Wanlong's eyes swept over them, it only paused on him for a moment, and then he didn't care about it. Just when Ling Xiao was about to heave a sigh of relief, Lei Wanlong looked at him and Wu Bufan again. "You two come here." Lei Wanlong suddenly opened his mouth, pointing at Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan, shouting. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan became nervous, and they both thought to themselves, could it be that they've been recognized? "Elder Wanlong, what do you want?" "They're just my subordinates that I recruited on my way here." Lei Luojun asked tentatively. "Don't you see something special about them? They're around 200 years old, but they have the competence of incipient god realm. They're absolutely the monstrous geniuses among the monstrous ones. I don't think such monstrous geniuses would choose to follow you." Lei Wanlong said gloomily. "As Elder Wanlong has called you, come here. Perhaps it's your good fortune." Lei Luojun said to Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan came together. The eyes of the ThunderClan's warriors fell on Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Apparently, they didn't believe that these two could have such extraordinary competence at such a young age. "Digi, elders, these are the two talented brothers that I've helped on my way to the Heaven Territory. This is Wu Xiao, and this is Wu Fan. Don't be fooled by their young age. In fact, they've reached their current level by seizing the body. You two, come and greet the young chief, Elder Wanlong, and Elder Zhen." Lei Luojun introduced. Seizing the body to cultivate again meant seizing the body of a baby to find the most suitable physique for oneself. Then they could cultivate again from a young age, which would help them break through the shackles that their previous body couldn't reach. The ThunderClan's warriors got it after listening to Lei Luojun. If it was seizing the body to cultivate again, it would be easier for them to accept it. Greetings to the young chief, Elder Wanlong, and Elder Zhen. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan bowed at the same time. Not bad. Even if it's seizing the body to cultivate again, it requires great perseverance to do so. Moreover, you've reached this level in a short period of 200 years. It's clear that your previous body was very powerful. Lei Wanlong praised. Then he asked, "Are you willing to join our ThunderClan?" "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Wanlong. We brothers were able to escape from danger thanks to Brother Luojun's help. We'll pursue him for a period of time, but we don't plan to join the ThunderClan for the time being." Ling Xiao replied. He thought in his heart, perhaps this is the best opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle. "Humph! Do you know that our ThunderClan is the overlord of the Southern Territory?" Lei Wanlong said discontentedly. "Elder Wanlong, these two brothers are my friends. I've already asked them. They don't want to join any forces and are afraid of being restricted. I think we should discuss this matter in the future." Lei Luojun persuaded from the side. Since Elder Wanlong has the intention to let them join our ThunderClan, it should be their honor. If they still refuse, wouldn't they be looking down on our ThunderClan? Lei Luoting shouted in a deep voice. "Yes, you should be happy to let you join our ThunderClan. As long as you're loyal to our ThunderClan, we won't restrict your freedom too much. If you still refuse, then don't blame us for not giving you face." Lei Zhen also added. These two geniuses might reach the peak level in the future. It was naturally a good thing for their ThunderClan to recruit them. However, if they couldn't recruit them, they would often do some ruthless things to destroy their roots. Two brothers, think about it carefully. As long as you join our Thunder Clan, we will definitely not treat you badly. Lei Luojun also helplessly added. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan purposely showed dissatisfaction on their faces, but they managed to suppress it. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "It's fine if you want us to join, but you must not restrict our freedom. Otherwise, we'd rather die than obey." Chapter 1650. In the end, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan reluctantly joined the Thunder Clan's camp. Lei Wanlong was very happy with the addition of the two. He felt that he had pulled in two potential worshippers for the clan. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "This old man really has a good eye." After that, the group from the Thunder Clan stopped at a stable space. Reloading, Lei Luojun, Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhan, and a few others gathered together to discuss the next steps. The Thunder Clan's people all thought that they were tricked by the Heaven Tiger region, so they hated the Heaven Tiger region to the bone. Instead, they temporarily put aside the matter of attacking the Medicine Alliance. Oh right, Wu Xiao and Wu Fan were once chased by the Heaven Tiger region's people. They know the Heaven Tiger region's plot the best. We can let them talk. Lei Luojun suggested. No one present objected. They didn't know the situation now. They had to find someone familiar to ask clearly to know what to do next. Thus, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were both summoned. Ling Xiao began his counter-plan. As long as he could persuade the Thunder Clan and the Heaven Tiger region to turn against each other, he could kill two birds with one stone. Not only could he solve the Tianyuan region's crisis, he could also make them fight each other and both sides suffer. Tell me, what is the Devil Tiger Clan's plot against our Thunder Clan? Reloading stared at Ling Xiao and asked. For some reason, he always felt uncomfortable looking at Ling Xiao. Maybe it was because he felt that whether it was in terms of character or temperament, Ling Xiao was not inferior to him, the young patriarch of the Thunder Clan, which made him feel a little unbalanced in his heart. If Ling Xiao could hear Reloading's thoughts, he would definitely shout, "It's a crime to be too handsome." You may not know, but the Devil Tiger Clan is powerful now. They have already controlled the Heaven Tiger region. It can be said that the Heaven Tiger region is already their world. We brothers were originally from the Heaven Tiger region, but because we didn't follow their orders, we were hunted down. If it wasn't for Brother Luojun, we would have died without a doubt. Ling Xiao began. However, before he could finish, Reloading interrupted him rudely. "I'm not asking you to talk nonsense. Hurry up and get to the point." Ling Xiao could only continue. They ruled the Sky Tiger region, and everyone obeyed their orders. They planned to swallow up the Tianyuan region, and then conquer the other three regions, completing their grand ambition of unifying the Heaven Domain. Now that they have successfully conquered the Tianyuan region, our Thunder Clan wants to occupy the Tianyuan region, which is equivalent to declaring war with them. The reason why they gathered all of you here is because they want to trap and kill all of you, because their future dream is to dominate the outer region and make everyone obey their orders. That Thunder Clan is no exception. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, everyone present became incomparably angry. Bastard, a bunch of dogs actually want to dominate the outer realm. They really don't know what's good for them. Reloading immediately cursed. That's right. Who do they think they are? They are all filthy things, yet they dare to call themselves kings? It seems like they are overconfident. Lei Zhan shouted. Rather, Lei Wanlong looked at Ling Xiao somewhat doubtfully and said, "Do they really have this kind of ambition? Don't they know what the outcome is if they really start a war with our Thunder Clan?" Lei Wanlong's thoughts were meticulous, and he was especially careful in everything. He was also the wisest person among this group of people. Facing his question, Ling Xiao had no choice but to answer carefully. Of course they won't start a war with the Thunder Clan immediately. They plan to entangle and swallow up all the forces in the Heaven region bit by bit. At that time, even the Thunder Clan won't dare to easily challenge them. As for this time, it is you guys who want to plunder the Heaven region's alchemists, so the Devil Tiger Clan has no choice but to delay you guys in advance. If it really doesn't work, they will surround and kill you guys together with the people of the Heaven region. Think about it, you guys came from the distant lightning space, what advantage do you have here? That's right, the Medicine Alliance is the largest alchemist organization in the outer realm. Whoever obtains them will have countless medicinal pills that can continuously make their own people stronger. The Devil Tiger Clan first targeted them because of this point. If they were given more time to develop, create more experts, and subdue more people from more regions, our ThunderClan might not be their opponent. Lei Luojun echoed. After a pause, he continued, back then they also knew that I was from the ThunderClan, but they still wanted to kill me. It can be seen that they really have no fear. How dare they? Do they think that our ThunderClan is so easy to bully? Let's immediately find them and kill them. Lei Zhen said angrily. No wonder Jiang Dian suddenly cut off contact when our people were almost here. It seems like he played us like monkeys. Lei Wanlong narrowed his eyes and said. He now believed Ling Zhao's words. No matter how careful he was, he didn't think that Lei Luojun had already become someone else's puppet. Elders, what do you think we should do? Reloting asked. He was also quite annoyed right now. Originally, he wanted to capture some alchemists and bring them back, which could be considered the first great contribution he had made after becoming the young patriarch. Who would have thought that it would be a trap? Fortunately, they met Lei Luojun and the others, or else they wouldn't even know what was going on. Lei Wanlong and Lei Zhan both fell silent, not knowing how to express their opinions. After all, if they made the wrong decision in such a big matter, the price they would have to pay would be extremely high. Now that we are on the road to the Heaven region, I'm afraid that the alliance of the two great regions will be waiting for us. I think we should return first and then plan from there. Lei Wanlong broke the silence. His idea was a bit conservative, but it was also the safest way. Elder Wanlong, if we return with our tails between our legs, the prestige of our ThunderClan will definitely be ruined, and it won't be good for the young patriarch either. Lei Zhan said, then he said, I think we can take a detour and directly kill our way to the Heaven region to capture those alchemists and then return. They are all waiting for us here, but we suddenly entered their territory. I'm afraid they didn't expect it. No, most of the alchemists in the Heaven region have already been captured and sent to the Heaven Tiger region. Even if we take a detour to the Heaven region, it would only be a wasted trip. Lei Luojun immediately said. Then let's directly kill our way to the Heaven Tiger region and let them know the consequences of playing with our ThunderClan. Lei Zhen said again. This idea is not bad. The Heaven Tiger region is their base camp. If we can pull out the teeth of the Devil Tiger clan, it can be considered as venting a mouthful of resentment. Reloting wiped away a cold smile and agreed. If you really want to do this, us two brothers are willing to lead the way. We know where the territory of the Devil Tiger clan is. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and said. He was secretly proud of himself. If it is difficult to use the Thunder Clan to deal with the Devil Tiger clan, I can take the opportunity to find the Dark Attribute Genesis Stone in their territory. That would be perfect. I'm afraid this is too rash. I heard that the ancestor of the Devil Tiger clan is someone who can be compared to the old patriarch. Lei Wanlong disagreed. Elder Wanlong, you don't need to worry too much. That ancestor has already perished together with an ancestor of the Kim people of the Sky Dragon region many years ago. Ling Xiao replied. Is this true? Lei Wanlong's eyes lit up as he shouted. Absolutely true. This matter is not a secret anymore. Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively. In that case we can give it a try. However, we must finish the battle quickly. We absolutely can't let the enemy's army return to block us. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain any benefits. Lei Wanlong replied. All right, in that case, let's discuss how to take a detour. We must let the Devil Tiger clan know the power of our Thunder clan. Reloting said. Immediately after, the group of people began to discuss the route and calculated many factors so that there could not be any accidents on this trip. Ling Xiao was extremely proud. If this plan succeeded, not only could they make the two great ancient clans turn against each other, but they could also benefit from it. This was really a perfect plan. One day later, the people of the Thunder Clan finally chose a route. They planned to pass through a place with spatial turbulence, bypass the place where the army might appear in front, and rush to the Sky Tiger region. Along the way, the Thunder Clan would send people to explore in advance. They would first check whether it was safe to pass through in front, and whether they would encounter people from other forces. When they were sure that it was safe and they would not encounter other people, the army would come from behind. All of them were not as ostentatious as before. Instead, they all restrained their combat state. They must hide their whereabouts and rush to the Sky Tiger region as soon as possible. In the other direction of the southern region road, Jiangdian, Jiang Onguang and the others did not know that the Thunder Clan had been tricked into rushing to their lair. The reason why Jiang Dian did not contact the people of the Thunder Clan these days was mainly because the Thunder Clan's journey was delayed again and again. They did not meet up with them to deal with the people of the Tianyuan region, causing them to suffer a crushing defeat. Another reason was that he entered a short period of seclusion to completely refine the divine soul power that he absorbed from Ling Xiao into a vicious soul. His soul devourer staff could suck any divine soul and turn them into malicious ghosts and specters to attack others' divine souls. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was powerful and his soul power was especially vigorous. After being absorbed by the soul devourer staff, the power of the soul devourer staff was enhanced. Now he came out of seclusion and wanted to contact the people of the Thunder Clan again, but he found that he could not contact them. "Father, how is it? Have the people of the Thunder Clan arrived? They probably just want to pick up the ready-made ones. They don't have any sincerity at all." Jiang Onguang asked Jiang Dian. Jiang Dian narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "I can't contact them. It seems that they are really arrogant. Those bastards, if they had come earlier, we wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss." Jiang Onguang scolded and then asked, "What should we do next? Why don't we go back and reorganize first? Let's wait for a while. If we can contact them again, we will immediately return and think of a way to take revenge for the humiliation of this battle in the future." Jiang Dian replied. "It's all that little bastard Ling Xiao's fault. That day, Father only destroyed his divine soul doppelganger. The next time I see him, I will definitely cut off his dog head." Jiang Onguang gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 1651. The Heaven Territory was divided into 5 regions. Heaven Dragon in the east, Heaven Sparrow in the south, Heaven Tiger in the west, Heaven Mysterious in the north, and Heaven Origin in the middle. The climate of this region was different. Compared to the other regions, the Heaven Tiger region had the most ancient mountain ranges. It covered a vast area, but humans didn't have many places to live. Thus, there were more beasts than humans. Thus, the living environment of the Heaven Tiger region was tough. It wasn't easy to get some spiritual items or holy items. Because of this, the customs of the Heaven Tiger region were much stronger. Men, women, old, and young all practiced martial arts. The overall level of the warriors here was one level higher than the other regions. The Devil Tiger race was the most powerful ancient race in the Heaven Tiger domain. It could be traced back to the ancient times and had experienced countless generations of prosperity. Generation after generation, it had become the overlord of the Heaven Tiger domain. The other forces had already been subdued by them and were under their command. Rumors said that the Demon Tiger tribe had occupied the space on the West Territory Road. They had moved many of their fellows there. The Heaven Tiger region was just a base they had left in the Heaven Territory. However, this base was also intimidating. It had many supreme experts. It wasn't like the Winged Men tribe, which kept the weak and moved the strong away. The Demon Tiger tribe's territory was in the Demon Tiger mountain range. Deep in the mountain range was the territory of the Demon Tiger tribe. The Demon Tiger sect and the Demon Tiger tribe were just like the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. This Demon Tiger mountain range was covered in dark clouds all year round. The sunlight couldn't reach it, which gave people a gloomy and depressing feeling. Most of the warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe and the Demon Tiger sect cultivated dark class. Thus, they needed this special environment to increase their competence faster. Ling Xiao had asked Lei Luojun to deceive more than 180 incipient God Realm experts of the Thunder Clan to attack the Demon Tiger tribe. This intimidating force was enough to shock people. The Demon Tiger tribe is like our Thunder Clan. They have existed since the antiquity time. I'm afraid their foundation isn't weaker than our Thunder Clan. Although they have moved a part of their people to the Demon Mist space, we shouldn't underestimate their competence here. Fortunately, their army has already gone to the outer territory. Otherwise, I absolutely wouldn't agree to attack the lair of the Devil Tiger clan now. Lei Wanlong warned before entering the Heaven Tiger territory. Elder Wanlong, you are boosting the momentum of others while diminishing your own. Even if these dogs are from an ancient clan, their souls will still scatter under our thunderbolt strength. Lei Zhen disapprovingly said. He was a proud person and had absolute confidence in the power of the thunder attribute. Because dark attribute martial artists were most afraid of being restrained by lightning and fire, and the Thunder Clan was proficient in the power of lightning. Lei Zhan felt that exterminating them was inevitable. We have to end this quickly. We can't let them call for help. Relatin agreed and then ordered, "Kill, we will only kill for half a day. Regardless of the result, immediately retreat back to the lightning space. We cannot give the Devil Tiger race any chance to stop us." Relatin didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew the gravity of the matter. Although their force was strong enough, it was the majority of the Thunder Clan's force. They couldn't afford to lose too many of them. Otherwise, when they returned to the clan, he didn't know how to explain. Everybody entered the Heaven Tiger territory and headed to the Devil Tiger clan's territory. It was the first time for Ling Xiao to come to the Heaven Tiger territory, but he was familiar with this place. Because he had absorbed the god soul of the Devil Tiger clan, he had the memories of the other. That was why he suggested to bring the Thunder Clan's people here. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan played the same role, sending a signal that they could understand each other. This group of people had already concealed their strength and snuck into the sky above the Devil Tiger mountain range. However, there were too many people, and not every one of them could conceal themselves so well. Furthermore, the Devil Tiger clan also had a powerful formation that immediately detected their existence. An extremely old incipient god realm expert walked out of a cave mansion deep inside the Devil Tiger territory. This old man was holding a walking stick, his body bent. His hair and eyebrows were so long that they reached his waist. The wrinkles on his face were as rough as tree bark. People could tell that this man was an old monster who had lived for countless years. This old man lifted his head to look at the sky. His eyes seemed to pierce through layers of space and fall on the Thunder Clan's people who were about to land. Activate the Demon Cloud Defense Formation. Enemies are attacking. The old man hit the ground with his walking stick, shouting in fear. His voice was hoarse, but the undercurrent that came out was extremely heavy, shocking everyone in the Fiend Tiger clan to hear it clearly. "It's our forefather's voice. He said that enemies are attacking. Everybody, be on guard. They're going to activate the Demonic Cloud Defense Formation. Could it be that those people from the Tianyuan district are coming? It can't be. Forefather Jiang Dian is leading his clan and the others to the outer space to stop them, right? Forefather Jiang Dian's team failed? It's impossible. Let's not talk too much. If they can disturb Forefather Wei Zhang, they must be really intimidating. Everybody, go and confront them." The Devil Tiger clan's warriors changed their faces in fright. They screamed. However, they calmed down shortly and prepared to confront the enemies. It could be seen that their qualities were really good. They wouldn't panic easily. Those dirty things do have some competence. They found us. We don't need to hide anymore. Let's use the heavenly lightning to blow them up, Lei Zhan said weakly. He didn't hide his aura anymore. He released all of his energy and started to urge the heavenly lightning to attack his body. Let's strike them first. Didn't the Heaven Territory say that the incipient God Realm experts are not allowed to fight here? We have to do that. Let's see what the Heaven Territory can do to us. Reloading sneered in agreement. Purple lightning arose from his body. As soon as they finished talking, all the warriors of the Thunder Clan released their powerful auras. The auras of more than 180 incipient God Realm experts stirred up the atmosphere in this area. It was as if a strange phenomenon was about to happen. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the 9 heavens surged without end, and lightning bolts suddenly appeared like snakes. Numerous shocking explosions shook the surroundings to the point of ceaselessly shaking. This imposing manner was like a stampede of 10,000 horses, vast and mighty, and the thunder was furious. Countless purple lightning strikes descended from the sky. A sea of lightning occupied the entire sky. The thick lightning strikes carried the power that could destroy the entire world. They crazily attacked the Demon Tiger Mountain Range, the territory of the Demon Tiger clan. More than 180 incipient God Realm experts attacked at the same time. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating it was. Before the lightning fell, a natural defensive barrier had already formed in the sky above the Devil Tiger clan. Layers of corrosive black clouds seemed to be solid as they enveloped and defended the Devil Tiger clan's territory, blocking the lightning outside. It was a top-grade formation created by the energy of dozens of level 11 beast cores and hundreds of level 10 and 9 beast cores. No matter which incipient God Realm expert came here, he couldn't break this great formation. It was the foundation of one of the strongest ancient clans from the antiquity time. If they didn't have the competence to challenge them, they wouldn't be able to break their defense. How could they destroy the Thunder Clan? Fortunately, the group from the Lei clan had more people and every single one of them was a peak existence. Their strength far exceeded the strength of the defensive array. Furthermore, the lightning attribute was the strongest offensive force in the world. Under wave after wave of attacks, the defensive array finally showed signs of cracking. Damn it! Are they the Thunder Clan's warriors? Why do they want to attack us? Everybody, come out. We'll hold the formation together. We can't let them break it. Send someone to inform Jiang Dian to come back immediately. Jiang Weijing faced the sky and shouted indignantly. His bent body straightened. He raised his walking stick and urged his terrifying energy to increase the power of the Great Formation. He was the second terrifying realm expert of the Demon Tiger clan. He was one level stronger than Jiang Dian. He was one of the top 10 existences in the sovereign list. The Demon Tiger clan had 2 experts in the top 10 of the sovereign list. That was why they were known as the strongest ancient clan in the Heaven territory. Fortunately, the other ancestor of the Demon Tiger clan had fallen along with the ancestor of the Kim people. Otherwise, with that ancestor here, Lei Wanlong wouldn't have dared to let them come here. All the supremes and incipient god realm experts of the Demon Tiger clan had come out. There were almost 50 of them. One could imagine how powerful the Demon Tiger clan was. After all, most of their forces had gone to outer space with Jiang Dian. Moreover, there was a space in outer space that belonged to the Demon Tiger clan. This was just a part of the Demon Tiger clan's force. Bastards! Are the Thunder Clan's people crazy? They have the guts to attack us. God knows how crazy they are. Stop them immediately. We can't let them break the Great Formation. Otherwise, all of us juniors will be killed. Hurry and call the others. They are attacking in the Heaven territory. Aren't they afraid that all the supremes of the Heaven territory will hunt them down? Hurry! Stop them first. After this, we will ask the Thunder Clan for an explanation. The supremes of the Demon Tiger clan were frightened. They were either the old monsters who rarely came out of seclusion or the newly ascended incipient god realm experts. Facing such a terrifying attack, they finally panicked. They hurried to reinforce the power of the formation. Many God King realm experts of the Demon Tiger clan also took action. They wanted to help as much as they could. In the past, it was always their Devil Tiger race that dealt with the people from other forces. But today, it was the first time that someone else directly came to their doorstep. This made them feel a strong sense of crisis. If they couldn't get through this, they would all die. The warriors of the Demon Tiger clan who weren't far from them also felt the danger. More than 10 supremes and many God King realm experts dashed towards the Demon Tiger clan. However, they were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They were destined to become cannon fodder. Chapter 1652. The thunderbolts shook the sky with immense power. The great defensive formation of the Demon Tiger tribe couldn't resist the attacks of so many incipient god realm experts at the same time. It was forcefully destroyed. Numerous lightning bolts formed a dense sea of lightning, and the vast and mighty heavenly might struck down, causing the Devil Tiger clan's territory to be riddled with holes. The weaker Devil Tiger clansmen didn't even have the chance to let out a blood-curdling scream before they were turned into dust. After the first round of attacks, the Devil Tiger clan's territory was practically completely destroyed. Countless mountains and pavilions were forcefully destroyed, and numerous deep pits suddenly appeared, causing this entire mountain range to sway endlessly, and space kept on collapsing and being destroyed. The spirit beasts and the holy beasts in the entire mountain range were panic-stricken. Their beasts roared helplessly. The level 11 Black Demon Tiger and the other dark-class holy beasts hiding deep inside flew out and attacked the members of the Thunder Tribe who had destroyed their territory. Those beasts dare to be presumptuous. All of you should die. Lei Jin said. He asked a group of people to deal with the holy beasts while the others continued to attack the Demon Tiger Tribe's territory. Ling Xiao seized the chance to talk to Wu Bufan. Brother Wu, we should act according to the situation. If we have a chance, we should leave them. Let them kill us here. Wu Bufan answered. Don't worry. I know what to do. I will follow you. Pausing for a while, he continued. Brother Ling, your move is ruthless. Wu Bufan had a new understanding of Ling Xiao. Not only was Ling Xiao's fighting competence intimidating, but his wisdom was also something that not many people could compare with. This move of borrowing a knife to kill someone was really ruthless. He had even plundered the demon tiger tribe's territory. If Zhang Dian and the others knew that it was Ling Xiao who had done this, they would be enraged. And when the Thunder Tribe's warriors knew this, they would vomit blood in anger. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He watched everything quietly and thought, "You destroyed my body, so I destroyed your ancestral land. It's my interest. I hope I can find the Genesis Stone to make up for my loss." At this time, a figure rushed into the Sea of Lightning. He was riding on a peak-level Black Devil Tiger King, clad in black godly armor. His aura was like a rainbow, and he wasn't afraid of the lightning at all. The walking stick in his hand swept away the lightning bolts. "People of the Thunder Race, what are you guys trying to do?" This person was none other than the old ancestor of the Devil Tiger race, Jiang Weijing. He roared at the people of the Thunder Race. Jiang Weijing sat in seclusion inside the Fiend Tiger clan all year round, but he understood many matters of the outside world clearly. Zhang Dian led his army to the Tianyuan territory, and even contacted the Thunder Clan to deal with them together. However, they didn't expect the Thunder Clan to not join forces with their Devil Tiger Clan to deal with the people of the Tianyuan district. Why did they kill their way here? Suddenly, he recalled the recent news of the Heavenly Tiger region's defeat in the Heavenly Tiger region. He couldn't help but wonder if the Thunder Clan had set their sights on the Demonic Tiger region instead of the Medicine Alliance. "You still have the nerve to ask us what we want? You made us make a trip for nothing, and you still don't put our Thunder Clan in your eyes. You want to deal with us? Old fool, today, our Thunder Clan will exterminate your Devil Tiger Clan." Lei Luojun was the first to stand out and shout. He then used all his strength to attack Jiang Weijing. Lei Luoting, Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhan, and the others didn't expect Lei Luojun to be so courageous. Facing such a terrifying existence, he actually dared to make the first move. They couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Jiang Weijing's strength was extraordinary. With a light wave of his crutch, he swept Lei Luojun's power to the side. When he was about to speak, Lei Luojun had already closed in on him. The divine artifact pierced towards Jiang Weijing's head. "How dare you? I'll kill you first, then properly settle the debt with you." Jiang Weijing had been famous for many years, but it had been a long time since he killed someone. Now that a middle-stage Supremacy Realm Junior also dared to behave atrociously above his head, he couldn't help but be greatly enraged. His figure drifted, avoiding Lei Luojun's attack, and his crutch pierced towards Lei Luojun's face. Lei Luojun practically didn't even have time to react and was about to be assassinated. However, Lei Wanlong made his move at this moment. "I've heard that everyone on the supremacy list in the heavenly domain is powerful and invincible. Today, let this old man have a taste of your excellency's skills." A thunder sword appeared in Lei Wanlong's hand and he slashed at Jiang Weijing. Lei Wanlong was also at the peak of the heaven territory. He was one of the strongest experts in the thunder and lightning space. He was confident that he could deal with any expert. His sword was so powerful and imposing that it seemed like it could break the earth and heaven. It carried the lightning energy that could destroy any incipient God realm expert. "Then you can try." Jiang Weijing gave up his attack on Lei Luojun. He shouted and swung his crutch to parry Lei Wanlong's sword. Lei Wanlong's attack had solved Lei Luojun's danger. However, Jiang Weijing's aura had blown him away. At this time Relatin shouted, Kill all these dog-like things to your heart's content. Let our wrath of thunder destroy this place." The leader of the Thunder Clan continued to attack crazily. Half of the Demon Tiger mountain range had been destroyed. The Demon Tiger tribe's warriors had been killed or wounded. Their screams echoed everywhere. The members of the Demon Tiger tribe were enraged. They had activated all the formations in their tribe. The energy of the killing formations shot out crazily. However, they couldn't change the result of being destroyed by such a great army. The leader of the Demon Tiger tribe and the experts of their affiliated sects had come together. However, half of them were killed before they could counterattack. If the holy beasts in the Demon Tiger mountain range hadn't helped them resist some attacks, they would have been wiped out. "Hurry! Summon the puppets to attack together," screamed a member of the Demon Tiger tribe. Indeed, many of them summoned their puppets. There were around 200 or 300 of them, all of which had the competence of an incipient god realm expert. Unfortunately, they didn't have any elemental attacks, so they couldn't pressure the ThunderClan's warriors. However, they could alleviate the danger of their tribe being exterminated. The ThunderClan's warriors couldn't form a unified attack like they had done before. As Lei Li scattered, they had a chance to counterattack. The Demon Tiger Tribe's warriors had a special power in their blood. They could grow tiger-patterned wings, which increased their fighting competence greatly. With the help of so many puppets and holy beasts, the Demon Tiger Tribe's warriors regained their confidence. They wanted to kill the ThunderClan's warriors even if they had to risk their lives. Kill. Kill all these bastards. They killed so many of our fellows. Someday, we must kill our way to their lightning space. We will destroy their ThunderClan. That's right. These bastards should die. It's not a loss to kill one today. If we kill 2, we will gain a lot. Damn it! My wife and children are all dead. You bastards, I will swallow you alive. It's the first calamity our Demon Tiger Tribe has to face. We must endure it. Someday we can take revenge. The Demon Tiger Tribe's experts had lost their minds. They tried their best to attack the incipient god realm experts of the ThunderClan. Finally, the ThunderClan's warriors engaged in close combat with their opponents. Whether or not they could kill all of the Demon Tiger Tribe depended on this moment. The Demon Tiger Tribe had puppets and the ThunderClan also had many lightning puppets. The ThunderClan had the absolute advantage. However, there was an old monster of the Demon Tiger Tribe who was as strong as Jianghu. He stormed into the crowd of the ThunderClan members and killed them with one strike. His skills were extremely intimidating. This man looked younger than Jianghu, but his competence wasn't much weaker. Lei Zhan had to take action to stop this man. However, the other didn't confront him directly. He just attacked the others and tried to avoid Lei Zhan's pursuit. He didn't confront him directly. Stop him for me. Let's kill this old dog together. Lei Zhan was enraged. He shouted at the other 2 peak supremes of the ThunderClan. The 3 of them started to besiege this old monster. Today, all of you will die. This old monster wasn't afraid. He shouted ruthlessly and burst out all of his energy. A pair of tiger-patterned wings appeared, which increased his speed several times. He fought against 3 enemies alone. The advantage of this battle was on the ThunderClan's side. Even if the Demon Tiger Tribe used all of their strength, they were powerless and couldn't reverse the situation. However, the Demon Tiger Tribe also displayed his unyielding character and dragged many supremes of the ThunderClan to die with them. In this chaotic situation, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan took the opportunity to deal with the Demon Tiger Tribe and killed their way into the territory of the Demon Tiger Tribe. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to summon the living puppets back into his apothecary master. All of this was done without anyone knowing. Even the ThunderClan didn't know that Lei Luojun suddenly disappeared at this time. No one noticed his whereabouts. Because everyone had entered the battle state, who would have the time to care about the life and death of others? Brother Wu, let's split up and search. Let's see if we can find the Darkness Genesis Stone. Once we find it, we'll leave immediately. Don't run into the ThunderClan. Ling Xiao said to Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan nodded lightly and said, Be careful. That old fellow from the ThunderClan isn't simple. He might notice us. And all be careful. After Ling Xiao responded, he hurriedly sped off in another direction. The Genesis Stone was normally a sect-stabilizing divine item. It would be placed in the most important place and protected by an array. It absolutely couldn't let ordinary people approach. The Demon Tiger Tribe's territory here was already completely destroyed. Many important places were filled with the power of lightning lingering endlessly. The surviving Demon Tiger Tribe members all fled in all directions. How could they still dare to stay here? Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered several heavily injured divine kings of the Demon Tiger Tribe. They were all directly annihilated by him and absorbed their divine souls, understanding the direction of the important places of the Demon Tiger Tribe. Tiger Blood Pool, Black Cloud Cave, these are all important places of the Demon Tiger Tribe. The Genesis Stone might be inside the Black Cloud Cave. Ling Xiao secretly thought in his heart. However, when he hurried in the direction of the Black Cloud Cave, he discovered that the place was already leveled. There was even a huge pit on the ground. There were many remnants of heaven lightning. Mother asterisk Kerr. Could it be that even the Genesis stone was destroyed? Ling Xiao cursed. Immediately after, he rushed into the deep pit. He must find the existence of the Genesis stone. However, just as Ling Xiao was frantically searching for the Genesis stone, a figure also quietly arrived in front of the deep pit. Why is this little bastard here? That person was puzzled and also dove into the deep pit. Chapter 1653. This man hid his aura well. Ordinary people couldn't find him. Moreover, Ling Xiao's god soul hadn't recovered to the peak, so he couldn't sense his existence. This man had a black mist hovering around him. At first glance, he was a member of the demon tiger tribe. However, he didn't go up to the ninth sky to kill the enemies like the others. Instead, he came to this deep pit. Apparently, he had a purpose. He moved fast, but he didn't catch up with Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, he hung behind Ling Xiao, paying attention to Ling Xiao's movements. Ling Xiao was trying his best to find the Genesis stone. His attention was focused on the deep pit, so he didn't notice anything strange behind him. Shi Yan continually moved the rocks around and cleared the obstacles. He hoped to find the Genesis stone. I don't have the dark class, so I can't sense the dark origin power. Otherwise, I could know if the Genesis stone was destroyed or not. Ling Xiao was worried. He was afraid that the Genesis source stone would be destroyed by the thunderbolts that had just attacked. After he moved the rocks, he didn't find anything. He couldn't help but think that it was just as he had thought. The Genesis stone was destroyed or not. As he was about to give up searching, he found a strange feeling under his feet. Beams of corrosive energy were spreading to the bottom of his feet. The corrosive power was so strong that even Bian Ling Xiao's strong physical body could inflict pain from the corrosive attack. Ling Xiao stooped to see a jet of thick, ink-like energy surging from the cracks of the rocks under his feet. He was surprised. What a thick dark class. The Genesis stone is underground. As Ling Xiao was about to break the ground, he felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. Ling Xiao's hair rose. He didn't think much and immediately soared up to the sky to dodge this fatal attack. Boom boom. As soon as Ling Xiao left, a terrifying explosion occurred at his position, which made the deep pit explode one more time. That person clearly had no intention of chasing after Ling Xiao. Instead, he stretched out another black palm and grabbed towards the deep pit. Shi Yan grabbed a black stone that wasn't really big. The original qi twirled around it like ink. This kind of energy had a terrifying erosive power. Even a supreme incipient god realm expert didn't dare to touch it. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's body was much stronger than an ordinary person's, he would have been corroded to the point that his body would have been destroyed. The black stone quickly disappeared before their eyes. Clearly, that person had put it away. Only then did Ling Xiao turn around and see the person's face clearly. His expression immediately became incomparably shocked. "It's you, Black Devil." Ling Xiao couldn't help but shout. He hadn't expected that the person in front of him would be the Black Devil whom he hadn't seen for many years. Black Devil was the patriarch of the Black Demon sect in the central region of Xianling continent. He was also the disciple of Cruel Leopard. Many years ago he had gone to outer space. When he was in the Heavenly Territory Fortress, he had hooked up with Granny Een of the Een Puppet sect. They had taken the monster's heart and left the fortress to come to the Heaven Territory. Ling Xiao hadn't seen Black Devil for many years. He almost didn't remember the existence of such a character. He didn't expect to see him again in the Demon Tiger tribe's territory. Moreover, he had taken away the Genesis stone that he had just found. It was a small world indeed. Haha, Ling Xiao, no, alchemist godling, how have you been? Black Devil put away the Genesis stone and smiled. Apparently, Black Devil was familiar with Ling Xiao. He had been cultivating in the Demon Tiger tribe for many years. However, compared to the monstrous geniuses who came from the same place, Ling Xiao was too dazzling. He couldn't help but pay attention to him. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such achievements in just 100 years. Even he couldn't help but praise Ling Xiao in his heart. However, they were born to be enemies. Even if he admired the other, it only deepened his conviction to kill the other. Now, Black Devil's strength had increased even faster than Ling Xiao's. He had reached the high-level Supreme Being realm, which shocked Ling Xiao. He knew that Black Devil had great talents and was also a ruthless and ambitious character. However, he didn't expect that Black Devil could become stronger at such a terrifying speed like him. Ling Xiao had to go through many perilous situations to get to where he was today. Not everyone could get to where they were today. Not everyone could get to where they were now and get to where they were today. Hand over the Genesis Stone, or else you will die today. Ling Xiao didn't have time to waste with Black Devil. He released all of his strength and entered his strongest state as he said to Black Devil, "I know you're powerful, but you don't have the ability to deal with me." After Black Devil said faintly, his mount appeared. Roar! An angry roar rang out. The terrifying sound wave was filled with killing power, and it shook the space until it collapsed. Although Ling Xiao was already prepared, he was still knocked back by the sound wave. His eardrums vibrated incessantly, and he felt as if they were about to explode. At the same time, a wave of dragon energy automatically roared out to protect his body. Ling Xiao calmed himself down and stared at Black Demon's mount with wide eyes. Once again he cried out involuntarily, "Black! Black True Dragon!" Beside Black Devil was a Black True Dragon Divine Beast. Moreover, it had reached the high level of level 11. It wasn't any weaker than Ling Timing's Metal True Dragon Divine Beast. It was much stronger than Dragon the Fifth. Its bright black body looked incomparably strong, and each of its dragon scales flickered with a dazzling radiance. Its majestic appearance was extremely shocking. Hee, it's not only Kim people who have true dragon divine beasts. I, Black Devil, can also have one. Devour him. Black Devil laughed coldly. He stood on the Black True Dragon and charged towards Ling Xiao. The Black True Dragon swung its tail and opened its mouth wide as it pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao retreated decisively without thinking. At the same time, he shouted to the people above him, Someone from the demon tiger race is escaping." If it was before Ling Xiao's divine soul was injured, he still had the confidence to fight against Black Devil and this Black True Dragon. Now, there was almost no chance of victory. Therefore, he could only attract the attention of the Thunder Clan and let them deal with Black Devil. At the same time, his soul power attack rushed out of his sea of consciousness. After being enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, it went towards Black Devil's sea of consciousness. However, his soul power attack was like mud entering the sea. It didn't have any effect. Black Devil also wore a black divine hoop on his forehead. It seemed to be able to restrain soul power attacks. What a cunning brat. Don't let me meet you again next time. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Black Devil grinned coldly. After saying that, he rode the Black True Dragon and fled in a certain direction. When the people from the Thunder Clan discovered it, they felt that it was almost impossible to chase after it. The Black True Dragon was too fast. However, as the young master of the Thunder Clan, Reloading was very interested in this Black True Dragon. Dark True Dragon. Good. As long as I kill it and take out its dragon pearl, I can nurture the most powerful Thunder Dragon. After saying that, he actually led a few people in the direction of Black Devil. The Thunder Dragon he was riding on was already close to transforming into a dragon. Its strength was also at the advanced stage of the 11th level. Waves of lightning surrounded its body. With a roar, it rushed forward. Beside him were a pinnacle supreme martial artist and two high-level supreme martial artists. They were his personal guardian elders. With such strength, if they caught up to Black Devil, they might really be able to take him down. Retreat! Quickly protect the old clan leader and retreat. Our Demon Tiger clan will remember today's grudge. We will definitely destroy your Thunder Clan in the future. After Jiang Weijing forced Lei Wanlong away, he shouted and rushed in the direction of Black Devil with his Black Demon Tiger King. Following Jiang Weijing's shout, the other old monster also forcefully broke away from the attacks of Lei Zhan and the others. He flew in the direction of Black Devil. The remaining few Devil Tiger clan members also did the same. They actually chased after Black Devil, as though they wanted to protect Black Devil as they left. Ling Xiao watched this scene from afar. He was very puzzled. How did Black Devil become the old clan leader of the Demon Tiger clan? How strange. Ling Xiao did not chase after them. Instead, He contacted Wu Bufan and quickly left in another direction. Although he felt that it was a pity that he could not obtain the Dark Origin Stone, at least he knew its whereabouts. He would definitely be able to obtain it in the future. If it was before, he would definitely chase after them. However, he had not recovered his strength yet. He could only act according to his strength. While the Thunder Clan was chasing after Black Devil's group, Jiang Dian and the others had already received the news. They hurriedly led the army back from the outer domain. Damn Thunder Clan! How dare they destroy our clan's land? I must tear them into pieces. Jiang Dian roared while riding on the Black Demon Tiger King. Zhang Onguang also hurried along. He was very puzzled. Why did the Thunder Clan attack us? Could it be that there's some kind of misunderstanding? There is no need to talk about any misunderstanding. They have already captured our clan's land and destroyed everything. Your two uncles are already leading the old clan leader to break out of the encirclement. We must speed up. We must not let anything happen to the old clan leader. Jiang Dian said anxiously. However, Zhang Onguang said in a deep voice, Lord Father, I think we shouldn't rush back so quickly. What do you mean? Jiang Dian was puzzled. Ever since the so-called old clan leader returned, our clan situation has changed. He seems to want to regain control of our clan. I suspect that he is an imposter. He only wants to seize power. Zhang Onguang guessed. Jiang Dian suddenly became silent. He didn't expect his son to say such a thing. However, he felt that it was reasonable. He thought about all these years, ever since he had welcomed the old chief back. The old chief seemed to not care much about the clan's affairs on the surface, but he had always been secretly contacting the many founding elders and even tricking his two uncles into going around in circles. At that time, he felt that this old patriarch must have been the oldest and most powerful existence, and it was also true that he had a good relationship with his two uncles. However, there were still some signs that this old patriarch really had a feeling that he wanted to control the clan again. Pass down my order. We will slow down, Jiang Dian said after a while. Chapter 1654. The Demon Tiger Tribe was finished. The Demon Tiger mountain range had turned into a deep pit. Most of the spirit trees and spirit beasts were gone. The Demon Tiger sect, which was the closest to the Demon Tiger Tribe, was also destroyed. The Demon Tiger Tribe's clansmen were also killed. It was the biggest disaster that the Demon Tiger Tribe had ever faced. This matter shocked the Heaven Tiger territory and spread to every corner of the Heaven territory. The undefeated legend of the ancient clans that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years finally had a stain. The two ancient clans, the Demon Tiger Tribe and the Thunder Clan, had formed an irreconcilable enmity. The main culprit of this war was Xiao Yao, who was secretly laughing at the side. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had already taken a detour and were rushing toward the lightning space. Ling Xiao believed that after Jiang Dian and the others returned, they would definitely fight with the Thunder Clan. As for what the result would be, Ling Xiao didn't think about it for now. The only thing that made Ling Xiao feel regretful was that he couldn't take the Dark Origin Stone. Otherwise it would be perfect. Brother Ling, you said that the person who took the Dark Origin Stone was the former patriarch of the Black Demon sect, Hayamo? Wu Bufan asked with a surprised expression. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, it's him. It seems that he has some fate with the Demon Tiger Tribe. Otherwise, the Demon Tiger Tribe wouldn't have been so anxious. That's true. However, he took the Genesis Stone. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to take it again, Wu Bufan said. We can't do anything about it. They are too strong. We can't take it by force. We'll deal with them after I recover my strength. Now, we need to do something else. Perhaps there is a Thunder Origin Stone there. Ling Xiao replied. I'll listen to your arrangements. I'm only responsible for assisting you, Wu Bufan said indifferently. The purpose of this trip was to return the favor to Ling Xiao. The second purpose was to experience the dangers of the outer territory. At the same time, he wanted to borrow the Genesis Chi to strengthen his strength. Then, he would become stronger through various battles. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan sat on Muscle's back as they traveled at full speed. They didn't enter any land. Instead, they traveled through the turbulent space streams of the outer territory. Occasionally, they would find some divine materials or places with rich Genesis Chi to absorb them. As they ventured deeper into the southern realm, Ling Xiao and the others finally encountered some raiders who came to rob them of their belongings. However, none of these plunderers were at the peak of the supreme being level. So, how could they be a match for these two young geniuses? Some of them were controlled by Ling Xiao and turned into a puppet army, while the rest were completely devoured by Wu Bufan and thrown into a bottomless black hole. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Ling Xiao's soul power had gradually recovered. It had recovered from 60% to 80%, and he felt much better. This wasn't just the effect of absorbing other divine souls. It was also because of the spirit-controlling arts healing technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Ling Xiao's physical strength was getting more and more perfect. However, there was still a long way to go before he could make a breakthrough. Moreover, he was also getting better at using the sealing intent. His opponents who were in the same realm as him could hardly escape from his sealing intent. They would immediately be destroyed by him. The existence of the sealing intent had greatly increased his fighting strength. However, he still needed some time to deduce the 9th form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Exterminating Art. He wanted to deduce the might of this move to its greatest extent. He couldn't afford to be careless. Wu Bufan was also getting better at using the devouring ability. His power had also entered the perfect stage. It wouldn't be long before he could improve further. With the help of the devouring ability, he was like a fish in water in the outer realm. The speed at which he absorbed the primordial force was even faster than Ling Xiao's. If Ling Xiao didn't have the help of the two strange creatures, he wouldn't be able to compete with the chaotic battle body. Brother Wu, let's go to the gold stream space in front of us and see if there are any suitable divine items to trade. Ling Xiao suggested. Wu Bufan wouldn't object to Ling Xiao's suggestion. He nodded and agreed. The gold stream space was a land space. It was quite famous on the southern region road. There were many martial artists who came and went to trade. There were also many people from the outer realm who lived there. There would usually be large trading places in this kind of land space. Occasionally, some rare divine items would appear. People could trade for them. Ling Xiao didn't stop here on a whim. He really needed to find a divine item that could speed up the recovery of his divine soul. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the highest level of supremacy. It might even be impossible for him to do so. Not long ago, he happened to learn from the memories of a plunderer that people would occasionally trade divine items that could recover soul power in the gold stream space. Therefore, he decided to come and try his luck. The gold stream space was much smaller than the heaven domain. It was only 1/5 the size of the heaven domain. The population was also relatively smaller. However, the average strength of the people here was a level higher than in the heaven domain. Generally, in a place like the Outer Realm, the combat strength of the people from the Outer Realm was really high. After all, there were many supremacy experts who would occasionally stop to recruit disciples or continue their bloodlines. This caused the strength of the later generations of the local space to be much higher. Of course, it didn't mean that the heaven domain was inferior to them. It was just that there were too many people in the heaven domain. The difference between the strong and the weak was obvious. In the Gold Stream space, the Gold Stream gang was the strongest. There were also some other forces and gangs stationed here. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan both wore cloaks and covered their faces. They entered the Gold Stream space so that no one could recognize them. Now that the Devil Tiger clan had issued a warrant for their arrest, there should be many wanted posters in the Outer Realm. In order to avoid trouble, they could only disguise their appearances. After the two entered the Gold Stream space, they quickly found a large trading place. This place was under the control of the Flowing Gold Gang, and anyone below the level of a supreme being would not be able to enter. Every supremacy had to pay a huge amount of divine crystals to enter. After entering the Gold Stream space, there weren't many cultivators. However, all of them had restrained their auras and extraordinary strength. They were all sitting in fixed positions with their eyes closed. There were all kinds of divine items placed in jade containers in front of them. There were also many divine artifacts placed on the side for other people to admire and trade with. Ling Xiao sent a voice transmission to Wu Bufan. "Brother Wu, you can look around. If there is anything suitable, I can help you exchange for it." When it came to collecting treasures, Wu Bufan was likely unable to compare with him. After all, Wu Bufan killed people without spilling blood and even devouring their space rings, so it would not be easy to obtain a harvest. I won't be polite with you. Wu Bufan didn't refuse. Although his chaotic battle body was an innate divine body, the amount of energy he needed to absorb to advance was 5 times higher than that of an ordinary person. So he absolutely didn't want to let go of a suitable 5 elements divine artifact. It would be great if Ling Xiao could help him obtain one. Just as the two began to walk towards some stalls, a man walked over with a grin on his face and said, "Two sirs, I can tell you two are unfamiliar with each other. This must be your first time here. I'm very familiar with this place. I don't know what kind of divine artifact you're looking to trade for, but I can help you find it. If you don't have it here, perhaps I can help you find it." This old man had an ordinary appearance and a short stature, but he had the badge of the Flowing Gold Gang hanging on his chest. Apparently, he was a member of the gang. However, this ordinary-looking man with an indecent face was a low-level incipient God Realm expert. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. "May I know your name?" Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to drive him away, so he lowered his attitude and asked. The old man seemed to be a little flattered and said, "This old man is the manager of this place, Lu Huatong. You can call me Old Lu." "Then, Old Lu, please show us around. We're interested in all kinds of divine artifacts," Ling Xiao replied. Lu Huatong didn't expect to meet a rich man, so the smile on his face became wider. He made an inviting gesture and led Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan to the right passage. Then, he began to introduce the divine artifacts in each stall. In fact, Ling Xiao knew all kinds of divine artifacts like the back of his hand, so he didn't need Lu Huatong to lead the way. However, considering that the other party was the local tyrant here, there were some things that he needed Yang's help. After one round, Ling Xiao had traded many divine artifacts. As the god of alchemy, any kind of divine artifact would be useful in his hands. However, he only traded some rare divine artifacts and the divine artifacts that Wu Bufan needed. Lu Huatong was overjoyed to see Ling Xiao make a move, because this proved that after the transaction was successful, he would also get some extra income. "Alright, Old Lu, I heard that you have divine artifacts that can restore the god soul here. How come I didn't find any after this round?" Ling Xiao asked casually. There are some, but their levels aren't high. It's not effective for the two masters, but it's useful for the juniors at the King God Realm." Lu Huatong hesitated for a while and then said, "Isn't there anything at a higher level? For example, the 7-soul demonic flower." Ling Xiao asked further, "So you're here for the 7-soul demonic flower, sir?" "I do have it, but..." Lu Huatong revealed an extremely difficult expression as he said, "Old Lu, just say it, I won't treat you unfairly." Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately asked. At the same time, he took out 2 water attribute supreme divine materials, which were obviously prepared to bribe Lu Huatong. Lu Huatong revealed a look of envy, and immediately told him what he knew. Chapter 1655. The 7 Souls demonic flower is the sole possession of the Soul Slayer Old Devil. In the past 10,000 years, he has only taken out 2 stalks to trade. This kind of divine item is something that all Supreme Masters desire to obtain. On one hand, it can rapidly increase one's soul power, which is helpful in speeding up one's cultivation. On the other hand, it can allow anyone whose divine soul has been destroyed or injured to immediately recover after consuming it. It can be said that the 7 Souls demonic flower is a divine item that everyone wants to obtain, Lu Hua explained. Ling Xiao also understood what he was saying, but he patiently listened to Lu Hua finish. Now that the Soul Slayer Old Devil has announced that whoever can take out at least 2 top-level supreme waterwood divine materials like the 7 Souls demonic flower, he will trade the last stalk of the 7 Souls demonic flower. Lu Hua paused for a brief moment before adding, "Every single top-notch supreme divine material is extremely rare. Not many people would be willing to exchange 2 for 1. But after the news spread, many people have already made preparations to exchange for the 7 Souls demonic flower. 2 top-level supreme materials." Ling Xiao could not help but take a light breath and sneered. There were not many supreme materials to begin with, but the top-level ones were extremely rare. Only those who were at the peak of the incipient god realm could have them. Ling Xiao had been collecting for years, but there were only a few master apothecaries who had reached this level, not to mention that the other party only wanted the 2 attributes of water and wood. I advise the two of you not to get involved. I heard that there are many people who are determined to get the Seven Souls demonic flower this time, and many of them are famous figures. Not many people would dare to compete with them for the Seven Souls demonic flower, Lu Hua advised. Old Lu, you don't have to worry about this. Just tell me where the Soul Slayer Old Devil is, or where they are going to trade. I will go there and have a look. Ling Xiao said. This time, it will be held at the Flowing Gold Auction House. When the time comes, we will protect the Soul Slayer Old Devil. If you want to enter the auction house, you will naturally have to pay divine crystals. The time is about a month later, Lu Hua said. All right, we'll wait for a month. These 2 divine grasses are yours. Please take us to a place near your auction house and arrange a place for us to rest. Ling Xiao readily agreed and rewarded the 2 sovereign-level divine grasses to Lu Huatong. Lu Hua was overjoyed and immediately replied, No problem, please follow me. I promise to arrange the quietest place for you too. After saying that, Lu Huatong didn't say anything else. He led Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan to the direction of the auction. Not long after, they stopped in front of a luxuriously built pavilion. This is the place we, the Flowing Gold Gang, specially prepared for guests like you two. Each room is isolated with a small formation to prevent others from peeping. It is a place for you to rest. I will inform you when the auction starts in a month. The auction house is not far from here. You can see it from here, Lu Huatong said. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan thought it was a little novel. The Flowing Gold Gang was indeed different. They had built a pavilion full of formations for all the incipient God Realm experts to rest. It should be known that the incipient God Realm experts could set up formations to prevent others from peeping. However, it was useless when facing someone stronger than them. However, formations were different. Even if someone peeped through the formation would warn the people inside the formation to prevent others from peeping. Do you have a divine formation master here? Ling Xiao asked casually. Seems like it's your first time here. Everybody knows that the Vice Master of the Flowing Gold Gang is the highest level formation master in the Flowing Gold space. No, in the Southern Territory. Lu Huatong said proudly. Ling Xiao asked again, Old Lu, can you introduce me to this master? Pausing for a while, he added, Of course, you will get a lot of benefits. Oh, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Our Vice Master has always kept people away. He has been studying formations all year round. I'm not sure if I can meet him. Lu Huatong said with a troubled face. Yeah, I understand your difficulty. But if you can introduce me to this master, I won't mistreat you. Ling Xiao said seriously. Lu Huatong had seen Ling Xiao's work. He had a lot of treasures. If he could do this, he would get something good. Lu Huatong hesitated for a while and then said, I will try my best. I can't guarantee anything. All right, thank you, Old Lu. Ling Xiao replied. He thought, if I want to arrange the Genesis formation, I must find a divine grade formation master. But I don't know how good the Vice Master of the Flowing Gold Gang is. Although Ling Xiao had collected the 9 Genesis stones, he still needed a formation master who could arrange this kind of top-grade divine formation. Thus, when Ling Xiao heard that there was a rare divine grade formation master in the Flowing Gold space, it would be good if he could get to know this formation master. After Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan chose a room respectively, they went out of the hall and ordered some food and wine. They drank and hoped that they could get some useful information here. However, the people who could enter this place were all at the incipient God realm, so they used voice transmission to communicate with each other. The others couldn't hear what they were talking about. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan didn't care about anything else. After drinking some wine, they went back to their rooms to cultivate. Ling Xiao sat down quietly and began to circulate the soul-controlling art, accumulating soul power bit by bit, wanting to speed up the recovery of his soul. However, if he cultivated like this without using any divine items or absorbing the soul energy of others, he would need dozens or even hundreds of years to recover to his peak condition. After all, although the soul-controlling art was heaven-defying, gathering soul power was not as simple as absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to cultivate their soul power to a very powerful state? At this moment, the power of Ling Xiao's god soul could barely be as strong as his real body. However, he couldn't gather his flesh and god soul. This was the most distressing thing for him. If he lost the support of his flesh and God's soul, his fighting competence would decrease by 1 level, and his pellet refining speed would be halved. He wouldn't be able to do 2 things at the same time. I'm afraid that I can't gather my flesh and God's soul if I can't recover to 100%. I must get the 7-soul demonic flower. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 7-soul demonic flower was a top-grade soul-type supreme divine material. Its effects were naturally very powerful. He could only place his hopes on the 7-soul demonic flower. As long as he obtained it, he would be able to recover the power of his God's soul in a short period of time. Ling Xiao's God's soul was immersed in the spiritual fluid in his sea of consciousness. The spiritual fluid was like a pure and clean pool, and this spiritual fluid was the power that the God's soul needed to absorb. The soul-controlling technique operated, and the spiritual fluid here gathered on the God's soul, causing the power of the God's soul to recover bit by bit. When the spiritual fluid was about to be exhausted, he had no choice but to replenish it first before he could continue to replenish his God's soul. When Ling Xiao's God's soul was idle, he flew towards the primal chaos world. All these years, he had studied the mysteries of this primal chaos world when he had time. He had also begun to gain some small insights, but it was still impossible for him to truly grasp it. Every time his God's soul entered this place, it would undergo some kind of regular movement with the things created by the primal chaos chi. From birth to death, to reincarnation, it was a repetitive process. Ling Xiao could comprehend a kind of life and death opportunity. As long as he could grasp this life and death opportunity, he could create things and control the lives and deaths of others. It was a vague realm, an unimaginable realm. Ling Xiao recognized that he could have entered the threshold of the domain realm that all the peak supreme experts had been pursuing. If he could fully control this primal chaos world one day, it meant that he could become a super incipient God realm expert. Of course, he didn't know when he could reach that realm. Creating a world. Perhaps I should try to add more elements to this space. Perhaps I will have an unexpected harvest. Ling Xiao guessed boldly. He used his God's soul to condense things in the void to create different shapes of spirit trees, spirit herbs, and spirit beasts, making them stay in this space. However, the things he created were all dead. Even if they had some primal chaos chi, they would not be reborn after they were destroyed. It's still useless. I always feel that there is a key point that I haven't understood yet. Ling Xiao sighed and left the primal chaos world. At this time, he sensed that someone was looking for him outside the door. Ling Xiao walked over and opened the door. He saw Lu Huatong waiting outside. "Old Lu, do you have a result?" Ling Xiao asked with a bit of expectation. Lu Huatong spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. "I, Old Lu, have tried my best, but I still couldn't see the Grandmaster." Ling Xiao used the exquisite heart to sense and immediately found that Lu Huatong wasn't lying. However, he also found that Lu Huatong was hiding something. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I won't make things difficult for you, Old Lu. Anyway, I will leave after the auction is over. We will talk about it in the future if there is a chance." Lu Huatong didn't expect Ling Xiao's attitude to change so much. He wanted to take advantage of it before revealing the news. Why did the other party suddenly lose interest? Actually, there is another way if you want to know. Lu Huatong tried to keep Ling Xiao in suspense again, hoping to arouse Ling Xiao's interest. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao already knew what he was talking about. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Anyway, I'm just looking for this master to admire his elegant demeanor. It's not a big deal." Then he changed the topic and said, "How many days until the old vagrant auction?" 7 days later is the day of the auction. Lu Huatong replied. Then he asked again, "Sir, do you really not need to see the Grandmaster?" "No need." Ling Xiao waved his hand in response. Chapter 1656. After Lu Hua left, Ling Xiao returned to his room again. Turns out that Master is also interested in the 7-soul demonic flower. It's not good now. Ling Xiao looked troubled. From Lu Hua's mind, he knew that the formation master called Quicksand Diagram would appear on the day of the auction, and this master also came here for the 7-soul demonic flower. Array rune masters and alchemists had one thing in common, which was that they had relatively high requirements for spiritual power and soul power. Thus, This master quicksand diagram also wanted to use the 7-soul demonic flower to strengthen his god soul power so that he could carve the formation better. After Ling Xiao found this, he couldn't help but feel troubled. He wanted to ask this master for help, but he was determined to get the 7-soul demonic flower, which put him in a difficult position. Forget it. When the water comes to the bridgehead, it will straighten out. After I get the 7-soul demonic flower, I will use other soul herbs to compensate him. Moreover, I don't know if he has the ability to arrange a top formation like the Genesis formation. Ling Xiao sighed and then continued to sit in meditation, accumulating mental fluid to restore his soul power. Soon, the day of the auction had arrived. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan went out of the pavilion, following Lu Hua to the biggest auction venue of the flowing gold space. Usually, this auction house would auction some extraordinary items. Most of them were divine items. Holy items simply could not enter the stage here. Divine items at supreme level were held twice a year. Each time, only the experts at the supreme level were allowed to enter the auction house. Each time, the experts at the incipient god realm had to pay a lot of divine crystals or a supreme divine material to enter the auction house. The Flowing Gold Gang only charged these admission fees to strengthen their foundation year by year. The Flowing Gold Gang was also quite famous in the southern region, and was only slightly weaker than 1 or 2 large clans or gangs. It could be considered an extremely powerful force. Thus, no one dared to mess around in the auction they held here. Old Ghost Soul Slayer also trusted the Flowing Gold Gang's power and reputation. That was why he entrusted the 7-soul demonic flower to this place for auction. The auction had yet to begin, but there were already powerful auras descending in the vicinity. Ling Xiao could sense that many of these people had unfathomable strength, and there were even a few who gave him a strong sense of oppression. The outer space is so vast. I wonder how many humans there are. Also, there are many experts at incipient god realm. Sighed Wu Bufan. Of course. I've heard that countless predecessors have ventured into many unknown realms. Perhaps there are even more powerful existences in those places. Ling Xiao agreed. Then he said, "Let's wait here before we go in." Lu Huatong had already left. He was only responsible for bringing Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan here. He was too lazy to explain to Ling Xiao how to find the quicksand master. He would not do such a thing without any benefits. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao already knew how to find him. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were both wearing cloaks. They were standing in a corner, not attracting any attention. After all, many people were wearing the same clothes as them. It seemed like they didn't want others to recognize them. Not long after that, 3 intimidating auras stormed over from a far distance. The 3 of them all looked middle-aged and old. The one in the middle was wearing a strange robe that looked like a formation. The robe exuded a mysterious aura, and the patterns on it seemed to be alive. It gave off an indescribable feeling, as if it wasn't a robe, but a set of defensive formations on one's body. Needless to say, the old man in the middle was the most famous formation master of the flowing gold space in the Southern Territory, Quicksand Master. He looked a little ugly with sunken eyes and a long nose like an eagle's beak. Most of his hair had fallen off. His face was bony and his face was old-fashioned. He gave people a feeling that strangers didn't want to approach him. The auras of the 2 people on his left and right side were as deep as the sea. They were wearing ordinary clothes, but when they raised their hands or moved their feet, they had a great aura. They were both at peak of the great realm. The 3 of them all had badges of the Flowing Gold Gang on their chests. They were obviously from the Flowing Gold Gang. "Quicksand, we'll help you take down the 7 souls demonic flower this time. Don't forget about us later." The gray-robed old man on the left laughed loudly. "That's right. We don't ask for much. Just give us a few pieces of this divine battle armor." The yellow-robed old man on the right echoed. "You don't need to think about it. I don't need you to come with me. I can take down the 7 souls demonic flower by myself." Quicksand Master curled his lips and said indifferently, "I know you have some resources, but you don't have water and wood elements, right? Besides, even if you do, your wood element might not be able to compare with those old geezers. If the 2 of us were to help you, wouldn't you be able to win?" said the gray-robed elder. "That's right. The 7 souls demonic flower is rare even in 100,000 years. That old geezer Soul Slayer actually got 3 of them. Now there's only 1 left. If you don't trade now, you won't have another chance." Think about it carefully. The yellow-robed old man said. Of course I know that. But do you know how many materials it takes to make this divine battle armor? This is my one and only divine battle armor. I can't make a few of them. Quicksand Master replied angrily. Then he said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Let's go in first. The three of them didn't try to hide their conversation. It was as if they weren't afraid of being heard by others. Ling Xiao also heard their conversation clearly. He thought to himself, so this is a divine battle armor. I wonder what kind of powerful ability it has for them to value it so much. After the three of them entered, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan also entered the auction house. There were no private rooms in this auction house. It was all in a large hall with seats. It could accommodate 500 people. There were more than a dozen members of the Flowing Gold gang standing around the hall. They were responsible for the safety of this place. No matter who entered this place, they had to follow the rules. No one was allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise, they would kill Wu He. The walls around the hall were also protected by powerful formations that could withstand the energy of the battle of the supreme experts without being destroyed. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan walked to their seats and sat down. The auction would start for a while, but there were more than 100 incipient God Realm experts sitting here. This force was really strong. These people included the members of the Flowing Gold gang, the supreme experts of the other forces in the Flowing Gold space, and even the supreme experts from outer space. There were a few pinnacle supreme beings among the 100+ people. They were the most powerful existences in and out of the domain. They should have come for the 7 Souls demonic flower. Of course, they could also be here for other divine objects. This auction wasn't only for the 7 Souls demonic flower, but also for other divine treasures. After waiting for a while, a beautiful young woman finally stepped onto the center of the auction stage. This young woman looked around 30 years old. She was at the peak of her beauty. She wore a thin veil, which vaguely revealed her graceful figure and white skin. When she glanced at the supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts present, their hearts were slightly moved. She was a beautiful auctioneer at half-incipient God Realm. After her clear voice faded, the auction finally began. This auction had many rare supreme divine materials, high-grade ancient god weapons, antiquity god techniques, divine techniques, and some strange treasures. These were the things that the supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts liked. The bidding was really fierce. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan finally saw what it meant to be filthy rich. These people didn't seem to have a bottom line. Each of their divine treasures was called for a relatively high price. The divine crystals they offered could be exchanged for each crystal vein. The amount was really terrifying. If you don't come to the heaven territory, you don't know that you're weak. If you don't come to the outer space, you don't know that you're poor. Wu Bufan sighed with emotion. Ling Xiao had the same feeling. He nodded and said, That's right. There are many resources in the outer space. These people have lived for more than 10,000 years. They have collected many divine treasures after traveling for so many years. Of course, they have a lot of treasures. Ling Xiao controlled many puppets, so his collection was much richer than most people's. However, he didn't think that the auction would be so fierce. As many divine treasures were auctioned, Ling Xiao also bid several times. Eventually, he got 3 or 4 divine treasures. To him, this was an extra harvest. Next, we will auction a piece of divine battle armor specially made by Master Quicksand Diagram. This divine battle armor was specially made from the skin of a high-level 11th level green scale alligator, and with the divine runes carved by Master Quicksand Diagram. As long as the runes are activated, not only can it block the attacks of a peak supreme expert, but it can also release a powerful killing power. Few people below the peak supreme expert level can block it. This divine battle armor will only be traded for water and wood, 2 top supreme level divine materials, or the 7 soul demonic flower. The beautiful woman said in a sweet voice as she twisted her fat buttocks. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer's voice fell, it immediately caused a commotion in the auction house. Master Sha too even took out this divine battle armor to auction. Rumor has it that only he and the leader of the Flowing Gold gang have one each. It does have a very strong defense and killing power. Why does Master Sha too only want the water and wood divine herbs? He's a metal-type cultivator. You still don't understand? Master Sha too is actually here for the 7 soul demonic flower. After he gets the water and wood attribute divine herbs in advance, he can exchange them with the 7-soul demonic flower in the end. Or if the old ghost soul annihilating ghost wants this divine battle armor, he will have to take out his 7-soul demonic flower. Master Sha too really has a good idea. In this way, those who want the 7-soul demonic flower will have to weigh whether this divine battle armor or the 7-soul demonic flower is more suitable for them. Chapter 1657. The 7 Souls demonic flower and the divine battle armor were both top-notch supreme divine items, and the two divine items had different divine effects. The 7 Souls demonic flower had a great effect on the divine soul. For those whose divine soul had been injured, its effect was naturally better than the divine battle armor. But for supremes who often walked between life and death, this divine battle armor was definitely a life-saving divine armor that could increase their chances of survival. Relatively speaking, the overall value of this divine battle armor was a level higher than the 7 Souls demonic flower. Therefore, when this divine battle armor was taken out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to obtain this divine battle armor. At this time, Quicksand, who was wearing the divine battle armor, stood up from his seat and said faintly, "That divine battle armor is similar to this old man's. It requires the consumption of a level 11 beast core and one's own divine power to activate. Once the battle armor formation is activated, it will enter an invincible state. Even if it is in a dangerous space, it will be absolutely safe. Everyone should believe in my character on this point." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The reason I took out this divine battle armor is for the 7 Souls demonic flower of the old ghost soul annihilating. Old ghost soul annihilating, why don't we exchange directly, so as not to waste everyone's time?" As he spoke, his gaze turned towards a corner. In that corner sat a person wearing a black cloak. His face was shrouded in a misty aura, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. This person was tall and thin, and his aura was extremely restrained. He stood there as if he had merged with heaven and earth, and no one could easily notice his existence. Everyone looked in the direction of the quicksand map, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Could he be the old ghost soul annihilating? The famous Lone Ranger in the Southern Domain. His temper is very strange, and he will kill people at the drop of a hat. It's not surprising that those who don't have the ability to be killed. This old ghost soul annihilating strength has reached the peak, so everyone should pay attention to what you say. Otherwise, if he holds a grudge against you, you won't even know why you died. I wonder where his 7 Souls demonic flower came from. That is a rare treasure that is rarely seen even in 100,000 years. It is a soul-type divine herb that is ranked as a top supreme divine material. Compared to the 7 Souls demonic flower, the divine battle armor is more precious. If I were him, I would definitely change it immediately. The people present discussed with their companions via voice transmission. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan also looked at Old Ghost Slayer. For some reason, Ling Xiao suddenly had a very familiar feeling in his heart. The personal will that came from the origin made his heart somewhat agitated. The soul-slaying old ghost said to the quicksand map, "I'm not interested in your divine battle armor." Old Ghost Soul Annihilator's voice was hoarse and old, which was very unpleasant to hear. At the same time, he mercilessly refused the quicksand map's proposal. Quicksand too seemed to have already known the result, so he didn't insist. He turned to the others and said, "Since you don't need it, then let the others present their chips. I believe that some of you will take out top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood. I can exchange them for the 7 Soul demonic flower." Quicksand 2's meaning was very clear. If the top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood couldn't be exchanged for the 7 Soul demonic flower, he definitely wouldn't trade the divine battle armor. At this time, the beautiful auctioneer took the opportunity to say, "Master Sha too has already made it very clear. Next, I will reveal the 7 Soul demonic flower in advance. I believe that everyone knows its value and use. Whoever wants the divine battle armor can exchange for the 7 Soul demonic flower and then hand it over to Master Sha Tuesday. If there is no 7 Soul demonic flower, I'm afraid that Master Sha too will not be satisfied. The two divine items will be auctioned at the same time. At the very least, 2 top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood. If you can take out a chip that satisfies the two lords, then you can trade. The bidding begins. Top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood attributes immediately caused many people to shrink back. Therefore, there weren't many people who could compete for these two top-level divine items. 1,000 leaves water lotus and 100,000 year tree core. Exchange for the 7-soul demonic flower. At this time, a top-level supreme expert sitting in a seat quietly said. At the same time, he took out 2 divine items. A pure white water lotus with many small leaves and a green tree core that was full of vitality appeared in front of the crowd. Everyone looked in that direction, and their eyes were filled with burning desire. The 1,000 leaves water lotus only exists in the legendary deity's pond. It only grows 1 leaf every 100 years. There are 1,000 leaves here. I'm afraid it's a top-level supreme celestial material that has been growing for 100,000 years. That's right. This 1,000 leaves water lotus can directly create a god body with water attributes. It won't be a problem for that person to reach the incipient god realm in the future. This lord is really bold to take out such a divine item. The 100,000-year-old tree core isn't bad either. Not every 100,000-year-old tree can produce a tree core. At the very least, it's a tree core that has already become a demon. It also has an unexpected divine effect. These 2 divine objects are indeed comparable to the 7-soul demonic flower. This seems to be the deputy master of the Heavenly Water Palace, Lord Shui Wuxing. The Heavenly Water Palace is an existence comparable to our flowing gold gang. No wonder he's so bold. How about it, old soul annihilating ghost? Have these 2 divine items satisfied your appetite? Shui Wuxing looked at old soul annihilating ghost and said. This Shui Wuxing looked very young, and his appearance was also quite handsome. However, the words he spoke were a bit feminine, giving people the feeling that he was a trap. However, no one dared to say that to him. Those who called him a sissy had already gone to hell. Before old soul annihilating ghost could speak, someone else spoke first. Although these 2 items are good, my 9 illusionary divine spring and withered wood vine are also good. I'll exchange them for the 7-soul demonic flower and give it to Master Sha too. As soon as these 2 divine items appeared, they also caused the hall to be filled with splendor, causing everyone to be amazed. Divine items of this level were not commonly seen. Now that they were able to touch them, it was enough to make 10 people excited. The pinnacle supreme being who came with quicksand too also took out 2 other rare top-notch water and wood attribute divine items. In just a short period of time, there were already 5 or 6 people bidding. They laid out their chips and waited for Old Soul Annihilating Ghost's decision. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost himself did not show the slightest sign of anxiety. He seemed to be waiting to see if anyone else would take out better divine items. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost, have you decided whose divine item you want? Quicksand 2 asked impatiently. Among these people, there were 2 or 3 who came for his divine battle armor. Of course, he hoped that Old Soul Annihilating Ghost would choose the divine item in their hands. Everyone present became nervous. They wanted to see who the 7-soul demonic flower would end up with. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost glanced at the crowd. When he was about to speak, a voice rang out. Don't worry, Lord Soul Annihilating Ghost. I'll trade 1 for 1. See if this divine herb catches your eye. At the same time, in a direction, a divine herb quietly floated up. Suddenly, a combination of blue and green light burst out in all directions. A different kind of aura instantly surged, causing everyone present to look over anxiously. What kind of divine herb is this? It's so full of spirituality. It's already showing signs of becoming a demon. What a strong water and wood attribute. It should be a dual attribute variant divine herb. Its value should not be lower than the 7-soul demonic flower. No wonder he dared to say 1 for 1. Well, that flower spirit is fluttering, giving people a feeling of ascension. It's really good stuff. This should be a kind of divine herb that has never appeared in the world. This guy is really lucky. It's a pity that it's dual attribute. For those with a single attribute, the divine power will be discounted. But this seems to be in line with Old Soul Annihilating Ghost's request. Everyone began to discuss in astonishment. Dual attribute divine herbs were extremely rare, and reaching this level was rare even in 100,000 years. This was also the reason why they were so surprised. As soon as this divine item appeared, Old Soul Annihilating Ghost and Quicksand 2's eyes stopped on the divine herb, and they both revealed expressions of surprise. What kind of divine item is this? Old Soul Annihilating Ghost whispered with some urgency. This is the inky black immortal lotus. It can cleanse the spirit, allow people to comprehend heaven and earth, and even increase their cultivation. I only have one. Can I exchange for one with Sir Soul Annihilating Ghost? The person who took out the item was Ling Xiao, and he asked with some anticipation. The 7-soul demonic flower was related to the recovery of his spirit, so Ling Xiao had to take out the divine item that he felt was worth it. The inky black immortal lotus was an extremely strange divine item, and its effect was also very remarkable. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost immediately shouted without thinking, "Okay, I'll exchange with you." Wait, are you not interested in my divine defense battle armor? Quicksand 2 couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't want the 7-soul demonic flower, so he took out the divine battle armor. If he couldn't exchange for it, he would lose all face. Most importantly, his plan to strengthen his divine soul would be ruined. Ling Xiao replied, "Master Sha Tu's divine defense armor is naturally unparalleled. Of course I want it, but I urgently need the 7-soul demonic flower. Please forgive me, Master Sha Tuesday. Is there no room for negotiation?" Quicksand 2 asked in a deep voice. At this time the gray-robed elder beside him said, "If you really need a soul-type item, we can give you something else. Why don't you exchange this inky black immortal lotus for the divine defense battle armor first and give the 7-soul demonic flower to Master?" "That's right. If you exchange like this, our flowing gold gang will owe you a favor. Master Sha Tu will also remember this." Another yellow-robed old man echoed. "I'm sorry, my lords, but I really must have the 7-soul demonic flower," Ling Xiao said with certainty. Although the divine defense battle armor was very good, what he urgently needed right now was to recover his spirit. This would have a huge impact on his future advancement. The expressions of Quicksand and the other two darkened as they looked at Ling Xiao with unfriendly gazes. If Lord Sha Tu really needs this soul-type divine grass, this Ghost Grass King might be suitable for you. Ling Xiao took out another divine grass and said. Chapter 1658. Back then, when Ling Xiao was in the Thousand Demon Forest, when he had subdued the Ghost Prince, the Ghost King had given him 3 Ghost Grass Kings. He had already used 2 of them, and this was the last one. This Ghost Grass King was a supreme divine material, but its medicinal effects were slightly weaker than the 7 Souls demonic flower. However, it was still a relatively rare soul-type divine herb. The reason why Ling Xiao took him out was to befriend this Master Quicksand. If the other party didn't like it, then there was nothing he could do. After all, there were some things that couldn't be both ways. Ghost Grass King. Not only was Quicksand surprised, even the others were a little surprised. If they couldn't exchange for the 7 Souls demonic flower, then this Ghost Grass King would be a good choice for them. I wonder what other divine items you need other than the 7 Souls demonic flower? I also want to exchange for this Ghost Grass King. The Vice Palace Master of the Water Heaven Palace asked. Another sovereign said, "That's right, what else do you want? We'll exchange." In an instant, a few more people proposed to Ling Xiao that they wanted to exchange for the Ghost Grass King. After all, soul-type divine grasses were too rare, and those that reached the sovereign level were even rarer. What are you guys yelling about? He's here to exchange for an old man like me, Quicksand said with some dissatisfaction. Then he said, "Your Ghost Grass King is not bad, but it's not as good as the 7 Souls demonic flower. How about this, you take out 2 of them, and my defensive god's battle armor will belong to you." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I only have 1 stock left. The other Ghost Grass are not that high in rank. Then I can only use other divine objects to exchange with you. I'll give you the 7 Souls demonic flower." It was not good for Quicksand to continue blocking the trade, so he could only take a step back and ask for the Ghost Grass King. "Thank you, Master Sha Tu." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and replied, then walked towards Old Ghost Soul Annihilating. At this time, Old Ghost Soul Annihilating also took out the 7 Souls demonic flower. This 7 Soul demonic flower seemed to have 7 flower souls dancing in the air. The 7 petals were wrapped together, and there were even specks of divine spring in the middle, which floated with the purest and most flawless aura. It was like a black enchantress, which was extremely fascinating. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt as if their souls were jumping, and they all had the urge to snatch it and devour it immediately. Ling Xiao's gaze became extremely urgent. Let's trade 1 for 1. Take it. After Ling Xiao exchanged the inky lotus immortal lotus with the old ghost soul annihilating ghost, they both put away their divine items. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and old ghost soul annihilator with complicated feelings. Take good care of this 7-soul demonic flower, Old Ghost Annihilator said and strode out of the auction. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he exclaimed in his heart, "This old ghost soul annihilator is made of flesh and blood." His perception of the soul was different from that of ordinary people. This old ghost soul annihilator was full of blood and qi, and his physical body was also quite real. However, the fluctuations of soul power could not be easily concealed. When old ghost soul annihilator left, many people immediately followed him out. Everyone knew what was going to happen, but they did not point it out. Speaking of which, what type of divine item do you need? I will try my best to meet your requirements. Quicksand Diagram looked at Ling Xiao and asked, I can give this divine item to Master Sha Tuesday. I want to talk to Master Sha Tu alone later. There's something I need Master Sha Tu's help with. Ling Xiao said very generously. I can only carve pictures and arrays. I can't help with anything else. Quicksand Diagram said the ugly words first. What he meant was that he could help with setting up the array, but he would not help with anything else. Of course I know that. Ling Xiao replied softly. All right, since that's the case, follow this old man. I believe no one will dare to touch you here for the time being. Quicksand Diagram replied indifferently, then put away his defensive god's battle armor, and walked towards the room at the back of the auction house. Those who wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao could only wait outside the auction house helplessly. They definitely didn't have the guts to cause trouble here, otherwise the Flowing Gold Gang would definitely not let them off. After arriving at the room at the back, Quicksand Diagram went straight to the point. Speak, what do you need my help with? I heard that Master Sha Tu is the most powerful formation master, so I would like to ask Master to help me set up a formation. Ling Xiao said. The formation is easy. What kind of formation do you want to inscribe? Where? Quicksand Diagram said disapprovingly. He, the most outstanding formation master on the Southern Domain Road, was not some random person. Origin formation. Ling Xiao said faintly. Good origin. What did you say about the origin formation? Quicksand Diagram casually replied, then suddenly realized something. His body trembled a bit, and he asked again. Yes, it's the origin formation. Ling Xiao affirmed once again. Are you sure you're not joking? Ordinary origin stones only need to set up some restrictions or simple formation patterns to automatically absorb the origin power. If that's the case, it's not worth it for me to take action. Quicksand Diagram replied. No, I'm talking about gathering all 9 origin stones and then setting up the origin formation, so that they can repeatedly produce origin power, forming a barrier to protect the space continent. Ling Xiao further explained. Gathering all 9 origin stones, are you sure you're not lying? Quicksand Diagram excitedly stood up and exclaimed. It was already not bad for any force to obtain 1 origin stone. If this person in front of him gathered all 9 origin stones, then it would be amazing. Even a formation master like him would be greedy. Ling Xiao saw through Quicksand Diagram's thoughts at a glance, but anyone would be a little excited. Quicksand Diagram didn't immediately think of robbing Ling Xiao, otherwise, Ling Xiao would have immediately run away. This was someone else's territory. If someone wanted to make him stay, it would be very easy. Quicksand Diagram, don't get too excited. I definitely don't have the 9 origin stones. What kind of divine material is that? Even an overlord force would find it difficult to obtain a origin stone. Do you think I have it? Ling Xiao said. Then why did you say you want to set up the origin formation? Aren't you trying to fool me? Quicksand Diagram shouted with some dissatisfaction. No, I won't lie to you. Although I don't have the 9 origin stones, someone is doing their best to gather them. Perhaps after 100 or 1,000 years, they will be able to gather them. However, they still need the help of a master who can set up the origin formation. I wonder if you can set up such a formation? Ling Xiao asked again. Quicksand Diagram's face recovered and he said, "Oh, I haven't gathered them yet. But where are you from? Why are you doing such a big thing? Do you really want to build a giant ancient continent?" "Master, you don't have to worry about this. I'm just here to talk to Master Sha too on behalf of my superiors. If you can do it, then we'll make an agreement. Similarly, you'll be rewarded accordingly." Ling Xiao would not lay everything out in front of the other party. Quicksand Diagram also understood the other's intention, so he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he said, "I don't know this kind of ancient formation that only exists in legends. You should find someone else." Ling Xiao used the exquisite heart to directly see through Quicksand Diagram's thoughts. He knew that Quicksand Diagram was telling the truth. "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. This Ghost Grass King will be given to Master as a gift to make friends." Ling Xiao gave the Ghost Grass King to Quicksand Diagram. Quicksand Diagram looked at Ling Xiao with deep meaning and then put away the Ghost Grass King. "In this world, I'm afraid that no one can set up the origin formation. But, if you can find 2 or 3 divine array masters at the same level as this old man, you may be able to do it," Quicksand Diagram said. Ling Xiao looked at Quicksand Diagram and gently nodded. He said, "Thank you, Master, for telling me. If I need help in the future, I hope Master Quicksand Diagram will not hesitate to help me." "Let's talk about this when the time comes," Quicksand Diagram said indifferently. Ling Xiao didn't linger. When he was about to say goodbye, Quicksand Diagram said, "Why don't you stay here for a few days?" Ling Xiao understood what Quicksand Diagram meant. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll do as you say." Presently, if he and Wu Bufan were to leave the Gold Wave dimension right away, then they would probably suffer the pursuit of others. Even though he wasn't afraid of others, for the sake of reducing trouble, he decided to enter into closed-door cultivation here for a few days to recover from the injuries to his soul before continuing on his journey. In this way, even if a peak incipient God Realm expert came to chase after him, he wouldn't be afraid. Then, Quicksand Diagram arranged a place for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also called Wu Bufan to stay in the flowing gold space. Those who wanted to harm Ling Xiao knew that Quicksand Diagram wanted to protect him. They couldn't attack him in the flowing gold space, so they had to leave. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little regretful that he couldn't talk to the Soul Slayer Old Ghost. He always felt that the Soul Slayer Old Ghost gave him a familiar feeling. Besides the fact that the other had a god soul body like him, there should be another feeling that made him resonate with him. However, since he wasn't sure about this matter, he didn't want to find the Soul Slayer Old Ghost to confirm it. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan temporarily stayed in a place under the Flowing Gold Gang's jurisdiction. Ling Xiao told Wu Bufan to be on guard, and then he went into closed-door cultivation. This place had a special room with formations to prevent others from disturbing him. Moreover, Shi Yan was sure that Quicksand Diagram didn't annoy him. Thus, he relaxed and entered seclusion. After Ling Xiao adjusted his breathing for a while, he took out the 7-soul demonic flower. This 7 souls demonic flower seemed to have 7 floating flower souls. Waves of pure soul power made his divine soul very excited, and he had an urge to immediately devour it. Right when Ling Xiao wanted to swallow it, the 7-soul demonic flower suddenly shot out a flow of powerful soul energy, directly entering his sea of consciousness. This soul energy had a formidable attacking power. If he was careless, his god soul would be hurt, and the demonic flower would run away. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to protect him from harm. This 7-soul demonic flower is strange. Ling Xiao frowned and hissed. Right after that, his palm shook and the heaven flame emerged. Chapter 1659. Ling Xiao was a supreme alchemy god. It was very easy for him to refine a divine herb. When the 7 souls demonic flower came into contact with the aura of the heavenly fire, it immediately began to wither and a drop of divine liquid began to evaporate. Sob sob. The 7 souls demonic flower actually let out a baby-like cry, as if it was begging for mercy. At this time, an invisible wave of soul power overflowed. This soul power was definitely not from the 7 souls demonic flower. Others might not be able to sense the existence of this soul power, but it was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. Sure enough, there's something strange. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed the heavenly fire at the soul power that was about to escape. When the soul power was burned, Ling Xiao immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the 7 souls demonic flower into his stomach. Ling Xiao sat down and began to absorb the power of the 7 souls demonic flower with all his strength to restore his soul state. In a mountain cave in an ancient mountain range in the gold flow space, a masked man muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. He actually destroyed my soul power. This kid is really strange. But this Black Lotus Immortal is a good thing. It should be able to let me enter the final stage and cleanse the impurities in my soul at the same time. After a pause, he sighed with emotion. After so many tens of thousands of years, I can finally go back and take revenge. Those who destroyed my clan back then. Just you wait. With that, the man took off his mask, revealing a hideous face that could scare some timid people out of their wits. It wasn't that this person was too ugly, but that there was a terrible sword scar from right to left on his face, like a centipede crawling on his face. The hideous scar was really too frightening. If not for this sword scar, his facial features would definitely be a rare handsome man. Who knew that this person was the true face of old Ghost Slayer? Inside the seclusion room, Ling Xiao's divine soul felt as if it was ascending, and his soul power was rapidly recovering. A pool of pure and flawless spiritual liquid was constantly floating in his sea of consciousness, constantly being transformed into soul power, bathing his divine soul. A comfortable and calm feeling made him feel extremely wonderful. As the large amount of soul power was absorbed, the power of his divine soul was constantly recovering and improving. At the same time, wisps of blood qi were continuously extracted from his body and condensed on his spirit. His spirit was gradually solidifying from the initial state of a shadow. A large amount of blood qi wrapped around his spirit, and was condensing a new spirit, flesh and blood. Ling Xiao's soul was enveloped by a lot of spiritual fluid, soul power, and blood energy, and was recovering bit by bit. At the same time, the chaotic energy in the chaotic world actually released its power towards Ling Xiao's soul for the first time. The chaotic energy was absorbed by his soul bit by bit, giving his soul an ancient charm. Ling Xiao reveled in the process of recovering and becoming stronger, completely unaware of the passage of time. Half a year passed quickly. The supreme experts and incipient God realm experts who wanted to rob Ling Xiao had long lost their patience. They all left. They understood that the other must have swallowed the 7-soul demonic flower immediately. If they waited any longer, it would be Yang Bai's fault. They didn't have much time to waste here. In the seclusion room, Ling Xiao finally woke up. At this moment, 2 figures of Ling Xiao appeared in the room. From their appearances, no one could tell which one was his real body and which one was his clone. Because these 2 bodies were made of flesh and blood, they were real existences. They weren't created by the shadows. After a while, one of the bodies turned into a mass of soul power, entering the sea of consciousness of the other body. Ling Xiao beamed an incomparably satisfied smile. Haha, the peak of great master realm. This 7-soul demonic flower is really magical. No wonder why it could attract so many people. It's worth exchanging for the inky immortal lotus. Today, with the help of the 7-soul demonic flower's soul power, not only had Ling Xiao's god soul recovered, but he had also created a clone. His god soul's power had increased to the next level, reaching the peak of great master realm in one go. At this moment, he could rely on his god soul clone to become the strongest existence inside and outside the star area. He recovered his confident smile. He could feel that as his god soul became stronger, the competence of his real body was vaguely showing signs of breaking through. Although this feeling was not very obvious, it was definitely there. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through again and reach the peak of Great Master Realm. Now, I'm more confident in going to the space of thunder and lightning. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself and then walked out of the seclusion room. Wu Bufan had been waiting outside for a long time. He looked at the smiling Ling Xiao and said, "Seems like you've gained a lot this time." "A little, but Brother Wu seems to be closer to breaking through to the next step. It's really worth celebrating." Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "Let's not be modest. Let's go, it's time to hit the road." Wu Bufan said. "Yes, but before we leave, let's say goodbye to the people of the Flowing Gold faction." Ling Xiao replied. Then they asked the people of the Flowing Gold faction to say goodbye to the Flowing Gold map and then left the space of Flowing Gold. However, when they left, the news of their departure was immediately passed to the ears of another group of people. When Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had just left the space of flowing gold, they immediately sensed a dozen terrifying auras rushing out at the same time. It seems that some people are quite patient. They haven't given up after waiting for half a year. Wu Bufan sneered. Let them come. Anyway, I'm itching to show off my skills, so I'll use them to relieve my boredom. Ling Xiao said with a smile. A middle-aged man led a dozen or so people toward Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan, surrounding them. This middle-aged man was the deputy palace lord of the Heavenly Water Temple, Shui Wuxing, whom they met at the auction. He was dressed in a white robe with his hair flowing down. He held a white fan in his hand, giving off a wanton and unrestrained appearance. May I know why you are blocking our way? Ling Xiao asked. You two don't need to hide your faces. You two are the Devil Tiger Tribe's wanted fugitives, alchemy god Ling Xiao and his other companion. Shui Wuxing spoke with a feminine voice while looking at Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan glanced at each other and then took off their cloaks. Since your excellency knows our identities, could it be that you want to capture us on behalf of the demonic tiger tribe? Ling Xiao asked. I do have such intentions. After all, with your excellency's identity, the demonic tiger tribe's reward is also very tempting. Shui Wuxing replied indifferently. Then, he opened his fan and lightly waved it. However, I'm not too interested in the reward. I'm mainly interested in you, Divine Alchemist Ling. If you are willing to join my Heavenly Water Temple, we will definitely welcome you. Moreover, even if the demonic tiger tribe knows that you are here in the future, they won't dare to do anything. I appreciate your excellency's good intentions, but I am Kim People's man. It's impossible for me to join your Heavenly Water Temple. If I can befriend you, it's not a problem. Ling Xiao tactfully declined. It seems that Divine Alchemist Ling has no interest in our Heavenly Water Temple. How about this? Hand over the Seven Souls demonic flower and we'll pretend that we didn't see anything. Shui Wuxing said again. Ling Xiao sensed Shui Wuxing's intentions and knew that the other party didn't just want the Seven Souls demonic flower. You really only want the Seven Souls demonic flower? Ling Xiao sneered. Of course, we still need Divine Alchemist Ling to take out all of your Supreme God pellets. Shui Wuxing said again. Haha, what if I don't comply? Ling Xiao faintly smiled. Then don't blame us for using force. Shui Wuxing wasn't surprised. He waved his hand to let his people surround them and then said, Perhaps the two of you have extraordinary fighting powers. But in front of so many people, do you think you can escape? I advise you not to put up a futile resistance. Haha, with just these few people, you want to eat us? You're too naive. Ling Xiao laughed crazily. Suddenly, 50 Supreme God Realm experts appeared by his side. These were the Supreme God Realm puppets that Ling Xiao had replenished in the past 3 years. They were all pirates under his control. Now there were more than 70 of them. He had only summoned 50 of them and left some in the apothecary realm. The expression of Shui Wuxing, who had always been calm and collected, instantly changed. His expression also became somewhat flustered. You like to bully the few with numbers, don't you? Coincidentally, this is also what this empress likes. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I didn't expect Divine Alchemist Ling to have such means. No wonder you dared to directly break the domain passage. It seems that you've been prepared. Since Divine Alchemist Ling has helpers, then let's forget about this matter and pretend that I didn't see you. Let's go. Shui Wuxing was also a formidable character. It was rare for him to be able to speak calmly in such a situation. Your Excellency, you don't put us in your eyes. Since you want to rob us, then be prepared to be robbed. Take out your 1,000 leaves water lotus and the 100,000-year tree core. Otherwise, leave them all here. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. Haha, I know you have the ability to keep us here. But have you ever thought that if I kill you in front of these people, it won't be a problem to break out of the encirclement? Do you believe me? Shui Wuxing smiled and then his aura instantly burst out. The aura of a peak supreme being swept out and rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was simply impossible to suppress Ling Xiao with just his aura alone. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's spiritual strength had been restored and had even reached a higher level. It's useless. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Ling Xiao was completely unaffected as he spoke. Is that so? Then let's see what they can do to me after I capture you first. Shui Wuxing faintly said. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was also at this time that a monstrous wave suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao, wanting to completely trap him. This was Shui Wuxing's attack. As a peak supreme being, he was able to casually trigger an attack that was like a natural disaster. It was truly quite powerful. You're courting death. Ling Xiao sneered and his spiritual avatar appeared. Chapter 1660. Shui Wuxing was the deputy palace lord of the Water Heaven Palace. His strength had reached the pinnacle, and his first move was earth-shattering. If Ling Xiao's divine soul hadn't recovered, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Shui Wuxing. But now, not only had his divine soul recovered, but it had also reached the pinnacle of strength. Coupled with his 70 times battle power, how many people could be his match? Ling Xiao's divine soul had just appeared when it immediately tore apart Shui Wuxing's water wave. Shui Wuxing was just about to grab Ling Xiao's head when he suddenly felt the energy fluctuations. He immediately retreated without thinking. Ling Xiao ordered at this time, "Capture them alive." He didn't want to offend a force like the Water Heaven Palace, but the other party was bullying him. If he didn't teach them a lesson, wouldn't it make people think that he was easy to bully? "You dare! If you hurt any one of us, our Water Heaven Palace won't rest until you are dead." Shui Wuxing screamed in a sharp voice. At the same time, his sacred beast protector appeared, and a defensive divine armor appeared on his body. The white fan in his hand disappeared, and a blue long sword appeared in his hand. "I will still kill the people of the Devil Tiger clan. Your Water Heaven Palace is still not in my eyes." Ling Xiao sneered and immediately entered a battle state. His divine soul avatar hid itself and quietly blasted out the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art. The tyrannical dragon-shaped attacks might had already reached a terrifying level. Shui Wuxing only felt that the roaring true dragons coming from all directions were so real, so terrifying. What's going on? Who is hiding here? Shui Wuxing cried out in alarm and brandished his long sword like a rainbow. A continuous stream of sword skills swept up, and many waves continuously gathered, forming a monstrous wave that rushed towards those roaring dragon-shaped attacks. Rumble! Powerful moves collided unceasingly, and a lot of power splashed out from the collision. Shui Wuxing, who had always been incomparably confident, was hit by the impact until his blood was boiling. A feeling of suffocation made him very uncomfortable, and the long sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Shui Wuxing hadn't expected that the hidden opponent would be more powerful than him. Damn it! No wonder Ling Xiao dares to walk around the domain path as he pleases. It turns out that he has a protector of this level. Shui Wuxing thought to himself and immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat!" With such an opponent suppressing him, he could forget about killing Ling Xiao. Moreover, the other party had so many helpers. He would be a fool not to escape. "Do you think you can escape? All of you stay here." Ling Xiao sneered. His battle prowess rose once again. Frightening attacks formed a mountain-toppling and sea-overturning momentum, completely engulfing Shui Wuxing. Ling Xiao's puppets had used the advantage of numbers to kill all the incipient God Realm experts of the Water Heaven Palace. No one could escape. Shui Wuxing was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and the divine armor on her body was almost completely cracked. Only now did he realize that the opponent was much stronger than him. He didn't even have the power to counterattack. "Alchemist Ling, quick! Ask your people to stop. I admit defeat. I will hand over the 1,000 Leaves Water Lotus and the 100,000-year tree core." Shui Wuxing pleaded while trying to defend himself. "It's too late now. I will defeat you." Ling Xiao sneered and made the final destructive attack. Shui Wuxing had just entered the peak of the Supreme Realm not long ago, so it wasn't difficult to fight against him. Moreover, he'd concealed himself, so no one would be able to easily discover his existence. This was the true reason why he'd been able to defeat Shui Wuxing so easily. "You forced me to do this. Go to hell." Shui Wuxing roared in fear and made the final counterattack. He used all of his strength, and all of his divine power burst out, forming a vast ocean around him. The huge waves roared and crashed non-stop, and many sword waves swept out in all directions. Every sword wave smashed the stars into pieces, and heaven and earth split apart. Ling Xiao's god soul could feel the terrifying power of Shui Wuxing's attack. He had to use his strongest defense. His golden fists smashed the sword waves into pieces. After unleashing this attack, Shui Wuxing immediately fled with his saint beast at full speed. He tore the space and ran as fast as he could. He couldn't be killed by Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. His speed was much slower than Ling Xiao's. "You can't run away. Be obedient and be captured," Ling Xiao shouted, and the domain of sealing appeared. It froze the space around Shui Wuxing, causing him to freeze in place. Ling Xiao seized the chance to attack. His fists directly hit Shui Wuxing's god body. Bang bang! Shui Wuxing didn't understand what was going on. His god armor cracked and his god body exploded. Ling Xiao didn't stop immediately. Instead, he continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. Shui Wuxing's god body couldn't heal. There wasn't much suspense in this battle. Shui Wuxing was captured by Ling Xiao. None of Shui Wuxing's subordinates could escape. They were all captured. Ling Xiao ordered his men to escort these people away from the area. When they reached a quiet place, they would be captured again. This Shui Wuxing is really a fat sheep. Ling Xiao was very satisfied as he thought to himself. After he captured Shui Wuxing, he made him take out all his belongings. Only then did he discover that Shui Wuxing's collection was very rich, which made him very excited. In the end, he gave 1,000-leaf water lotus to Wu Bufan. He also took out 2 space rings from the people of Water Heaven Palace. This was Wu Bufan's reward for following him all the way. Wu Bufan didn't stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao had given him some space rings when he captured those plunderers. Wu Bufan didn't refuse. Moreover, after he witnessed the appearances of many supreme exalts who were so rich that they could take advantage of others during the auction, he had to pay attention to accumulating treasures. At the same time, many divine materials were indispensable to his cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were about to hurry on, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted in a certain direction. "Who's there?" "I've already found you." "Xiao." At the same time, Ling Xiao pointed in that direction and sent a heavenly fire burning in that direction. However, no one appeared in that direction. Instead, a gloomy voice sounded. "Boy, who are you? Where did you get the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop?" Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan became vigilant. They didn't expect that someone would come close to them. They almost didn't guess it. "It doesn't matter who I am, but I already know who you are," Ling Xiao shouted. His green eyes glowed with a green light as he saw a hidden figure. You actually know how to hide your soul." Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the person who had come would use a flesh and soul like him. Moreover, he also had a method to hide his tracks. This was the first time he had encountered such a person since he started cultivating. "You can actually find me? You're a member of my soul race." Another figure flew over from another direction. The hidden soul turned into a ball of soul power and merged with that person. This person was the masked old soul slayer. His strength had now reached the peak of the high-rank supremacy stage from late-rank supremacy stage. His strength had reached a whole new level. Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and he revealed a look of disbelief as he asked, "You're also a member of the soul race?" The soul race was almost exterminated in ancient times, and the other descendants of the soul race were also found by Ling Xiao. Now, a peak supreme being of the soul race had suddenly appeared. It was truly shocking to him. "Try it and you'll know." After Old Ghost Soul Annihilation said faintly, his soul power attack suddenly appeared. An invisible netherworld ghost claw grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. This nether ghost claw was condensed from soul power, and it directly attacked one's sea of consciousness. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Ling Xiao was originally the most proficient in soul power attacks, so he could clearly feel the power of Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's attack. If an ordinary high-level Supreme Being's sea of consciousness was hit by this move, their soul would probably be destroyed and they would die. Ling Xiao's soul power also attacked at the same time. An ice and fire sword appeared and immediately slashed at the nether ghost claw. Bang! There was an invisible confrontation between soul power, and a dull sound was produced as the forces collided, rippling the power of the turbulence. A claw and a sword kept intertwining, and no one destroyed the other in advance. The soul power attacks that the two of them controlled had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. This was an invisible and shadowless contest of attacks. Only those who could sense the existence of soul power would realize that this contest was unusually fierce. Kid, your soul power has indeed reached the peak state. Let's end it here. Old Ghost Soul Annihilating said and retracted his nether ghost claw. However, Ling Xiao didn't stop because of this. He shouted, "You're not soul annihilating. You should be called soul annihilating, right?" After saying that, his ice and fire sword surged with power and slashed directly at Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's head. "Who the hell are you? How do you know me?" Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's body trembled slightly as he shouted in surprise. A soul shield suddenly appeared and blocked Ling Xiao's soul slash. "Traitor, it's because of you that my clan was destroyed. You still have the face to say that you're from the Soul Clan. Today, I'll clean up the clan." Ling Xiao's eyes instantly turned red with anger. An inexplicable aura suddenly appeared on his body, and he seemed to have become another person. Soul Wind. Your big brother. Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's body trembled as he exclaimed in disbelief. "I don't have a younger brother like you. I'll kill you." Ling Xiao roared, and his soul power used the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to increase its speed. The Golden Dragon Spear and Ice and Fire Sword attacked from the left and right. His strength reached the peak level, and his attack power was terrifying. "No, big brother. I'm not a traitor. I was also deceived back then. Listen to my explanation." Old Ghost Soul Annihilating responded in panic while dodging Ling Xiao's soul power attack. "Go to hell and explain to all your clansmen." Ling Xiao shouted angrily. His divine soul avatar appeared and attacked Old Ghost Soul Annihilating. Chapter 1661. It had been 1,000,000 years since the Antiquity era and the Soul Clan had perished 500 or 600,000 years ago. It was the end of the Antiquity era and the beginning of the Ancient era. That year, when the other clans attacked the Soul Clan, besides all the incipient God Realm experts of the other clans, something else had happened that almost destroyed the Soul Clan. When the great armies of the other clans had arrived, Han Feng had prepared to let his clansmen leave because he knew that they weren't a match for so many ancient clans. However, because of one person's words, he had hesitated and everyone in his clan had been besieged and killed. And this person was Han Feng's younger brother, Han Mie. Han Mie was one of Han Feng's most trusted brothers. At that time, he had misled Han Feng's decision. He had said that the other clans had joined hands to negotiate and solve the problem peacefully and not to attack the Soul Clan. It was also because of this sentence that Han Feng hesitated. In the end, the Han clan was almost annihilated. Today, this old ghost Han Mie was Han Feng's younger brother. Perhaps Ling Xiao was Han Feng's reincarnation. When he sensed Han Mie's familiar aura, he finally triggered a memory deep in his god soul. He seemed to be crazy as his god soul clones attacked Han Mie. In terms of fighting ability, how could Han Mie be a match for Ling Xiao who could increase his power by 70 times? However, Han Mie was a god soul with flesh and blood. Both his body and god soul had reached the peak. He split into two and tried his best to resist Ling Xiao's god soul attacks. "Big brother, listen to my explanation. I was tricked by that goddamn Bian Zi." Han Mie only defended and didn't dare to fight back. If he didn't have a high-level defensive divine armor, he would have been blown up by Ling Xiao's waves of powerful attacks. At this moment, he was just forced backward. He could still endure it. However, the bigger Ling Xiao was, the more powerful he was. 70 times his power was far beyond that of a normal peak supreme expert. Ice-breaking mountains and rivers. Burning sky and breaking sun. Ling Xiao continuously used the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art with all his strength. Han Mie finally couldn't take it anymore and vomited blood. His true body was unbearably frozen, and his soul couldn't withstand the heavenly fires burning. He had no choice but to return to his sea of consciousness. "Big brother, listen to me." Soul Destroyer was fully armed and had a divine shield in his hand to block the attacks as he wailed bitterly. "Go to hell and repent to your clansmen." Ling Xiao's aura reached its peak, and all of his power burst forth. 5 dragons of different colors roared out from behind him. Soul Destroyer only felt his body stop for a moment, unable to move. Forget it, forget it. Today, I will atone for my sins with death. Soul Extinguisher originally wanted to struggle, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up. All these years he had been wandering in the outer realms, he had already suffered enough mental torture. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to reach the pinnacle one day and return to the heaven region to take revenge for his clansmen, he would have committed suicide a long time ago. Now that he was able to die in the hands of his big brother, he had no regrets. 5 dragons appeared behind Ling Xiao, and a majestic aura filled the sky, causing the space to churn. Imperial Dragon Heaven Exterminating Art. 5 dragons unite. Ling Xiao unreservedly executed a sure-kill attack on Soul Destroyer. A 5-colored dragon traversed across the sky and directly swallowed Soul Destroyer. Pa! Before the true dragon's soul was extinguished, the mask on his face was directly crushed by this imposing aura, revealing the ferocious appearance underneath. Just as the power of this attack was about to reach Soul Destroyer, Ling Xiao saw Soul Destroyer's face clearly. His body suddenly trembled, and his hands immediately danced, controlling the power of this attack to blast in another direction. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded on the other side of Soul Destroyer, but he was only sent flying by the shockwave. He didn't suffer much damage. What happened to me? Ling Xiao's power weakened, and he regained his senses. He didn't know what he had just done. Wu Bufan, who was watching the battle not far away, was even more confused about what was going on. Ling Xiao really has a lot of secrets. Wu Bufan secretly thought. Soul Destroyer stabilized his body, and said with some hesitation, "Big brother didn't kill me. Big brother, will you forgive me?" He didn't have the demeanor of a supreme expert, and only had the pleading expression of an ordinary person, yearning for forgiveness. "You are old ghost Soul Destroyer?" Ling Xiao looked at Soul Destroyer with a face full of doubt. He seemed to have been possessed by another person just now, so he didn't know what had happened. However, he still clearly remembered that he discovered Soul Destroyer when he sneaked over. "You are not Big Brother? How can you not be Big Brother?" Soul Destroyer cried out involuntarily, and hurriedly rushed towards Ling Xiao. "Stop! What are you trying to do? If you come any closer, I won't be polite to you," Ling Xiao said sternly to Soul Destroyer. "Could it be a hallucination just now? You really aren't Big Brother." Soul Destroyer stopped and stared at Ling Xiao as he shouted. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop emitted a halo, and an inexplicable memory began to pour into his mind. He suddenly remembered what had happened just now. He also knew that the person in front of him was Soul Destroyer, his younger brother in his previous 2 lives. But now, the situation had changed. He wasn't Soul Wind, but Ling Xiao. Whether this reincarnation was real or not, there was no way to find out. "You are Soul Destroyer, why aren't you dead yet?" Ling Xiao shouted angrily from the bottom of his heart. Now, he didn't lose control like before. He just understood that the extermination of the soul race was related to the person in front of him, so he couldn't help but question and scold. "You? Who are you?" Soul Destroyer asked again involuntarily. "I'm not Soul Wind now, but I could also be him. You traitor. You caused the death of all your clansmen. Why are you still alive?" Ling Xiao replied faintly. He looked at Soul Destroyer with eyes full of anger. Ling Xiao also despised and hated traitors who betrayed their own clansmen. Suddenly, Soul Destroyer pulled his hair and shouted frantically, "It's all that Fan Zi's fault. If I didn't believe her, I wouldn't have spread the wrong information. I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner. I must kill that slut. Kill all the people who exterminated my clan. Kill." Soul Destroyer's body was surrounded by a strong murderous aura. As he roared, he fled into the distance. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. Then, without thinking, his divine soul avatar appeared again and chased after Soul Destroyer. He roared, "Come back!" Ling Xiao's voice contained the supreme might of a dragon. It shook the space so much that it collapsed. Soul Destroyer's figure was sent flying. Soul Destroyer's head hurt from the shock, but he recovered from his crazy appearance. You're not my big brother. Are you his successor?" Soul Destroyer recovered from his injuries and asked Ling Xiao. Maybe he and I were the same person in the previous 2 lives, but I know about your situation. Now, I'll give you a chance to explain. Ling Xiao said calmly as he looked at Soul Destroyer. He used the exquisite heart to see through Soul Destroyer's thoughts. Soul Destroyer was indeed living a life of guilt. Regarding that matter, it became his biggest worry. Perhaps he was really framed by someone else. Soul Destroyer revealed a pained expression and said, I knew Big Brother was already. Forget it. There's no point in telling you. Live well for my big brother. I'll take revenge for my clan alone. What revenge? What have you been doing all these years? How many years has it been? Don't you think it's a little too late to talk about revenge now? Ling Xiao stared at Soul Destroyer and shouted. The Soul Clan had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that Soul Destroyer was thinking about revenge, it was indeed absurd. Soul Destroyer's figure stiffened and immediately revealed a dazed expression. He sighed and said, Yeah, so many years have passed. Even I don't know how long it has been. Where should I go? Where should I go? Calm down. Tell me what happened to you all these years. Who was that deceiving you back then? Ling Xiao shouted in a deep voice. Soul Destroyer looked at Ling Xiao with a depressed expression and said, Do you have wine? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while but still threw him a jar of strong wine. Soul Destroyer slapped the jar open and drank several mouthfuls. Then he said, Big brother, it was my fault that year. I was wrong to trust that Bianzi. If it weren't for her, our Soul Clan wouldn't have been annihilated by those B***stards. The sword on my face was also left by her. I hate that I couldn't swallow her alive. Finally, Soul Destroyer told the other reason why his clan was annihilated that year. The Bianzi he mentioned was a woman who wasn't from the ancient clan. She was also the woman that Soul Destroyer liked back then. Her name was Mu Luochen. She was a famous beauty in the Heaven territory at that time. At that time, Soul Destroyer was only at half-incipient god realm while Mu Luochen was a true supreme expert. Before the war between the Soul Clan and the other clans, Mu Luochen appeared by Soul Destroyer's side. Eventually, she successfully seduced Soul Destroyer and made him delay the Soul Clan's departure. From Soul Destroyer, he learned about the Soul Clan's movements. In the end, the other clans succeeded in annihilating the Soul Clan. If Soul Destroyer hadn't listened to this woman and sent the information to his big brother, Soul Wind, the Soul Clan wouldn't have been in such a situation. Soul Destroyer was Soul Wind's youngest brother. Soul Wind had always cared for him. He also believed in Soul Wind's words. That was why the tragedy had happened. When the Soul Clan was annihilated, Soul Destroyer knew that he had been tricked by Mu Luochen. However, he knew it was useless. Mu Luochen had cut his face and thrown him into outer space to let him die on his own. Soul Destroyer was just at half-incipient god realm. As he was wounded and thrown into the chaotic space basin, Mu Luochen thought that he would die for sure. Fortunately, Han Mie was very lucky. When his physical body was almost destroyed, he fell into a strange space. Later, he was lucky enough to obtain a lot of opportunities and luckily survived. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise and he condensed his flesh and soul. After so many years of exploration, he finally got out of that space and returned to outer space. At the same time, he gained the nickname of Old Ghost Soul Destroyer. Chapter 1662. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Hun Extinguisher had experienced so many things. He couldn't help but sympathize with him. However, sympathy was sympathy. There were some responsibilities that he couldn't shirk. You've been wandering outside these years. Haven't you thought about going back to take revenge? Ling Xiao asked after listening to Hun Extinguisher. Yes, I've always wanted to go back and take revenge. However, it's impossible to kill them all by myself. So I've been enduring and cultivating to reach my current realm. I wanted to go back and take revenge now, but I met you. So, I couldn't help but come here to investigate. Hun Extinguisher pulled his hair with both of his hands and said with a pained expression. Ling Xiao kept silent for a while before sighing. Let bygones be bygones. Your mistakes can't be fixed just because you say so. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. The first choice is to continue being a Lone Ranger and go back to take revenge for your clansmen. However, this choice is definitely the stupidest. The second choice is to follow me. I've destroyed the Dark Shadow clan, but there's still the Demon Tiger clan and the Winged Man clan. They are the strongest. After pausing for a while, he continued, Moreover, my Soul clan hasn't been completely annihilated. In the past, I've already quietly transferred a part of our clansmen. I've already brought them back to our clan to live. Is this true? Hun Extinguisher exclaimed in joy. Yes, they're still weak now. It's not yet time for them to show off our clan's prestige. If you choose to follow me, you can return to your clan first. After I'm done, I'll definitely use all my forces to destroy the Demon Tiger clan and the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao replied softly. Hun Extinguisher believed Ling Xiao's words without a doubt. After all, he believed that this young man in front of him was his big brother's reincarnation. Although he had changed into another person, his original memories were still there. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to know about him. I'll listen to you. I'll return to the clan first. I'll definitely use the treasures I've collected over the years to nurture my clansmen and make them stronger, Hun Mie solemnly replied. That's good. When I return in the future, I hope that you will wait for me at the clan grounds. Otherwise, you can forget about calling yourself a member of the Hun clan for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao replied. He paused for a moment before continuing, Don't think about taking revenge on that Bian Zi. As long as she is still alive, she will eventually die. I understand, Hun Extinguisher replied. Then, he took out some treasures that he had collected over the years and gave them to Ling Xiao, including some rare spiritual herbs. Ling Xiao only collected a bit of it and let Hun Mie return to the Heaven Domain first. No matter who you are, you've obtained the recognition of my big brother's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, and you've also obtained his memories. From now on, you're my big brother. You must take care of yourself. Hun Mie solemnly said, then turned around and flew in the direction of the Heaven Domain. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy as he watched Hun Mie leave. At this moment, he seemed to have become Hun Feng again. After a while, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. With Hun Mie protecting the Hun clan in the future, he could now go to the lightning space with peace of mind. Let's go, Brother Wu. Ling Xiao rushed to Wu Bufan's side and called out. Wu Bufan didn't ask much. He gently nodded and once again set off with Ling Xiao. The lightning space was located in the deepest part of the Southern Domain Road. They were the overlord of the Southern Domain Road, and few people dared to challenge them. There were domain gates in every large spatial continent that could speed up the transportation to the lightning space. However, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan didn't do so. They had been flying at high speed, absorbing primordial energy to increase their cultivation while experiencing the mysteries of the many strange spaces in the outer domain. Moreover, from time to time, they would encounter marauders and greedy people who robbed them. In the end, the fate of those people could be imagined. Ling Xiao brought nearly 100 living puppets with him, and he and Wu Bufan traveled alone, creating a false impression. Many marauders thought that they were fat lambs that were left alone. In the end, they were the fat lambs that were lured by Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Along the way, the number of Ling Xiao's living puppets had increased to 150. Such a group of people was enough to sweep away many big and small forces. After another 2 years, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan finally arrived near the lightning space. We should be able to reach the lightning space in a few days. I can already feel the strong power of lightning flashing in front of us, Ling Xiao sighed. From the beginning until now, they had spent 5 to 6 years to reach this place. If they had rushed directly from the big domain gates, it would have taken them at most a few months to reach here. Ling Xiao wondered whether Reloading, Lei Wanlong, Lei Chen and the others had returned. If they had returned, it would be a lot more difficult for him to rescue Shi Songyang. Brother Ling, I'm afraid you have to wait for a while. I might be about to break through. Wu Bufan said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Congratulations, Brother Wu. It's good that you can break through first. I will protect you. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised. He already knew that Wu Bufan was on the verge of breaking through. These years on the Domain Road, Wu Bufan's devouring divine ability was amazing. It could speed up the accumulation of power. Moreover, his chaotic battle body was even more compatible with the world. He didn't need to deliberately comprehend anything. He could naturally comprehend the use of all kinds of power, allowing him to break through without any bottlenecks. After the two of them chose a more stable space, Ling Xiao laid down an illusion formation to protect Wu Bufan, allowing him to break through with peace of mind. After Brother Wu breaks through this time, his battle power will probably be even more shocking, Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Although he could fight peak supremes, facing Wu Bufan's terrifying breakthrough speed, he still felt an intense pressure, causing his true body to want to break through to a higher level as soon as possible. This time, Wu Bufan needed a lot of time to break through, so Ling Xiao also sat in meditation. Currently, all aspects of his cultivation were becoming more and more perfect, but he still needed to continuously comprehend to be able to take another step forward. Now, he already had a lot of experience in creating the 9th style of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art. He called it Tai Chi Sealing Annihilation. Tai Chi was derived from the legendary Tai Chi sword art and Tai Chi art in his previous life. It was separated by yin and yang, and formed a clear round picture, forming a supreme move that could both attack and defend. Ling Xiao's move wasn't the Tai Chi sword art or Tai Chi art. He borrowed its name, borrowed its meaning, and allowed his innate yin wind bead and demonic heavenly fire bead to complement each other, one yin and one yang, forming the Tai Chi millstone picture, achieving the effect of a fatal strike. Of course, the combination of the two beads didn't achieve the perfect effect Ling Xiao wanted. He also infused the sealing intent and chaotic energy into it, causing the power of this move to achieve the peerless power that he wanted the most. Now his sealing intent had reached a deeper level. As long as an opponent of the same level was sealed by him, he could make them pause for a short moment. In a battle between supremes, an instant was usually the key to victory. Therefore, this was the wondrous part of the sealing intent. In addition, he could already borrow the chaotic energy in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao didn't know when he could use the chaotic energy, but he didn't think too much about it, only thinking that it was the result of frequent observation and comprehension. He infused the chaotic energy into the Tai Chi millstone, achieving a state of coexistence, allowing the power of the Tai Chi millstone to multiply to a terrifying limit. The power of this move was almost 3 to 4 times stronger than the 5 dragons merging into one. Up until now, Ling Xiao hadn't been able to use it perfectly, but he felt that it was not far from that moment. These few years, the power of the chaos world has been growing bit by bit as I have constantly absorbed the energy from the outside world. Although it doesn't look very obvious, it is indeed there. Every strand of chaotic energy here contains the power to destroy the world, and when I infuse it into the power of the two beads, they actually magically fuse together, making their power even more terrifying. I have to shorten the fusion time as soon as possible, so that I can attack in an instant. That way, I can defeat the enemy in one move. If the fusion time is too slow, the enemy won't give me such a chance. Ling Xiao thought hard. Just as he was about to try fusing the two beads, he suddenly sensed a large amount of the 5 elemental energies rapidly gathering in this direction. The 5 elemental energies formed a storm, wrapping around the area layer by layer, and the moist rain-like energy seemed quite rich and majestic. When the 5 elemental energies gathered and fused together, they actually formed a colorful energy. They gathered in one direction like a rainbow, forming a colorful whirlpool. It was like a phenomenon of the heavens and earth, making people feel that it was incomparably beautiful, but at the same time, it revealed a kind of ancient charm. Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and he exclaimed softly, 5 elemental energies, chaotic energy. This fellow is really blessed by the heavens, even his breakthrough can cause such a commotion. He truly deserves to be called the world's most powerful physique. The chaotic energy was the most miraculous energy in the world. Legend had it that it was the initial energy when the heavens and earth were separated, when yin and yang were created. It was also said that it was the original energy that created all living things, and it was even said that it was the strongest energy in the world, able to destroy all living things in the world. The chaotic energy was almost extinct in the world, and it had already transformed into 5 different elemental energies, and it was almost impossible for these 5 elemental energies to fuse together to form the chaotic energy. But now, Wu Bufan had forcefully gathered and fused the 5 elemental energies, forcefully forming a chaotic whirlpool, and it had gathered a large amount of chaotic energy for him to absorb. This was simply a divine phenomenon that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It was foreseeable that as long as Wu Bufan could step into the high-level supremacy stage, he would almost be invincible in the world. Even Ling Xiao himself might not have the confidence to fight him alone. When Ling Xiao saw this, his confidence showed signs of wavering for the first time. But it was only for a split second, and his chaotic world also had a violent reaction. Ling Xiao only felt that the chaotic world in his sea of consciousness was spinning rapidly along with the five-colored energy. Chapter 1663. The place where Wu Bufan was breaking through was in a stable space. This place was not far from the lightning space. With their speed, they should be able to reach it in a few days. Even though Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had already searched the area, there was no one around. However, the commotion caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough was too big. In the place where he had broken through, a large area of space had formed a huge chaotic vortex. Streams of five-colored energy kept gathering from all directions, causing this space to seem as if it was being born. Thousands of colorful lights shot out, and the vast chaotic energy seemed to form a storm. This kind of commotion could be sensed by anyone or beast in the nearby space. First, the 11th order saint beasts in the spatial cracks could not help but fly over. These saint beasts had lion heads and tiger bodies, eagle wings and rat bodies, 3 leopard heads, and many other mutated or ancient saint beasts. They usually stayed in some turbulent space, and as long as people did not provoke them, they would rarely take the initiative to attack humans. However, the chaotic energy caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough was too big, and these forces also desired it. If they could refine more chaotic energy, it would be of great benefit to their bodies and breakthroughs. Roar! These saint beasts roared non-stop, and soon, 20 to 30 11th order saint beasts were gathered. Among them, there were even 2 that had reached the advanced 11th order. These 2 advanced 11th order saint beasts were of the lightning attribute. One was a lightning purple hawk, and the other was a lightning flood dragon. The purple lightning hawk's body was surrounded by purple lightning, and its feathers were purple. Each feather was like a sharp blade that carried an incomparably sharp aura. Its sharp eyes flashed with lightning, and it looked quite mighty and ferocious. The other lightning flood dragon was showing signs of transforming into a dragon. Lightning constantly swam around it, and it looked like a miniature version of a lightning flood dragon. Its violent aura emitted a thick dragon's might, and the surrounding saint beasts did not dare to get close. They all stared at the chaotic energy, and their eyes flickered with greed. A few of the lower order saint beasts could not help but roar and charge over. They were the 5 elemental forces, and they desired the chaotic energy the most. But before they reached the chaotic vortex, they fell into a frenzied state and started killing each other. They directly used the collision of their bodies to bite and scratch their opponents with their bloody mouths and sharp claws. The blood of the beasts seemed to form a bloody rain that rained down in all directions. All the saint beasts that were watching this scene stopped in their tracks. Although they coveted the chaotic chi, they knew that it wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. There might be something strange up ahead. Their intelligence was no lower than any humans, and they knew how to act calmly. Some of them changed their strategy. They spat out their beast cores and approached the chaotic aura in front of them. They planned to use these beast cores to be contaminated with the primal chaos chi, so that their beast cores would quickly become stronger. Spitting out the beast core in such an exposed place was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause the beast core to be broken by others, resulting in death. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, even if it meant taking a risk, it was worth it. The illusory formation only affected living creatures, so when the saint beast spat out the beast cores were naturally unaffected. After being contaminated by the primal chaos chi, the beast cores began to shine brightly, and their power kept increasing. The saint beasts entered a state of excitement as they let the beast cores absorb the primal chaos chi to their heart's content. The 2 thunder attribute saint beasts began to feel a little uneasy. They had always been the overlords of the surrounding space, and they possessed the most powerful lightning attacks. They couldn't absorb the chaotic energy of the 5 elements, but they didn't want to watch the other saint beasts grow stronger and threaten their position in the future. Therefore, they actually triggered the power of the heavenly lightning at the same time and bombarded the chaotic vortex. Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on. One of them was fully focused on making a breakthrough, while the other was involuntarily in a state of epiphany. The chaotic world in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was operating, and the corporeal creatures that usually operated according to the rules were breathing out at the same time, sucking the primal chaos chi that Wu Bufan had absorbed into the chaotic world, causing the primal chaos chi in the chaotic world to increase rapidly. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to sense that as more and more primal chaos chi entered the chaotic world, The corporeal creatures became more real, and the cycle of their existence also became longer. Moreover, some of them were even able to reproduce, and from the original one, there were now two, one big and one small. It was especially magical. Not only that, but some other spiritual herbs also became more abundant, and the whole chaotic world seemed to be undergoing a transformation process. Ling Xiao observed the whole process, and he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It seemed like he could find the key point that he had been searching for many years now. Rumble. At the most critical moment, a series of thunder and lightning rumbled, and it forcefully interrupted Ling Xiao's process of comprehension. Ling Xiao came back to his senses, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, please don't let anyone interrupt Brother Wu's breakthrough. Ling Xiao immediately looked at the illusory mirror stone, and he discovered that there were so many 11th rank holy beasts in the surroundings, and there were even 2 thunder attribute holy beasts attacking this place. Without thinking, Ling Xiao immediately appeared with Shui Wuxing and the other living puppets, and they attacked those holy beasts. Many holy beasts were enjoying the process of being baptized by the primal chaos qi, and they didn't know that so many human race powerhouses had suddenly appeared. Their beast cores had been cut off by these human race powerhouses, and they had lost contact with their physical bodies. For any beast, the beast core was the crystallization of their energy, and once it was destroyed or damaged, it would be a fatal blow to them. Shui Wuxing brought a few other high-leveled supremacies and charged towards the Violet Lightning Hawk and Lightning Flood Dragon, forbidding them from continuing to wreak havoc here. The 2 thunder attribute holy beasts didn't linger, and they turned around to run away. They were so fast that even if Shui Wuxing and the others could barely catch up with them, they would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in them, and his main task now was to protect Wu Bufan while he was breaking through. He looked at Wu Bufan's location, and he found that the primal chaos qi hadn't been completely dispersed by the thunder and lightning power, and it had gathered again. Seeing this, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. If Wu Bufan's breakthrough was interrupted, Shi Yan didn't know what he would do. It's too big of a commotion. I need to make some arrangements, Ling Xiao frowned and muttered to himself. He couldn't cover Wu Bufan's breakthrough, but if he didn't do anything, he was afraid that more holy beasts would pay attention to him. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the passing incipient God Realm experts would notice it, and if more people knew about the situation here, Shi Yan couldn't predict what would happen next. Ling Xiao flew up, and he immediately divided himself into 2. He used all of his power to absorb the turbulent meteorolites, and then he built layers of stone walls to prevent the primal chaos qi from spreading. By doing so, he could at least isolate the stunning phenomenon and prevent other holy beasts and humans from seeing it for the time being. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also released all the death qi of the innate Yin wind bead, and it turned into a black, corrosive evil qi that covered the stone walls, so that people couldn't see the mysteries behind it. Even if someone could sense that something was wrong here, they wouldn't be able to see what was going on. Once they came over to investigate, they would fall into Shi Yan's illusory formation, and they wouldn't be able to escape easily. After everything was done, Ling Xiao exhaled in relief. He mumbled to himself, I hope it can hold on for a while. Otherwise, I will be guilty if my breakthrough is interrupted. Ling Xiao summoned all of his living puppets and asked them to stay in the illusory formation. Once someone or a beast intruded, they would kill them directly. Ling Xiao didn't relax because of this. He was also in the center of the illusory formation, paying attention to the movements around. Once something happened, he would react immediately. This place is too close to the lightning space. If the Thunder Clan finds us, we will be in big trouble. Ling Xiao had a bad premonition. The Thunder Clan was the overlord of the southern area. Their competence was beyond people's imagination. Ling Xiao wasn't sure that he could use the illusory formation to stop and kill them here. Once they disturbed the old monsters of the Thunder Clan, they might have some powerful means to break the formation. At that time, it would be another matter whether they could resist or not. I don't care. Soldiers come with arms. Flood with earth. Ling Xiao gently gritted his teeth. Wu Bufan had been breaking through for a long time. Half a month had passed quickly. The amount of primal chaos energy he had accumulated was about to burst all the barriers that Ling Xiao had set up. Ling Xiao had to repair them from time to time to prevent the primal chaos light from spreading out. However, the primordial energy in the nearby space was all heading in this direction, attracting many holy beasts one after another. When those holy beasts got into the illusory formation, they either killed each other or were killed by Ling Xiao's puppets. Only 1 or 2 mutated holy beasts could get in and fly away. They could barely resist the illusory formation. As soon as they sensed the danger, they ran away immediately. Ling Xiao didn't order his people to chase after them. He stayed here to guard the formation. Ling Xiao always hoped that Wu Bufan could break through faster, but it wasn't realistic. Indeed, after a few days, a group of incipient God Realm experts dashed towards this area. Through the illusory eye mirror, Ling Xiao knew that they were the ThunderClan's warriors. Only the ThunderClan's warriors had a lot of lightning power and they were riding holy beasts of lightning class. Surprisingly, the leader of this group was the purple lightning hawk that had run away. Chapter 1664. There weren't many people from the ThunderClan, only 20 in total. Each of them was riding a sacred beast of the Thunder attribute, looking quite strong and mighty. Most of them weren't very strong, and they were obviously some newly advanced incipient God Realm experts. Only a few of them were above the intermediate level. The one sitting on top of the purple lightning hawk was the strongest existence, a late-stage high supreme being. Purple Hawk, are you sure that the chaotic vortex we found before is nearby? The High Master asked the purple hawk he was sitting on. Yes, it's definitely nearby, but it seems that something has changed, the purple hawk replied. Yes, the 5 elements origin power is still surging in that direction, but I can't see any movement in front. It must be because those people have set up a restriction to isolate it. Who exactly is causing trouble in the territory of our lightning space? That high-level supreme being didn't act rashly and said. The purple hawk said, those humans aren't weak. Even I and the other Thunder Flood Dragon were chased away. You brought so few people out, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. Humph, who dares to cause trouble in our ThunderClan's territory? They must be tired of living. The High Master was quite arrogant. He paused for a moment, then said to the others, everyone, be careful. We'll move forward a little more. We can't act alone. After saying that, they moved forward a lot more. Ling Xiao saw their movements from the illusory eye mirror stone. I've already set up an illusory formation that can confuse their eyes, so that they won't be able to see what's going on here. However, I can't isolate the direction of the surging energy, so they're still coming this way. As long as they step into my illusory formation, they'll be captured without a doubt. I can only hope that none of them can break the illusory formation. Ling Xiao thought anxiously in his heart. However, he wasn't very worried about this small number of people. If more ThunderClan members were alarmed, then it would be big trouble. He was sure that these people were just the vanguard. Once there was a shocking discovery, they would definitely have a way to send a message to the other ThunderClan members. Don't get too close. There's something strange up ahead. I saw with my own eyes that quite a few fellows started killing each other after entering. The purple lightning hawk said. The high-level supreme martial artist waved a hand signal behind him and said to the purple lightning eagle, take a look and see if you can find out anything. The purple lightning eagle nodded its head, and then its eyes suddenly flashed with balls of lightning as it looked ahead. The eagle's eyes were incomparably sharp. They were comparable to ordinary divine eyes and could see through some ordinary illusory formations and obstacles. However, the illusion formation that Ling Xiao had set up had been greatly enhanced by the illusory eye mirror stone, and its power was terrifying. Even the violet lightning hawk's eagle eyes couldn't see through it. It's still the same. Did something really happen to this place? Or was it destroyed by those humans? The purple lightning hawk said. Then let's go in and take a look. I don't believe that there's any great danger ahead that we can't deal with. That high-level supreme martial artist said and continued to lead the group forward. However, they were very cautious and actually attracted the heavenly lightning to their bodies, forming a small sea of lightning in the vicinity. In this way, many evil beings would have nowhere to hide from their lightning attacks, and any obstacles would be turned into powder by their lightning attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning rumbled, and purple lightning splashed in all directions. The group directly entered the illusory formation that Ling Xiao had set up. With the bombardment of the lightning, they actually didn't get confused by the illusory formation at the first moment. These lightning bolts were actually able to keep all of them awake. Lightning can destroy all evils and all living things. This is indeed a well-deserved reputation. My illusory formation doesn't have much power anymore. These fellows are really cautious. Ling Xiao sighed in front of the illusory eye mirror stone, and then he said, "Let's do it." The living puppets in his illusory formation moved at the same time. The high-level supreme martial artist reacted the fastest. He immediately saw the flashing figures and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Ling Xiao's living puppets moved at the same time, and an earth-shattering power enveloped the ThunderClan's people. These living puppets used their full strength from the start, and their numbers were also 2 to 3 times that of the ThunderClan's people. With such a force attacking at the same time, it was indeed very terrifying. "Damn it! Everyone, retreat!" That high-level supreme martial artist turned pale with fright as he shouted. A lightning spear appeared in his hand, and a set of defensive godly armor appeared around his body. He rode on the lightning purple eagle and retreated at full speed. All the ThunderClan's people were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Many of them were instantly drowned by the power. "Bastards! You dare to injure our ThunderClan's people? You're tired of living!" The high-level supreme martial artist roared. He used all his strength to resist the power, and barely managed to protect a few of his juniors as he continued to retreat. However, the disparity in their strength was too great. Ling Xiao had already ordered Shui Wuxing, a pinnacle supreme martial artist, to attack them with the strongest puppets. The high-level supreme martial artist's strength was quite strong, and he was actually able to resist Shui Wuxing's attack. He was even able to injure Shui Wuxing and force her to retreat. However, there was a limit to his strength, and he couldn't divert his attention to protect the others. He could only watch as his juniors were captured and killed. "Bastards, I don't care who you are. Our ThunderClan will definitely do everything we can to kill all of you with a myriad of lightning bolts." That high-level sovereign roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. He rode on the purple lightning hawk and fled at full speed. He had to escape, and he had to inform the other clansmen to come and rescue them. This time, Ling Xiao didn't want to let any of them off. His divine soul doppelganger had already quietly chased after them. Ling Xiao executed the storm movement technique to the extreme, and he caught up to the man and beast, and immediately launched the most merciless attack. "Someone's approaching." The lightning purple eagle still saw Ling Xiao's divine soul. It screeched, and immediately accelerated to dodge Ling Xiao's attack. However, it was still a little too late. The man and beast both suffered a fierce attack, and their bodies split open, and blood splattered everywhere. The high-level supreme martial artist was scared out of his wits, and he shouted, "You want to kill me? No way!" After saying that, more than a dozen heavenly lightning seeds appeared in his hand, and he threw them in all directions. No one dared to underestimate the might of the heavenly lightning seeds, and Ling Xiao could only dodge them and retreat a little. Boom boom. This was an 11th level heavenly lightning seed, and the power of its explosion was too great. It seemed like the entire space was about to be overturned. A protective divine light floated in front of Ling Xiao, and it isolated the power of the explosion, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, because of the obstruction of the heavenly lightning seeds, the high-level supreme martial artist had already disappeared without a trace. This is really troublesome. Brother Wu, oh Brother Wu, if you still don't break through, even I won't be able to stop the ThunderClan's army. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao could sense that Wu Bufan was currently accumulating his strength. He would only attempt to break through after he had accumulated a certain amount of strength. However, Wu Bufan's physique was different from ordinary people, and he didn't know how much primal chaos force he would need to accumulate before he could truly break through. Ling Xiao waited anxiously, and the high-level supreme martial artist from the ThunderClan had already rushed back to the lightning space as fast as he could. The lightning space was surrounded by sparkling lightning, and bursts of purple lightning flickered endlessly. It was like a natural defense, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to approach it easily. It was also because of this that this place was called the lightning space. Only the ThunderClan lived here, and they had already taken root here since ancient times, becoming the purest members of the ancient race. The bloodline of their descendants wasn't too pure, and all of them mainly had the thunder body. Moreover, there would often be the thunder god body descending into the world. Due to the purity of their bloodline and the natural cultivation space, The Thunder Clan had always been prosperous, and they were able to dominate the southern region. The high-level supreme martial artist rushed back as fast as he could, and immediately entered the territory of a mountain range in the lightning space that was filled with thunder-attribute spiritual objects. There were many ancient buildings scattered among the various mountain peaks, and this was the important land of the Thunder Clan, known as the Thunder Mountain Territory. These Thunder Mountains could often attract the descent of heavenly thunder, and they could borrow the heavenly thunder to cleanse their physical bodies and increase their strength. After the high-level supreme martial artist entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. One of the supreme martial artists went up to him and asked, "Elder Lei Dong, what's the matter with you? Bring me to see the old clan leader immediately. I have an urgent matter to report." The high-level supreme martial artist called Lei Dong replied hurriedly. His clansmen knew that the situation wasn't simple, and immediately led the way to a cave dwelling. "Old clan leader, Lei Dong wishes to see you for an urgent matter." The supreme martial artist who was leading the way said respectfully towards the cave dwelling. After a while, the stone door in front of the cave dwelling automatically opened, and a faint voice rang out, "Come in and talk." The supreme martial artist who was leading the way gestured to Lei Dong, and Lei Dong walked in alone. However, he didn't dare to enter too deeply, and stopped after entering a dozen meters into the cave dwelling. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue advancing, but there was a surging sea of lightning in front of him, and the power of the lightning was incomparably majestic and terrifying. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand even a little bit of it. This was the true forbidden area of the Thunder Clan, and it was also the place where the previous clan leader had sealed it. Lei Dong pays his respects to the old clan leader. Lei Dong greeted respectfully towards the sea of lightning. "Why are you in such a hurry to see me?" A voice rang out from the sea of lightning again. Reporting to the old clan leader, "Not long ago, my purple eagle discovered the appearance of the 5 elements chaotic energy vortex outside of our thunder space. After that, I brought some people over to investigate and study it, but discovered that there was an unknown force lying in ambush, and they had already killed more than 20 of our clansmen. Lei Dong luckily escaped, and specially reported this matter to the old clan leader for you to make a decision." Lei Dong said, "How dare they? They even dared to kill our clansmen." That person shouted angrily, and a deep purple lightning shot out from the sea of lightning. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.